Good morning, everyone. Let's begin the event with our national anthem. I request all of you to rise for our national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind. Thank you. Good morning again. A warm welcome on this cold Saturday morning. We are here for the most awaited event, Takeover Running Maintenance, a master class on RWA management. Hope all of you will have a good takeaway points from this seminar. Now, I would like to introduce Mr. A N Prakash to address the gathering. A N Prakash completed M.Tech Structures from Regional Engineering College, NITK, Suratgal, and has over 50 years of experience in construction projects in India and abroad across a wide spectrum of projects ranging from industrial structures, IT buildings, multi-storied residential and commercial buildings, multi-speciality hospitals, and luxury hotels. Prakash pioneered in the concept of construction project management consultancy firms in India, and the company he founded, Mrs. A N Prakash Construction Project Management Consultants Private Limited, is now well known. His passion to share knowledge led him to commence the School of Construction Management Excellence. A N Prakash is a fellow Association of Consulting Civil Engineers India. He is also a fellow Association of Indian Plumbing, then a Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors UK, life member of Indian Concrete Institute India, a member of Project Management Institute PMI USA. We welcome you, sir.
Namaskara and good morning to all of you. And a hearty welcome. By this time, I'm sure you know my face because it has been hovering on that screen for hell of a lot of time. Even I got bored. Very glad to see a good gathering of owners, members of RWA. We hope to get some more. And of course, and today's subject specialists and speakers. After having worked, as Deepali mentioned, over 50 years in various projects within the country and outside the country, I started on my own in '86, realizing the importance of construction project management, and then we started this company. And we were rendering services to the builders mostly, and then we were not very much into what we are doing today. I mean, that's when we realized, and then there was a IT boom. The IT boom took place. Obviously, there was a lot of demand for the residential apartments. The residential apartments demand, when it grew up, and every Tom, Dick and Harry went into that because real estate was something that was very attractive. And then there was no control over it. And all of them, I mean, I could see it happening because being on the other side, we were delivering it, and then we would want to make sure that whatever we have been promised was there or not. So Bangalore, which was known for individual bungalows and so on and so forth, started having high-rises. I mean, well, I didn't like it, but I wanted to do it because of my profession. I had to earn something, so I got to go along with the stream, and then we started putting up those buildings also. I am a Bangalorean, born and brought up here, of course, studied in various places. So the focus was on the builders. Most of the builders were then doing it and they were delivering and whatever they were constructing and taking it. But then at one point in time, the government also realized that whatever is being promised is not being delivered to, and they had to get in, and the customers' interests had to be taken into consideration. That's when the RERA stepped in. When the RERA stepped in, the RERA's intention was to see that the builder does it as he is mostly into the government rules. I mean, he is not very particular about the quality, whatever is being developed, etc. So being on the other side, I realized that we also have to do something to the, particularly the consumers, flat owners, etc. Because we see the flat owners are not necessarily aware of what they should get. Whether they being, do they get what they are being promised? So that was one of the intents behind doing this. And in the process, we said that let us look at and then see deliver. Mostly, what happens is people also look into the legal aspect of the papers and whether it's so on and so forth. So it is, their focus is mostly into that. But what we want to draw your attention and also attention to particularly the Resident Welfare Association people is that there are a lot of other aspects also to be looked into when you are taking over from the builder, particularly the various MEP services that are there, firefighting, the system that is there or not, is it working, not working. That's one of the intentions, and we have to draw your attention to the importance of other aspects other than the legal also. Of course, legal is absolutely very important. So today we have very eminent and subject specialists who are going to talk to you about the water management, and you have first starts with the legal. Legal, of course, is one thing which is you cannot neglect, and you got to be very clear about it because you get into a lot of problems with that. Even though you can probably do something to the other aspects of the MVP. So today you are going to have subject specialists who are going to talk to you about the legal aspects, the ETP. ETP is also there. It may not be necessarily for a residential apartment, but ETP is there, and the STP that needs to be. ETP stands for effluent treatment plant, and STP stands for sewage treatment plant. And you have got subject specialists who are going to talk to you about this. And water management. Water management is another subject that needs to be paid attention to. Next is the waste management. I am told that shortly they are going to tell that you can't take your waste out of the complex that you are in. You will have to reuse it and generate whatever you can, and then the waste management has to be done within the complex. Then there is one subject which is going to be about the EV also, because electric cars, the electric vehicles are going to come in, and how are they going to be handled. So then finally you do have question and answer sessions. It's open and people are most welcome to answer question and answers. And when you have a panel discussion, the panel discussion will be quite interesting because we have very eminent people who are going to be sitting on a panel and discuss the subject. With this, I think I will close. I am not much getting into this time, but we have already spent some time. And most welcome once again. Please not only enjoy, but ask questions and take away as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Request Shivraj to hand over a sapling to you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request everyone to put on their phones on the silent mode, please. We have a few instructions, so I'll just read out these instructions. Each speaker is given 45 minutes, out of which 30 minutes is for their presentation and 15 minutes time is allotted for the question and answer session. Alert bell will be sounded 5 minutes and 1 minute before their time ends. The participants are requested to ask one short, crisp and clear question each so that everybody get a chance. Thank you. Now, moving on to the next event of the seminar, I would like to call upon Divya to introduce the first speaker of the event. Divya.
Good morning, everyone. Sneha Nagaraj, a partner at Frontier Legal, has a wealth of experience in various legal domains, particularly in dispute resolution, arbitration, and real estate. A graduate of Christ College of Law. Sneha obtained her bar license from the Bar Council of Karnataka in 2011 and is also a member of Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, UK. A significant aspect of Sneha's work involves her contribution to apartment associations. She has been instrumental in forming associations, conducting legal audits, overseeing handovers, and performing title diligence of land and buildings. She also represents these associations in litigation and arbitration against builders and third-party vendors before the High Court of Karnataka, RERA, civil courts, consumer courts, and other relevant forums. This facet of her work underscores her commitment to ensuring fair and legal practices in the real estate sector, safeguarding the interest of apartment owners and association. Sneha's work in the real estate is particularly notable. She conducts title diligence and supports apartment owners associations in their operations and management. Apart from real estate, Sneha also deals with contractual disputes, insolvency and bankruptcy, shareholders disputes, labor and employment laws. She is adept in both domestic and international commercial arbitrations and has served as a sole arbitrator in domestic cases. We welcome you, ma'am.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So I'll be taking you through certain legal aspects, or I would call it legal issues that apartment associations generally face in a scheme of things. So today I'm going to discuss some of the issues, primarily these four, which is relating to association formation, handover process, common area issues, and vendor contracts. Association formation. What is important to note in association formation is today, a lot of apartments are either registered under Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act, the 1972 Act, or you have the Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act, the 59 Act. There are some associations that are registered under Karnataka Society Registration Act, 1960, but there are certain issues with that which I will discuss when I go through this topic. So two main acts that I'm going to discuss about. One is Apartment Ownership Act and Cooperative Societies Act. The Karnataka High Court judgment, the Karnataka High Court in 2021 passed a judgment which said that Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act and the Karnataka Ownership of Flats Act are not mutually exclusive. Now, there is an issue. The reason this judgment came out is because if we look at the Karnataka Ownership of Flats Act, which is not an act where you register your apartment, but it is an act which deals with flat ownership. Now, this act primarily says that the builder or the developer should form an association under the Cooperative Societies Act or should form a company. Now, this act does not talk about formation of an apartment under Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act. So that sort of became a dichotomy, which the Karnataka High Court then intervened and said that, look, if you are registered as an association under the Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act, then the 𝗀𝗁𝗃, which is the Karnataka Ownership of Flats Act, is not applicable to you. And only Karnataka Apartment of Ownership Act, 𝗀𝗁𝗃, is applicable to you. So this was sort of, the dichotomy that existed got cleared when this judgment came out, because associations that are registered under the Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act, they have to follow the 𝗀𝗃, which is the Ownership of Flats Act. While if you're registered under 𝗀𝗁𝗃, then you don't have to bother about the Karnataka Ownership of Flats Act. That's what this judgment says. So I'm going to deal with certain differences in terms of nomenclature because of the way the act is worded in this slide. Basically, first is about Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act, and then comes your Cooperative Societies Act. So because Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act does not deal with apartment association per se. People who are registered as a cooperative society also need an act that governs them, which then becomes your KOFA. So scope of the act, Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act, which I'm shortly going to refer to as KOA. And for Cooperative Societies Act, I'm going to call it KOFA. So that's how I'll be addressing. Now the scope is KOA only, KOA is applicable only to residential apartments. Suppose you're a mixed development or you have all commercial and other establishments in your complex, then KOA does not become applicable. But people who have mixed developments or commercial complexes in their apartment can be registered under Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act. Then comes the process of registration. KOA says to be registered as an association under KOA, you need to register a DOD before the sub-registrar. DOD and other allied documents before the sub-registrar. Now there are two important aspects here. If the promoter or the developer registers this DOD, he has to do it prior to selling his first flat. If he does it post selling the flats, then such a DOD is non-extant law. The reason is, the Act says that, look, you can register a DOD only if you are an owner. After selling all the flats, or even after selling, let's say 30% of the flats, the developer is no longer the owner. He only has few apartments left with him. So which means that at that particular point, whenever the DOD is being registered, it's important to see who was the owner. Today, there is a gap there because we've also we have some of the clients who have this issue where after handover or during the time when people are saying, give me the handover, builder says, you know, let me now register the DOD for you. He goes and registers. Now, the sub-registrar is not going to do a due diligence of who are the owners, because whatever you give is a document that they will believe and register it. So having such a DOD where it is not executed by the owners on that particular date makes the association itself non-existent, which means it can be challenged tomorrow, and such an association cannot be called an association in the eyes of law. Now, Cooperative Societies Act, the registration process is completely different. What happens there is, there are certain forms, compliances. I think it generally takes between 3 to 6 months to form an association under Cooperative Societies Act. So you have to comply with whatever the demands of the rules are under the Act and before the registrar of cooperative society. So it ends there. In a cooperative society, the compliance is generally a little more compared to KOA. KOA has very minimal compliance. However, cooperative societies has a lot of compliance that needs to be done. Now, another important aspect, see, one more thing that we have to understand is KOA is an act that came about only for apartment associations. So the way the act is structured, it deals with a lot of issues that an apartment association can get into with the members. So one of the aspects are liability of unpaid expenses to the association. What the act says is that, look, if you're a flat owner and if you don't pay maintenance to the association, then the association can come after you and go to court and create a charge on the property. Now, it's not that you can't do it otherwise, but this is one of the specialities of the Act, that it says that this is the right I'm giving the apartment association, saying that if you have people who don't pay your maintenance regularly, make a claim against them and also create a charge on their property. While that is not there in COFA, of course, cooperative society doesn't have anything to do with apartment associations, which is why COFA becomes applicable if you are a association under cooperative societies. However, such a clause is not there. What COFA says, on the other hand, is, look, if somebody does not pay your common area maintenance, you as an association do not have the right to cut off the essential services. That is an important aspect, because some of the bylaws of certain associations say that in case somebody doesn't pay maintenance, punish them by cutting off services, which the law says, look, you cannot. And this sort of would also become applicable to KOA despite such a clause not being there, for a simple reason, because there are judgments by the courts to say that in the event somebody does not pay maintenance, you cannot cut off essential services like electricity, water, those services cannot be disconnected. Now coming to common area maintenance, this is something that KOA specifically addresses, saying what are the rights that you have in common area and how maintenance is supposed to be paid. Because one of the essential things under KOA is that the builder or the promoter cannot retain any land in the common area. That's one of the things that KOA sort of captures. COFA doesn't talk about common area as such. It only talks about flats between, flats sold by promoter, builder. That's pretty much what COFA talks about. KOA, under KOA, if you are a registered association, then you're not a juristic person. The association is not a juristic person. But if you're registered as an association under Cooperative Societies Act, then you are a juristic person. What does this essentially mean? That under the eyes of law, you have a right to sue and be sued. So under KOA, if you want to file a suit, you have to file it in a representative capacity because KOA is not a juristic person. However, under Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act, you are a juristic person, so you don't have to file a suit in a representative capacity. You can only file it in the name of the cooperative society. Transferability of membership. This is very interesting because under KOA, what happens, suppose you're a second purchaser of a flat. You don't buy it directly from the builder. Because if you're buying directly from the builder and if the builder is registered a DOD, then you sign something called a Form B, where you're giving an undertaking saying that I'm also submitting my flat to KOA. But let's assume you're a second purchaser. You automatically become a member of the association just by default, because you're already a member of the, your apartment is already registered under KOA. However, that's not the case if you're a cooperative society. Every time somebody, a second purchaser or a third purchaser buys a flat, you have to consciously go and apply for a membership before the registrar. And it's in the hand of the registrar whether he allows it or he, does not, or refuses but generally it's not refused. But that's the procedure where every time you have to go and make an application to become a member of the cooperative society. Coming to the undivided share, which I'll also be dealing with it at a later point, but just to give you an understanding of what the acts do, KOA says, if you are an apartment association under KOA, then you are entitled to UDS because the deed of declaration, which is registered, that basically will have a table which tells you which flat has how much UDS. So by virtue of that, your UDS is already determined and therefore UDS is given to each owner or should be given is what the act says. On the other hand, cooperative society says every developer should convey land and building to the flat owners. Essentially, it's just the way the act is worded, but both end up conveying the same thing. All of you, I'm assuming, have apartments and you know how your sale deed is structured. UDS is already given to you in the sale deed. Even assuming it's not there, UDS is not given to you in your DOD. By virtue of the sale deed, you've already been given UDS, which means that undivided share is with you. And the builder is bound to give you. The builder can't just sell the flat to you, but also has to give you UDS. That's what both KOA and COFA convey. Now I'm going to just briefly tell you about the Karnataka Society Registration Act. Around 2018-19, the Karnataka High Court came down against this act, saying that those associations who are registered under Karnataka Society Registration Act, apartments specifically, this act does not apply to them for a simple reason that the objective of the act does not permit associations to collect maintenance. Therefore, since if you form an association, you don't have a right to collect maintenance, then under what authority are you functioning? Because one of the primary purpose of an apartment association is to maintain common areas. And to maintain common areas, you end up collecting common area maintenance from the flat owners, which KSR 1960 Act does not permit you to do. When the Act itself does not permit you to do, having such an association to govern or to collect maintenance, is again non-est in law. So the Karnataka High Court has heavily come down upon it. So in case you are an association under KSR, please see how you can move on to either a KOA registration or a cooperative society registration. So now coming to the handover process, before I start, I want to clarify one thing. Handover can happen through phases. Handover can happen through one shot. There is no process in law called handover. It is a general English word that we all use to say, take a handover. But as such, in terms of how the law is structured, it's divided into many things. Many things amount to handover, at least under law. That's how it's looked at. So as an association, if you are today in the position where the builder is saying, take a handover, that means you have to remember there are multiple things you'll have to do. One is, of course, one important aspect of the handover is you should have an association. That's very, very important. And if you don't have an association, then the first thing you do before you start the process of handover is form an association. Because otherwise, who's going to get the handover, or who's going to take up this handover process? Number one. Now, after you form an association, next thing is you need to conduct elections. You need to have your managing committee, your executive committee. That becomes very important. So that's the next thing you do. Now, third, because these are legal compliances. If you have these in place, then your handover process becomes smooth. Third thing is you need to start running your association, which means you need to either hire a property management service, or you need to figure out vendors for each of your services. Get into contracts with them, which will also come to why those are important. Take up running of your apartment complex. That's, again, one part of handover. And another part of handover, is to collect legal documents. Because all the title documents, the ownership documents of the land and building is with the developer. So now the association is saying, look, I am going to manage this entire complex. The land belongs to all of us who are members of this association. So therefore, please give me all the documents relating to this land and building. Because you as a builder don't have a right anymore. So that is another process. So there are two aspects here. Some associations do a complete due diligence of land because they want to understand how their land is structured. Because today I see that a lot of associations have this issue of kharab land. Somewhere in their building they figure out there's a kharab land and they don't know what to do. So either there is a pond that's already built by the developer, or some temple is constructed and they're figuring out what is this, right? Or there is an apartment or a building itself or a villamento or whatever it is, it's already built on this kharab land. So it is important as an association for you to know the nitty-gritties of your land. So a title diligence is always good if that is something that you can get done. If you don't want to look at title, then at least what you need to do is ensure that you know what are the legal documents relating to the land and building that you can ask the developer to give it to you in original. That's very important. That's another part of handover. And another leg of handover would be corpus. A lot of your sale deeds, or when you're paying for your apartment, you will have a clause which says corpus is collected. What is this corpus? This corpus is basically collected from the builder that if anything was to change, or if you need money to improvise something at a later point, then corpus is important. Now today I can safely tell you there are a lot of developers who are not collecting corpus because they know that this is becoming a problem that people are contesting. So some people are maybe collecting it indirectly, but the word corpus is not even mentioned, right? We recently had some client who had come in. There was no corpus at all, but that corpus was collected under a different heading, which made it seem like you can't take a refund, right? So these things become very important. And if corpus is something that your developer has, as a part of handover, it's important to collect that corpus. And there are many apartments who have gone to courts and gotten orders. But what is most important in this whole process of handover is to secure as much as possible you can from the builder. If there is a serious issue, then you move on to litigation, right? I mean, first you always try to solve things by any other means other than approaching court. But that doesn't mean you don't approach courts, because a lot of apartment associations have the fear either in terms of timeline or the outcome. But what is essential is that taking that step becomes essential than the outcome, because if you don't take that steps, that could lead to many problems over the years. Therefore, it's important to take that step. So these are some of the parts of handover. What I spoke to you about is only legal, But I'm sure there are other parts which other speakers will tell you in terms of handover what you need to look at. So just one more aspect today, there is a problem that I see is regarding occupancy certificate. I see that a lot of flat owners today have taken possession of their flats already before an OC is issued. Or in between construction, for whatever, either the pressures created by the builder, etc., whatever it could be, but possession is already taken before OCs come. And they're waiting for the OC to come after possession is taken, right? Or OCs never come, they are in possession for many years. Then what do? Let's look at what does the law say about occupancy certificate. Now under RERA, promoter is responsible to collect the OC. The liability of collecting the OC or getting the OC done is on the developer or the promoter. It is not on the flat owners or the association for that matter. There are some judgments that have already been, given regarding OC. The National Consumer Disputes Redressal Commission has said a couple of things. One being that OC has to be collected by the promoter, and in the event OC is not collected, compensation is given to flat owners. Also, recently there was another judgment which came out which said that, look, if OC is not given by the promoter, you don't have to pay maintenance. The builder is supposed to maintain or do whatever it takes to keep the apartment complex running without you having to pay OC. The reason this has come out is it is very important to note that you should not occupy your flat without an OC. That's number one, very important. And even assuming under whatever pressure you have occupied your flat without an OC, you can protest and say, I'm not going to pay maintenance, because the obligation is on you, the promoter, to have first collected the OC. Because what does OC mean? OC means that, look, the building is ready to be occupied. There is electricity, there's water, there's whatever you need for common area, living. So your living is safe. If you don't have OC, that means this building is not in a shape where you can even live. When that is the case, where is the question of paying maintenance? Right? So that's the reason this judgment came out. And the Supreme Court as well, in this 𝗍𝗶𝗰 Sinha's case, has said that it is again the duty of the promoter to obtain OC. It is not on the flat owners. Flat owners can file a case before RERA, claim compensation if OC is not given. Now, coming to common area issues. Now, what is common area? Anything other than the four walls of your apartment, the minute you step out of the door of your flat, everything becomes common area. Right from your lobbies, your lift, your parks, your football ground, your swimming pool, your clubhouse, any space that is commonly used by a flat owner, other than, of course, the flat which you reside in, everything becomes OC, common area. So just this is a slide where to show you what contributes to common area. Even your STP, your water treatment, all that also becomes part of the common area. It's something that everybody can use commonly. So before we move into certain issues that you face in common area, let's look at what the law says. Section 6 of KOA says, every apartment owner shall be entitled to an undivided interest in the common areas and facilities in the percentage expressed in the deed of declaration, which I already told you, that in the deed of declaration, you'll generally find a table where there is a flat number. What is the UDS? What is the super built-up area of each flat? Now, it is very, very important to calculate the entire UDS of all flat owners to understand that the total of that UDS should add up to the extent of land. Now, if the math here is gone wrong, that means there is a problem. And you need to approach lawyers to sort of solve this issue for you, because this is a very big problem. Either builder has given you more land than what your apartment complex is constructed on. That is one issue that people face. Or you've been given less land where the builder has retained some bit of land for himself or not sold it, right? Which is not allowed in law. Both scenarios are not allowed in law. So if your UDS, your total UDS of all flat owners do not add up to the extent of land, that means you need to go take legal recourse. Now, what does RERA say? RERA says, promoter shall execute a registered conveyance deed in favor of the allottee along with the undivided proportionate title in the common area to the association. So RERA has worded this very differently. So far, this aspect is not implemented as such. RERA says that, look, all the common areas have to be registered through a conveyance deed to the association. Now, the reason this is not implemented the way the act is worded is because the UDS is already being sold to the flat owners under their sale deed. So, since the UDS is already sold, how can there be another conveyance deed only for common area? So that is sort of the gap. So the way the act is worded to what is being followed, there is a gap, but the intent remains. That, look, developer, you cannot hold any share in the land. All the UDS of the entire land has to be given to the association. Now, with respect to common area, two issues that I want to bring to everybody's attention, right? One is car park. Car park is a common area. And this is something that everybody knows. What happens generally is by the time you finish your handover process, which let's say 3 or 4 years since everybody occupies, the builder manages to sell all the car park. So I would say as an association, the first thing you need to do when you form your association and you have your MC is please take stock of the car parks. Depending on your super built-up area, every flat owner is allotted with 1 or 2 car parks mandated by law. Now, there are many, it's not that every apartment has 1 or 2 and only that many car parks exist. The law says that you need to have 10% extra, so on and so forth. So the car parks are always in excess of how many number of flats there are, which means that every other car park that is not allotted to a flat owner through his sale deed is a common area car park, which the builder absolutely has no right in law to sell it and make money out of it. But every developer is doing it. And the only way you can solve this issue is the minute you form an association, take stock of how many extra car parks there are, go file a suit for injunction, restrain the developer from selling further car parks, and take hold of because those common car parks are required for the association to run and maintain. Once car parks are sold, it's very difficult to undo, right? It's not that you can't, but it's difficult to undo, and a lot of associations don't care. They don't know how lucrative that entire part of this common area car park is because it's not looked at, right? So that is one important thing that associations should note. Second thing is regarding STP. This is a perpetual problem with most apartment associations, at least that I have come across, that there is an issue with the way STP is functioning. Please understand that once you have formed your association and you have an AC team, you can't pass on the liability to the developer saying you take care. It's not that you can't pass on the liability. Let me just reword that. The builder will not make that correction. And what you need to understand as an apartment association is there are criminal liability that comes along with STP, right? So it's very important for you to rectify the issues that you have with your STP, and then please then go after the builder and claim for damages. Nothing stops you. But to take that step to rectify your STP is very, very important. Because once KSPCB comes after you, they will keep coming. And please don't take the other route, but what you should do is please rectify your STP. That is a correct thing that you have to do to rectify your STP, make it completely functional. Then you go after your builder and say, please pay me this. I have spent X amount of money because you did not give me a right STP at the time of handover, or when you built it itself, there was an issue. Get experts to come and give you a report on how your STP is before starting the work. And once the work is done, establish what the difference was. Now, when you go after the builder, these kind of expert opinions and reports will actually come handy. So this is how you have to deal with STP issue, not ignore it, push it by the side and say, let the builder come and do it. Even if it amounts to gathering money from each flat owner to repair the STP, I would say that is probably the way you should do. I'll take all questions once I just finish my thing. The last aspect is vendor contracts. This seems to be a neglected part in many associations. People start looking at vendor contracts only after they get into an issue. Now, what we need to understand is contract. The reason contract exists is to protect you. put all the rights, liabilities, obligations in place, and they actually protect you. They cause you less damage, less harm than they're supposed to. I wish I had more time. I would give you examples of how we have dealt with contractual disputes for apartments. But due to lack of time, I'm only going to tell you that it's very important to protect your association members by ensuring your contracts are vetted. Don't just blindly sign contracts that are sent by vendors. Understand what your liabilities are. You need to be indemnified. You need to know the commercials. And a lot of apartment associations, despite having commercial terms in their contract, are not able to recover that money, which means it's an added problem. So it's very important to look at your vendor contract very seriously and ensure that there is no liability cast on you. Because no vendor should commit an act, or the property management service, when they send their subcontractors on board, there should not be a position where you have labor law issues. And see, because some of these actually have criminal implications. We don't understand. And you could also be subjected to damages, right? Or suppose you hire someone and they're not performing their services. You won't know what to do. It'll be difficult for you to send them out. So then you are actually having a vendor who is mediocre in your property, which means the value of your property is decreasing, right? Your property is not the way, it's not running in the condition it's supposed to run. So vendor contracts have to be looked at very, very seriously. Thank you very much. I think I'll just end my presentation. Yeah. Thank you. I can take questions now.
Hi, good morning, and thank you very much. I come from Jyotiranjan apartment.
Hi.
So our apartment is registered under KSRA. So this has been registered in 2016. My question is going to be a little specific. So you have mentioned it's supposed to be mandatory. I would like to know how many apartments in Bangalore have actually moved to this because it's saying mandatory. Second thing, how long will this process take to do? And how high will be the cost of moving to that? And how long will it take, knowing that the government process is there for that?
So your question is very specific, but I'll give you a very generic answer so it'll help a lot of people. I can't comment on the cost, of course. What I can tell you is if you're under KSR, you really need to look at moving to either KOA or Cooperative Societies Act. There are, you may have to approach a lawyer and get the work done. Yes, it's going to take you 3 to 6 months, but making that transition today is going to help you in the future. But sitting as a KSR apartment is always going to be a threat to run the apartment.
Ma'am, yeah, I'm from Spark West apartment. So we are registered as a KOA and DOD right from the beginning. Let's assume for a moment, when you talked about the importance of the date of registration of DOD, let's assume for a moment it is registered before the sale of apartments. My question is, I mean, there's a lot of noise in the apartment RWR and the members about moving to Cooperative Societies Act. Is there any merit in such things? Is it really needed, or does KOA allow us association to function, collect CAM, collect sinking fund, maintain funds, whatever, right? Is there just the noise? I mean, there's a lot of noise around.
Yeah.
Is there
So
a need to move to
I'll answer that question in today's perspective. There are a couple of PILs that are pending in the High Court of Karnataka challenging the KOA, but so far there have been no orders from the court. And KOA is a law meant for apartment associations. So today, if you're asking me that question, my answer would be that you're safe. You are a registered apartment. You may not be a juristic person like I explained, but you are a registered apartment that can collect maintenance, perform its necessary actions to maintain common area. There is absolutely no threat. So I would say that only if the judgment comes out to say, everybody now please move to a cooperative society or, some other form of association, that's when you look at moving. But as of today, you are safe. You don't need to think about registering under any other act.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Firstly, thank you very much for a very crystal clear discourse on a topic which was very nebulous to all of us.
Thank you.
I just got two very quick questions. As per the Karnataka Apartment Owners Act 1972, it says that the maintenance charges are to be collected pro rata of the super built area. But there's been a lot of discussion in our society. We have got 3 BHK, 2 and 2.5. Logical argument is that everybody is using common services, swimming pool, gym, lifts, water, and water is more proportional to the number of residents, in a flat rather than this thing. So, although Karnataka Apartment Owners Act says that it should be proportional, can the AGM, is it under the purview of the AGM to discuss this in the AGM and pass an amendment to have a differential rate for the 3 flats, 3 configurations of the flats?
So just to answer the last part of your question, no, because then you are overpowering the act itself, which you cannot. Because your bylaws are in consonance with the act, and the actions that you take in your AGM or through your MC should be in consonance with your bylaw and the act. So therefore you can't overpower the act. But I do understand, in fact, we are fighting litigation for a couple of associations on this very point. So it's probably a little too soon for me to comment, considering there is no established law. So far, there are no judgment that has come out on this very point. But I can have an academic discussion with you after the session.
Okay, one very short one. About the car park, it is an eye-opener. In fact, after we took stock of the car parks, there were many vacant parks. So association thought we will take over. But what some of the residents did is, they went to the builder. They just got a letter that this has been allotted to them, paying 1 lakh. So now I understand it's illegal.
You can challenge it, sir. You can challenge.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Sneha. Yes. My question is, should we compulsorily be registered? Can we come out of a KSRA, and can we dismember and not be a registered one?
Yes, of course. You can register. You can, even though you have an association right now under KSR, you can move to a KOA or a cooperative society and start running the association under that, under the new.
My question is can we move out of all these acts and not be a member of any of these acts?
So, but then how will you? I understand that. But then how will you how will you run your maintenance? Who will pay you money, right? There should be somebody that is answerable to the residents. There should be somebody that's willing to, because KOA says the association is the custodian of common area. It's giving you that power. So when you're getting that power, and if you're saying I don't want it, then how are you going to be governed? And it is not that you can't run it, but tomorrow if you run it and if you have issues, then how are you going to deal with it? That becomes the bigger question.
Right. Unregistered apartments are there, no? What is
there
AOPs. Percentage?
I have not done a survey, but I know that there have been AOPs that are functioning. Maybe it works when you're 8 or 10 apartments, but the minute you're a large apartment, for you to get control over, let's say 200 flats or 200 flat owners, it's nearly impossible without a legislation. The reason you need law is so that the minute the numbers are more, everything is not trust-based, right? After a point, you need a legal system that's helping you, because you can't run it just based on trust. So the legislation only helps you to be better, govern better, actually claim your rights.
Can I? Yeah. First is, if I'm already registered as an apartment under the Societies Act, is it mandatory to move from the Societies Act registration to a KOA?
I would say it is mandatory to move your association. Now, whether you make a choice of KOA or cooperative society, that's left to you. That's a discussion you can have internally and decide. But I would say it is mandatory at this point, because at any point, your registration can be cancelled by the court of law.
So it is mandatory to move from a society registration to an apartment KOA registration.
Yes.
Okay. Second question, you mentioned about the, it's all very, very simple, 30 seconds for her to answer, right? The car park is the undivided share. So the area outside the car park, does the MC or through an AGM have the right to create two-wheeler parks in the open areas which are lying out?
See, what happens is, it's not about right or not. You have a sanction plan already in place. Now, when you deviate, the law says you can deviate about 5 or 10%, right? If the deviation is more than that, then your OC can be cancelled, because what you're talking about is structural change. So either you need to go and apply for the sanctioned for your two-wheelers, or you have to ensure that the two-wheeler parking that you want to build is not more than the deviated permission limit by the laws.
Not building, marking.
It's the same thing.
It's the
Yeah,
same.
because your apartment is supposed to be constructed exactly like how your sanction plan is, because every common area is already given a particular space. So if you're deviating from that, it amounts to deviation.
Third one on the CCTV. No, I have to finish this. 2 seconds. CCTV installed by the management association. Is it? Can an association MC install CCTVs in open common areas without informing the residents about it?
My take on this is my personal opinion. There is no law on this point, but I would say every act that the association does should be ratified by the GB. It's only because numbers always speak. Where are you deriving your right from? Right? Like, who are you to decide without? It's a collective decision that we're always looking at when we talk about associations and not individual members' decision.
Great.
So I would say.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello. My question is, you mentioned that, 1960 Act, those registered, they can move over to KOA or cooperative society. Now, you also mentioned that the builder is the person who can, register the DOD under KOA. Now, how will the already registered 1960 move to KOA?
No. So what I said is that you have an option to move to KOA, but let's say today, after the builder has sold all the apartments, if you have to form an association under KOA, all the owners have to come together and sign. The builder cannot. The builder only has a right to form the DOD prior to the first sale of the flat. After that, he doesn't become the owner. Let's say he's retained 10 flats, then he comes and signs only for those 10 flats. The remaining owners have to come together to form.
Under what section is it mentioned, ma'am? KOA?
I'll look it up and tell you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I am Commander Raghunath. I will read out what it is rather than putting my interpretation of it, and you can interpret and tell me. It is from moneycontrol.com site. The Karnataka government has clarified that the Resident Welfare Association cannot be registered under the Karnataka Apartment Ownership Act 1972. In a right of information reply dated January 6, 2023, accessed by Money Control, the Legal Department of State Government has said that Karnataka Societies Registration Act, KSRA 1960 and KAOA 72 does not allow registration of RWAs. Thank you.
It's a newspaper article, so I'm not going to treat that as, it's a newspaper article. I'm going to leave it at that. But I will clarify. So we have to understand that the state of Karnataka is representing in this PIL. They are a party. Now, they are making a lot of submissions in the court in this PIL, and through that, they have issued certain notifications. The way I would look at it is currently, because the matter is sub judice and court has not passed any orders, I would not go by that, because today legally it is permissible for you to register. A government notification cannot come contrary to either the court or the act itself. And if such a notification comes, it is subject to challenge. But if so far, because there is no court order, I wouldn't go with that article.
Yeah, as I know, recently came to know that Cooperative Society Act will be the future, and KOA will be phased out. Maybe there will be a transition to that is 1959 Cooperative Act.
How did you come to know this, sir?
Yeah,
I have not come to know this.
Because we want to do the registration, and most of the, we contacted, they say Cooperative Society Act is the right one, because you have the right to sue or get sued, and also land registration will be taken care by the Cooperative Act, but KOA, it's not there in that.
So as an association, you need to make an informed choice when there are two choices given to you. So each opinion that's going to come to you is going to be different. My opinion may be different, another lawyer's opinion may be different. So of course, based on the opinions that you get to make that decision. But if your question is, can I register in either? I would say yes. If your question is, should I only do it in KSR? My answer to that is, KOA is also an act. You can look at both and make your decision. But is KOA valid? As of today, absolutely, it is.
We are very happy to be associated with Nomithi. I'm coming from Prestige, Falcon City. You are the consultant. So, I mean, you have done a wonderful work. Almost 6 GB of data has been.
Thank you.
Especially in the as part of many of the punch list points, etc., etc. Now, coming to the points. Now, first question is about the land survey. As per the approved plan and the existing construction, there is a discrepancy of around 3 acres and all. I mean, this has been put it to the developer or the Prestige Group, and is there a timeline that they have to come back and give us this information?
Sir, I would say more than them coming back,
Yeah.
you have to exercise your legal right in time.
Okay.
From the time you know that there is an issue, ideally within 3 years, you should try to go to the court and seek for recourse. Because what developers do is they will ask you to wait. They will make you wait because they know the law of limitation better than you do.
Okay.
They will make you wait until you lose out on your limitation.
Okay.
And then you don't have recourse. And then they will not give you the answer.
I know the first step is like, I mean, establishing the, what do you call, the missing land, that is okay, through email and other things. I mean, the very next step should be going to the court directly, or is there a mediation is possible to have a meeting with these guys and try to solve it off, or we just have to go?
I can take this up because this is very specific to your apartment.
Okay,
I can
okay.
take this up maybe during the break.
Okay. The second question is about the STP. I mean, there are issues with the STP. It's very well known. Since the system is not handed over to us as the association, does it have any, what do you call, I mean, whatever the corrections or the repairs or anything to be done on the STP, is it in the scope of the Prestige, or it is with us?
Right. So this is a very interesting question, and I'm going to answer it to everybody, not just to Falcon. Today, what is happening is first thing that I would put across before I answer this question is, please don't shy away from the problem. Today, associations are shying away from the problem, not because they want to, but they subconsciously think it's the liability of the builder. Yes, I would agree it is a liability of the builder, but by just pushing the liability, palming the liability off to the builder is not going to help you. The way I would look at it is resolve the issue, then you go after the builder. You have to tell the builder, look, you come and fix, and give him a timeline. Let's say you come and do this within a month's time. Issue a legal notice, do whatever is required. And if he doesn't come and do it, please take it up and get it done, and then go after the builder. Because what you're doing by palming it off to the builder is just sitting on the problem. And after some years, he'll say that it's not my responsibility. And how are you going to prove that when you took handover, there was an issue? He will say the issue is cropped up now. Defect liability period is over. Why should I help you? This is actually a very big problem. So the way I would address this issue is by taking recourse today, making the change to my STP today, and then going after the builder. Because please understand, every legal solution comes with limitation. You have a timeline within which you can make your claims, seek for legal recourse. And if you have missed that, then there is nothing you can do, even though you've had a great, even though you've had a problem which the builder has to take onus. So I would say fix it and then go after the builder.
So I'm talking about from the perspective of a general member of an association. So there is a grievance redressal where it has to go, because if he is having any findings on the misappropriation of the funds, or if it is going to be about the way the elections are conducted. So where a general member is going to raise his, unlike now, recently we saw that the cooperative societies in Mumbai has done this as an online platform also, just by paying 50 rupees.
Let's start, just before you finish, don't compare Karnataka to Bombay. Bombay is dealt with flats for many, many, many years. To Karnataka, this whole concept of community living is very new. And we don't have the laws that Bombay has. And Bombay comes with a big segment of associations that are willing to fight out with the builder, which is not, our cultural upbringing, I would say, or the way we're constituted. So we can't draw a comparison. Now you can continue.
There is a competent authority, which is the cooperative society registrar. But when we approach the register says he doesn't have any power and he is not going to entertain any queries on any misappropriation of funds. So now the general member is left in a crunch that where actually he is going to raise his concerns or a grievance, because finally it ends up only with the boardroom, meeting room where the EC or the MC members are sitting. So is this the only thing that even for such a small thing you'll have to go and file a petition or go to the civil court?
So as a lawyer, I would say there is no difference when you come to me to go to court or to the registrar, right? Because I'm addressing the same problem. Even in terms of timeline, having done a couple of matters both in civil and registrar, I can tell you it's very close. You're not saving any time by going to the registrar. So I would say more than looking at it from a point of view of who the competent authority is. Because for you, for KOA, the competent authority is court. Yes, there is the registrar who is the competent authority under the act, but there are no rules imposed on him to perform his duties. So he says, I don't have anything, which is fair. That is a problem with the act and the rules, which the government needs to correct. But given the fact that the laws are the way they are today, as an association for you, either you go to court for the same problems that you have, or you go before the registrar if you're a cooperative society. I personally don't see any difference between the two. So that is a choice, again, that you want to make. But do you have recourse under both? Absolutely.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We are from Windmills of Your Mind at Whitefield. I have three very quick questions. You mentioned our DOD was filed by the builder 10 years ago, and we are a total of 405 units. Mentioned in the DOD is about 256 names of owners. You mentioned that all the owners have to be specifically mentioned in the DOD. Do we need to have an amendment in a DOD consequently?
I may have to look at your DOD to answer that question. I think it'll be better if we, look at your document and...
The other point I have is that the insurance of the building against fire and other risks, in whose name should the insurance stand?
So you can transfer it to the name of the association. I would say association.
If it is standing in the name of the builder?
You have to transfer it. So when the renewal comes,
yes,
you can do the renewal and get it transferred to the association's name.
Is it compulsory that he has to hand over to us? Or can it?
See, ideally, yes, he needs to assist you in this transition, because once you take over, you will have to pay the insurance, right? I mean, he's not going to pay the premium. So you'll be paying it. So ideally, it's always good if it's in the name of the association.
We are paying it to the builder.
Then you should insist that he transfers your name, or talk to the insurance company directly and take it up and say this is an issue.
Does a DOD convey the property in the name of the association automatically, or is there a separate conveyance deed?
So no, KOA, the very act itself says undivided should be conveyed by way of the DOD, but the act also says that if that has not happened, just by the fact that your sale deeds have the UDS, it's automatically conveyed.
Is mentioned in the DOD and in the sale deeds.
Perfect. So you don't have a problem at all. I don't see how this is a problem.
There's no stamp duty involved.
For transfer of fire insurance? Absolutely not. No.
And for transfer of title, in whose name does the title stand?
So title is a little, let me just explain. I think this is a question that I could talk to the entire audience. Today, if you take khata for the land, it is going to stand in the name of either the landowner or the developer, right? Now what happens is, this khata of the land, once apartments are constructed, gets bifurcated through a DC order. So there is a bifurcation order saying that now this PID number, whatever number, the survey number, has been divided into 400 survey numbers, with each flat getting their own recognized number. But if you go and apply for the old khata, you will get this. They will give you the land khata, because you are asking for the entire survey number. Let's assume your survey number is constructed on survey number 12. If you ask for a khata of survey number 12, you will get the land khata. Now that is not the problem with the law. That is the problem of how the system is. It's not our problem nor the legal issue. Because then if I get the bifurcation, the way I would look at this issue as a lawyer is, when I look at the land khata, I will ask for a bifurcation order. And if I have that bifurcation order, I know how many sub khatas are made. Now, considering there are those subkatas for each apartment, then that sort of collective kata becomes the land kata. Even though, yes, if it would change, it would be better, but that is a system implementation issue.
Last question. You mentioned that we are not a jurisdictional body under KOA. Now, in case of a suit being filed, or we being filed against, suit being filed against us, who is the representative person?
So what we do, I'll try to simplify it, but in law, the way we do it is, the association will be a party, right? We make some of the EC members a party in the suit. And then we file an application, which the procedural law permits us, saying that these people or the association is being represented by all the owners. So it is a simple application that we file in court to say that this association is being represented by all the members. So that sort of cures the defect of the association not being a juristic person.
The question was because the MC or the EC changes every year.
Fair. One application, if the court allows, then there is no issue, which it will get allowed.
Thank you. I'm going to ask questions from online representatives. We have a Mr. Ganesh Kumar who asks about KAOA. In addition to the KAOA, do we need to register under 1959 too? No. To get juristic identity, or is the MC authorized to file legal case? I think this was answered.
This was answered.
Yeah. Mr. Ganesh Kumar continues about OC. What to do if builder is not getting OC even after waiting for years?
Please file a complaint. If you're a RERA registered, please file a RERA complaint with the RERA. You'll get compensation and the OC.
Perfect.
At least the direction for the builder. The liability, please understand what we need to look at from an apartment association point of view. Please pass on the liability to the developer. And the only way you can pass on liability to the developer is not by issuing notice or sending communication, but actually taking legal recourse, getting the court to direct the builder to perform these actions. Because if the builder is not performing actions based on your request, then there should be a competent authority that is telling the builder, look, do your job, which is the court of law. So taking that first step is very, very important, because if you've taken that step, then your defense can be that, look, I have passed on the liability, now I'm waiting for the court to give me a direction. But that step that is something that you need to take.
Last question. What exactly is the risk of the builder retaining UDS? Can they build something in the unclaimed portion?
Legally, they cannot. Legally, they cannot even retain UDS, forget building. But builders are doing it today. And this is what I mean, that if you don't take that step, if you don't go to the court of law and make your claim, the builders are going to do whatever they want. And to undo the damage, let's say there is a structure that's come up, which is not part of your sanction plan. To bring that building down is not easy. Is a very long battle that you're fighting. And we also have to understand, let's say there's an additional building or a tower that gets built or a common area. When you try to bring that down, it's also going to affect the lives of people who have bought that for whatever reasons, legal or illegal. So why even go to a point where you have allowed the developer to make that damage? All we need to do is just be slightly aware and take action before the problem comes in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation, ma'am. I now call Vasantha to hand over sapling to you, ma'am. Time to move on with our next speaker of the event. I like to call upon Swati to introduce the speaker of the next speaker. Yeah, we have a second speaker, Aditya Rao, who is from the STP. Then we have a tea break. Then we have third speaker, Vikas Brahmawar. Sir, he's here. Then we have the fourth speaker, Siddharth Pandda from Walter. Then we have a panel discussion. Then we have a lunch break. Then we have a team 𝗵𝗵𝗇 presentation. Then we have one more speaker after the lunch, that is Jyotiranjan, Bolt Earth. Then the last speaker of the event, Dr. C and Manoj. So we have total 7 speakers, out of which 1 panel discussion and 1 presentation from 𝗵𝗵𝗇. Thank you. The time as of now It's up to 5:15 in the evening. Yeah. Half an hour, yeah. Yes, sir. Schedule. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll do that. Swati, please.
Now it's time to introduce Mr. Aditya Rao. Aditya Rao is an entrepreneur by accident. He has had a career of 24 plus years with technology company sales roles. He also has close to 3 decades of experience in running and managing RWS and has been either the secretary or president of apartments. He is currently the secretary of 𝗵𝗶𝗵𝗏 cluster of Bangalore Apartment Federation with over 110 members apartment complex. In 2018, when they had an issue with their STP, he evaluated about 28 STP vendors in Bangalore and found that they did not meet his expectations with their approach and the way of operating. This led to 𝗀𝗀𝗏𝗀, being incubated by him and his neighbor who has 26 years of experience in building, maintaining and operating large municipal STP, and rest is history. Public speaking, networking, problem solving, building high performance teams, people management are a few of his other strengths. Besides wanting to recycle and reuse water as much as possible. We welcome you, sir.
I think I look the same other than the new spectacle frames and I recently had a haircut. Okay, good morning everyone. I'm the infamous Aditya Rao. In 2018, I didn't know what was the full form of an STP. Today I can't stop talking about them. 𝗀𝗀𝗏𝗀𝗏 is a 4-year-old company. Today we are very active in 2 segments of the market. We serve about 86 apartment associations in Bangalore. We also do municipal STPs. Yeah, residential, corporate, industrial and municipal STPs is the area in which we address. Myself and Raghu addressed primarily the residential apartments. When you get to see Raghu, he's a guy with some new gadget now. Raghu runs...
The presentations will be shared. You need not capture the photos with your mobile phones. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, sir.
So, Raghu Raman, my colleague here, runs the operations of all our municipal STPs. So, during the breaks or whenever, it makes more sense for you to network with him rather than me. Next slide, please. So, this is what I'm going to talk about. Why do we need STPs? The importance of bar screens, HVAC and plant biochemistry. Then we will talk about our residents' behavior and what is the impact it has on STPs. And then why you need to replace and not going on repairing equipment. And then we'll have a Q&A. Legislation and law. If you've acquired anything or built anything above 2,000 square meters in the 110 villages of Bangalore, by law, whether it is residential, industrial, commercial or whatever, you need an STP. Central Business District of Bangalore, it goes up to 20,000 square meters. All of us are aware of it. Violations lead to offenses. I'm very proud to say that whether it is my municipal STPs or my 86 apartment STPs, 𝗀𝗏𝗃𝗃 hates me because they can't even find one issue with them. And in municipal STPs, the fines range from 75 lakhs to 3 crores per month, 𝗀𝗏𝗃𝗃 and NGT. The plants that we operate, we pay 0. Next slide, please. This is how we rate STPs, and unfortunately, we've never been able to rate an STP even 5 out of 10. These are the parameters on which we rate STPs when we do our inspections and audits. And we've never been able to rate an STP, more than 5 out of 10. 9 out of 10 STPs that we visit have major issues. Next slide, please. So, when you look at bar screens, this is the state of bar screens. I have chosen the prettiest of the photos. unlike my ugly face. So the problem starts here. And this particular one is a very prestigious apartment, and for the last 2.5 years, the bar screen has been like that only. Next slide, please. These are few other examples of the bar screen. So if a bar screen fails, what happens? Or if the bar screen is in this condition, what happens? And 99.999% of the builders give you bar screens fabricated out of MS and not SS. Next slide, please. So constant clogging of equipment you have. And now post-COVID, I'm a pet lover myself. I've got an 8 kg cat. And every time I brush him, there's about one pillowcase full or one bag full of hair that comes in. The number one issue in apartments today is pet hair. All this clogging that you see is pet hair. Pet hair, human hair, you know, so on and so forth. So that's why bar screens are important. It takes 2.5 hours to dismantle a piece of equipment and unclog it. That's 2.5 hours of processing time that you've lost. So if you compare an STP to a kitchen, 2.5 hours of cooking time you've lost. Next slide, please, sir. This is how we address bar screens. They are made in SS, and if there is space, we always go for a 2-screen setup. The screen in front is a 5 mm, 7 mm or 10 mm slotted screen fabricated on site. The screen behind it is a 4 mm or 5 mm punched sheet. So we hope to catch everything. Next slide, please. Equalization tanks. Bar screen failure leads to choking, clogging of equalization tanks. In a typical 150, 200 KL STP, which we are called to repair, refurbish, the max we've taken out is like 33 truckloads of 𝗺𝗶𝗰. Next slide, please. HVAC and biochemistry. Biochemistry I cannot show here. It is up to operator skill, up to my process engineers, up to our environmental engineers to set the biochemistry of your plant. If the biochemistry of the plant is not proper, the plant will start generating helium, it will start generating ammonia, it will start generating sulfur, which leads to dampness, which leads to corrosion. And in conjunction to it, insult to injury, 9 out of 10 STPs that we visit, the HVAC doesn't work. The AHU, the air handling unit, doesn't work. By law, 25 air changes per hour has to be there. 9 out of 10 STPs, the HVAC doesn't work. Oh, we've turned it off, Mr. Aditya, because it was creating a lot of noise, or the upper floor where our president lives, he was getting smell. He was getting smell because your operator doesn't know what to do with biochemistry. Right? So, both HVAC and biochemistry leads to 2 things: rust, corrosion, dampness. Because of dampness, because of precipitation, pumps and motors start failing day in and day out. It's an electromechanical device. Water is bad for it. Right? And then you have rust, you have corrosion. And then when you call someone like us to come, they say, how did this happen? Boss, I just came here half an hour ago. So another example, you see, virtually everything there is, yes sir. MLSS is a part of biochemistry. If you go to a good operator, MLSS doesn't matter. Putting MLSS in that jar and saying, okay, my MLSS is 200, 300, 400, doesn't matter at all. It's the color of the MLSS. It's how tightly it coagulates. Right? So biochemistry is a whole lot of things, and you know, I can't show biochemistry. Right? The best way is probably come down to one of my STPs. We can have lunch inside one of my STPs. In fact, we can do this meeting inside one of my STPs. Right, next slide, please. Then our residents. We are all educated. All of you spend lot of money, you know, wet waste, dry waste, reject waste. 90% of the reject waste comes here. If you look at, can you go to the previous slide, please? No, the next slide, please. So paint. Okay, I don't like three things in an apartment. Someone getting their flat painted, I hate. Someone calling 𝗺𝗏𝗏𝗃 or someone from these online portals to do deep cleaning of kitchen and toilet, I don't like. Every time paint or any chemical comes into the STP, it affects the biochemistry of the plant. And typically, all this activity happens Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it takes for someone like us who claims to understand biochemistry to recover the plant. But 9 out of 10 places, they do nothing about it. Or, I hope Sneha is not listening, they just put one pump and throw it over the wall. Right? So next slide, please. If you look at this, it's just the mouth of the pump. And this is all the stuff that has come out from that pump. Every time we open a pump or a motor, we are reducing the life of that pump or the motor. Post-COVID, we see a lot of pet hair, we see matchsticks, we see agarbattis, we see cocoa peat. The usual culprits are, sanitary pads, tampons, condoms. Recently, last week, we took out a Bombay dyeing double bed sheet out of the STP. I don't know how they flushed it. That was the first thing that I said, no? Bombay dyeing double bed sheet, guys. How, they need some Oscar or I don't know, Padma Bhushan or I don't know, I'm not very educated. What is the appropriate award? I don't know. Who flushes down a double bed sheet? No, but the Bombay dyeing label was there, sir. Bombay dyeing should get the Oscar, fine. So what happens is every time we open a pump, we open a motor, it causes wear and tear, downtime, and the life of the pump reduces. 30 times if I opened a pump, after that it's useless. And then you'll call me on a Saturday or a Sunday and say, how, why, what happened to my pump? Next slide, please. 150 KL apartment, all those barrels are filled in a 24-hour period. Every 45 minutes, if our operator doesn't clean the bar screen, there'll be someone like Raghu or someone else going and skinning them alive. Provided the bar screen is as per our specs. So this is just a 150 KL apartment's bar screen, a little high-end apartment, so each of them have those exotic dogs and cats and things like that. Injection syringe, in this particular site, injection syringes, matchsticks, agarbattis, tablet medicine wrappers, right? Who flushes down medicine wrappers down an STP? Yeah. Chairman of couple of banks live there. Some big shot of ISRO also lives there, and things like that. And in the once manned flights become the norm, I don't know what they're going to do with the satellites STP. But it is far, far better and cheaper to replace equipment, because whatever your builder gave, or your association would have repaired things 8 times, 10 times, whatever. There are only 2 people who make money when you repair pumps and motors. It's the guy who is repairing the pump, and it's your property manager. Right? It is far, far cheaper to replace. And for God's sake, if that builder has given you a Ferrari of a pump, there is no shame in going to a Maruti of a pump. It is 1/3 the cost. It will carry a 1-2 year warranty. It is thermally much more efficient, and it will give you the required flow rate. When you get pumps, indiscriminately, when you get pumps, motors and whatever repaired, no one checks or certified whether it is giving you that 40 metric cube or 60 metric cube or whatever of flow rate. It's only burning electricity. So we are vendor agnostic, depending on your budget and depending on whatever we can manage in that budget. We suggest alternative brands. It's not like, I'll come and say, the big Ferraris or the Mercedes or whatever. A pump is a pump. It's like a car tire. It's eventually going to wear out. It's going to get punctured. So brand doesn't matter here. Next. This is what we do. We do sewage treatment plants ranging from 100 KLD to 300 KLD, MLD, 300 million liters. We do water treatment only if it is above 1 KLD a day, and then we do tertiary treatment. But tertiary treatment we do more so in the municipal space. But if anyone needs tertiary treatment from 300 KLD to 300 MLD is the sweet spot in which we operate. However, we are very, very focused only on sewage treatment plants. And if by chance the customer asks us, will you do my WTP or will you do my something else? We don't do swimming pools, we do. We don't go in the market proactively searching for opportunities other than sewage treatment plants. We also don't have a sales team, so you will not see or hear us coming and knocking at your doors unless you contact us on the phone or via email or via our website. We don't address anyone. And we've been like that from day one. I don't know why, but we've been like that from day one. Next slide, please. So we design and build STPs. We repair, refurbish, recommission STPs. AMCs and O&M we do. We do inspection and audits for residential, industrial, and commercial customers. Our repair, refurbishment, and upgrade and recommission business is about 75–80% of our turnover. So internally, we in jest we say that our business runs because of OPM, other people's mistakes. And we, as a company policy, we don't work with the A, B, C, Ds of the world. The architect, builder, consultant, developers of the world, we don't work. We are a pure play secondary market player. We work only with apartment associations or owners of that STPs. We do not work with the ABCDs of this world. Next slide, please. So whether it's a 5 HP pump to my right or a 500 HP pump from a municipal STP, and the corresponding size of an STP, it doesn't matter. And we have the capability to repair these pieces of equipment in-house. Next slide, please. The easy way, of builders, developers, or your existing vendor is to put those multi-port valves which cost 4,500 rupees. So very nice piece of equipment, and because 90% of them are made in China, for the last 7 years they don't have a rinse option. It is only service and backwash. There's no rinse option in it, and the limitation is 3 bar of pressure. Hence, the treated water is like that. This was done by one of our competitors to a customer whom we recently acquired, who has 2 STPs. In the next slide, we will show you what we do. So we take a little more complicated approach, and in half an hour, it started producing water like that. 90% of customers who come and visit our STPs close with us. The other 10% don't close with us because they don't agree to our terms and conditions, or they don't like my ugly face. So we'll not talk about that 10%. We don't engage or we don't quote in any opportunity unless you've come and visited 2, 3, 4 of our STPs. Next slide, please. Operations and maintenance. So what do we do in operations and maintenance? Next slide, please. I'm like the driver of your car. You have an STP, I will operate it and maintain it for you. Right? So whether it is municipal or whether it is apartment, doesn't matter. Next slide, please. Repair, upgrade, recommission. Whether it is repairing any piece of equipment, electromechanical or otherwise, we do it in-house. Whether it is civil work, whether it is anything else, also we do it in-house. You have to be married to us. That's why the 10% don't come. Depends case to case. Depends. Next slide, please. So we've got our own STP management app. It's an ERP for STPs, which we offer as a value add to our customers who are willing to A, pay for it, and B, provide us an internet connection inside the STP. We give you the desktop for free, desktop or laptop from Green TVT's side for free. It's a game changer. We've viewed lot of solutions in the market, and finally we decided that the solution that we use in the municipal STP is the right way to go, and this is an offshoot of that. In fact, Mr. Ramesh Bhupalam of 𝗬𝗏 Softwares is right here. He's the creator of this. So when we quote for this, it is actually 𝗬𝗏 that you're paying, and we just facilitate it. Helps you do so many things. So much of unnecessary talk, unnecessary friction between you and us gets eliminated. Last week I have put in the WhatsApp group saying 𝗺𝗏 pump 1 I have taken for repair. Next week I'll put 𝗺𝗏 2 I have put. You will miss that 𝗺𝗏 2. I'll say, why last week? And then you know what your residents and your MC will do on this one. With this, history cards of every piece of equipment is there for you to see, for me to see. Attendance, shift rostering, site consumables, X, Y, Z, everything is there. So this is Aqua STP. So we've got our own system. And even if you don't want Green TVT in your STP, you can implement Aqua STP. Next slide, please. Someone said that we are in the top 10 in the country, but the numbers don't tally. And most of our customers highly recommend us to, the rest of the market or the customers. Next slide, please. The Green TVT culture, we work hard, we party really hard. Most of us do multiple things. Half of my team can cook. Whether you give them a gas stove or a microwave or just 3 stones and some firewood, they can cook. The largest gathering of people that we've cooked is 140 people in one evening. So we value our team very, very much, and we expect our customers also to do the same. We've walked out of customer places where we were treated badly or where the customer said, normally how STP vendors or STP employees are treated. All that doesn't gel with us. So that's it. I'm done. Please do come and visit any one of our STPs. Monday to Friday is an ideal time to come. It will take about 1 hour or 2 hours depending on what you want to see. Right? I'm serious. You can have this meeting inside any one of our STPs. And every KSPCB hates Green TVT because every time they come and check, they'd find nothing. Thank you. I'm open to taking questions now.
This was a great opportunity to hear you talk about it, and I have also tried to go deeper in those STP thing in our apartment. And as you mentioned, there's quite a lot of stuff that goes into it and takes a lot of pain by these people to manage it. However, to cut short and make it limited to one question, there was something that I was very interested to understand, something called sewage press. We have a sewage press and it is non-functional, like some small hole. And would your team be able to manage that, and how do we take out sludge and where do we deposit? Is there something that we could talk about?
So, at Green TVT, we do not advocate any human being coming into contact with sewage. So, the sewage press that you mentioned is a screw press, right? That plate kind of thing, right? We don't use it. We either use belt presses, we either use centrifuges. These are much more expensive than those screw presses or plate-based presses, but they take the human element out of it. Now, it all depends. Now, what kind of a sludge handling system you need depends on the amount of sludge being generated, the volume of sludge. So typically, whatever 150, 200 KL plants that we see in apartments generate some 300-400 kilos of sludge in a day. Whereas in our STPs, it's about 500 kilos of sludge in a month. Why? It's because of biochemistry. Right? Sludge is a big issue. If you have 150, 200 kilos in a day, it's very difficult and painful to manage. And if you do a back of the envelope calculation on how much of money you're spending in terms of getting it disposed, via tankers or tractors or whatever, it's a lot of money. But then if you set your biochemistry right, the volume of sludge being generated comes down. Right? If your sludge is pale brown, light brown in color and not dark black, there's a problem with your plant's biochemistry. And we don't advocate the use of those sludge presses.
You said it will reduce it by that, that's great, appreciable. But my question is, if we take a contract or something like that, who will take the process? Because we are not supposed to do the effluence exposure to outside. Something has to be taken out.
Yeah, so whether it is sludge or whether it is all that unwanted 𝗺𝗲𝗃 that I showed in that bins, as your STP vendor, my responsibility ends with binning it. I will bin it and put it outside the STP. It is for your estate manager to get it disposed as reject waste.
Follow question, can we dispose the sludge through waste?
Yeah, reject waste.
Is it 𝗊𝗶𝗰 advised?
I'll have to check on it. But yes, it gets sent out as reject waste. And if you have a sizable quantity, like in some municipal STPs, I have about 9 tons, 10 tons in a day. There are a lot of forums where, the farmers come and collect it and go as manure.
Okay. One more thing is, what are the critical parameters does this 𝗊𝗶𝗰 look into so that they doesn't shut the ETP plant? Maybe most critical 3 parameters which we need to daily basis we have to see. Is it like, I don't know, BOD, COD and all they say, those parameters are, is it critical and is it, can we check it on daily basis or because it's all lab related I think. So is it, do we have any ways to check it?
See, as per law, your treated water has to be tested by a NABL approved laboratory once a month, right? Then there is this whole buzz about IoT and sensors, and a lot of people come and peddle online monitoring and all, right? Just because we are able to do TTT on our phones and order food on Swiggy, right? But still some human being is cooking it, right? So you are the best judge. When you flush it, if it is crystal clear, there is no floating matter in it, there is no smell, that is the easier way, because whatever sensors we've encountered, they don't last more than 3 weeks or 3 months. And to do some enterprise grade sensor like what we have in a municipal STP, each sensor costs 7-8 lakhs. Right? And all this IoT sensors and all emanates either from China or from Europe. There is no dal, rasam, rice, sambar concept there. Our sewage is much, much more acidic. So whatever sensors you put, the cheaper ones, they tend to foul or get corroded. So personally, I wouldn't advise right now until technology evolves and the sensors, the good sensors become affordable, I wouldn't advise it. But yes, there are ways and means. There are a lot of people in the market who will come and give you one jug kind of a thing and say you put 4 AA batteries in it and swirl it and it will show and all. But whenever we have tested out these things, they don't work.
No, my question is, what all the parameters do we need to see?
The same 7 parameters that 𝗊𝗶𝗃 has published that comes in your treated water report, sir.
Okay.
COD, BOD, nitrogen, chemical oxygen demand, fecal coliform, so on
because
and so forth.
Recently, one of the, apartment they have raided. They took the water without informing. They entered and taken the water, and they, fined 5 lakhs fine on that apartment, and still, I mean, it's happened 6 months back, and I mean, case is going on in the court. So that just happened. So that's why the surprise visit they do, and they collect the water without informing. I mean, they'll take the water and they say, you are not maintaining the
See, an STP is supposed to run 24/7 by 365, right? It is not some TV or something that you switch on between 7 and 9 p.m., right? So they have the right to come, in my personal view, they have the right to come anytime and collect it. If they inform and come you can do so many things to set it right, no? For that small period. That's why they don't inform and come. But anyway, it's best left to them.
Sir, great presentation. One quick question here. This is regarding the MOEF, Ministry of Environment and Clearance, and EIA, Environment Impact Assessment. So when a project is designed, so the environment clearance comes only on declaration of what is the capacity of your STP. So whatever is declared in that and what has been built on site, whether these two should match, or there is a possibility that the developer can actually make a much larger STP. Because the water quantity is getting decided based on the occupancy and then the total number of units which have been planned, what is the total population there. Why I am asking you this question is because it has a renewal process also and maintenance also. So the size of STP, whether 500, 750 or 1000, is going to decide the cost, which is monthly. If it is, for instance, more than 1000 KLD, then it is going to attract about 2.5 lakh rupees every year as a license renewal fee, which has to be done for 5 years. So that comes to 12.5 lakh rupees. So in our case, the STP was actually in the MOEF, it is said as 785 KLD. But actually what is built on site, and the CFO has also been received for 1015 KLD or something like that.
Okay. 10 out of 10 times when we ask for as-built civil drawings of your STP, no association is able to provide it. The reason we ask it is, most of you give the sanction plan, right? Or whatever is in the CFE and say, this is my STP. 10 out of 10 times there is no match between what was sanctioned and what you actually have inherited, right? So that's why you need to get it surveyed, you need to get it verified, because 10 out of 10 times any apartment association that we ask for, please give me the as-built civil drawings. Because plan sanction is one thing, but the as-built civil drawing will at least give you a relatively clearer picture or a truer picture, right? Doesn't happen. So there are, 10 out of 10 times there are these things that exist that we have seen. I think the gentleman was standing up before you, sir. Please, I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I belong to this Prestige Falcon City apartments. We have 1,750 KLD STPs. Now, is there, what are the safety measures? Is there any gas sensors required, which is a part of the STP, or can you please brief me on the safety aspect on the STP?
So, in your case, sir, and I'm reasonably aware of your case, and I have recently, in August, I've acquired a similar property by the similar developer with a 935 KL STP. My preconditions to take over the O&M of that STP were: 1, show me 2 crores to repair it. 2, I need 36 CCTV cameras in that STP. 2. 3, I need a revamp of your air handling unit. 4, all the pumps and motors, despite the property being handed over only 3 years ago, were undersized and worn out. So where he has to give 15 HP, he has given 5 HP. And he's run the 5 HP for 36 hours in a day. Nothing can be done to repair it. 5, there are civil issues. 6, people can die in those STPs.
Yeah,
right?
see,
So even if you put gas sensors or whatever, right? Your problem is with biochemistry, your problem is with plant design, your problem is with undersized equipment, right? and the L1 culture of whoever is running your property. Some of those people, because it's a similar case, so confidently I'm saying, some of those operators, didn't even know the difference between a submersible pump and a monoblock pump, right? And no one built such big STPs in apartments. Instead of building 2 or 3 smaller ones, which would have been easier to maintain, this is the case. So I've learnt my lesson. 2 such projects we are involved in, and twice beaten and shy now. So it's a lot of work to get it up. So putting a sensor, putting this, that, and all are temporary fixes. What will happen if 1 year after you've put the sensor, the next committee comes and says switch it off? Or it gets spoiled and there's no AMC and no one is taking care of it. So these are all temporary band-aid fixes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to your the list of the things, I totally agree. AHU is underperforming. It is not sufficient. And the motors or the pumps are undersized. We are replaced already. Instead of 5, 10 HP, 15 HP, what is required is done. I mean, to an extent, so that the thing can run. So now my question was, like, is it a part of any STP to have these safety systems installed already, or it is a additional requirement kind of a thing? As per the design, as per the system.
Safety systems, when they say, they talk of signboards, they talk of proper lighting, they talk of 25 air changes a minute, they talk of PPE kits, gloves, gumboots. The law per se does not talk of sensors or gas sensors and things like that, sir.
Okay, understood.
So it is optional. It is for you to do.
Okay. So, I mean, just a minute.
Maybe we'll catch up offline.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I'm here the whole day, sir.
Okay. You have
sir.
Our water intake every day is between 80,000 liters and 1 lakh liters. So I just want to know, what is the law? We do the treatment of the water, etc. Our land area is not more than about 2.5 acres. So we are not able to use all the water in the garden. So I don't know what, there's a little bit of confusion. Are we allowed to discharge the treated water outside or no? Can we do it in the stormwater drain? In fact, when the building was made and the initial sanctions were taken, there was a sanction for the discharge of the treated water to the UGD. But somehow the builder did not make the connection to the UGD. So I just want to know, I'm sure many other apartments are facing this issue.
Okay. Broadly speaking, it is difficult to push consumption of STP treated water above 75-80%. There are a lot of apartments where we've gone where they were consuming only 30-40%, and we've cried, craved, shouted, educated, whatever, and pushed it up. Okay. So anything non-portable, you can use STP treated water depending on the quality of water you are getting. So if I take an example of some apartments where we operate, right from car washing to mopping and sweeping the floors, to the flushing of toilets obviously, and garden and a couple of other uses, we help them to push it, right? But then in a lot of projects we see that there is no dual pump plumbing itself, right? So unless you are using, a large quantity of that water goes for gardening and flushing. So if you don't have dual plumbing and if you are not using it for gardening and other things, then there is an issue, and there is a notification that says you can't put it in UGD, you can put it in stormwater drain. But recently they are saying you have to be ZLD and you cannot even put it in the stormwater drain. Yeah, post-tertiary treatment, because it's high in nitrogen and ammonia, right? You'll be ruining the groundwater. Sir, case-to-case basis, we'll have to find out. There is no one-size-fits-all answer, right? See, if you look at one of my customers who has a 186 scale STP, their inflow per day, and this has been a customer of ours from the last 4 years, the inflow of sewage per day is only 68 KL in a 186 KL plant. Now we worked with that customer and did 3 things. One, we got them to put tap water aerators. 2, we got them to put water meters not only for their domestic water but also for their STP water. And we decided on a slab, and above that slab, if they consumed water, the water became very, very prohibitively expensive. So if you don't do these 2 things, then no one is going to fix leaky taps, no one is going to fix leaky cisterns and indiscriminately use water. Vikas is here. We collaborate with Vikas. Any place where there is more than 100 KL of good quality STP treated water, and ideally your STP vendor should be Green TVT, Vikas will come and set up his plant, and he'll take the water away and sell it to industry and give you a percentage of it also. Right? Sir, I'm an STP vendor. I'm not competent or qualified on answering that.
Thank you. Actually, it's not very clear. The NGT says that zero discharge, you can't discharge anything. But once the meter is blue, SSP, you can change it, you can discharge to stormwater blue. It's not very clear.
Sir, that is...
Aditya, if I may, I think we're going into specifics, and Mr. Aditya and his team are here for the rest of the day. We have other sessions that we need to also go to. I have two more questions, Ms. Valli, and you were standing. We'll just finish 2 questions and one online, and then we go for tea break. Up to you.
Hi Aditya.
Hi.
So very common question. So that this is with respect to the cost, and most of the apartment people would have faced. So why do we have to pay so much for revamping the STPs and other things? So it is very hard to convince to each and every resident in the complex. So any suggestions or any this kind? I know it's out of topic, but it might solve a problem of ours.
See, the problem comes with, an STP is not a piece of your infrastructure that is looked and touched very often. Right? You say 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 50 lakhs, 1 crore to revamp the lifts. Next day you can collect the money. You say, I'm going to get this building painted. In 2 months you can collect the money. The minute you say STP, doesn't happen. This is a challenge. Like currently we are doing a 3 crore refurbishment of an STP. It's not a small society. 2 sitting MLAs and 1 sitting MP reside in that building, and we've waited 3 years for them to convince themselves and come up with that money. Of course, we are taking it from a BS, it's a 16-year-old STP. We are taking it from a BS1 specification and to a BS6. Right? So we'll have to work together and find ways. The easiest way is, see, for a 300 KLD plant, recently we had quoted some 30 odd lakhs, and the payback was 1.5 months. If you calculate that much of water that you are buying by a 10,000 liter tanker every day. See, it's our 3rd source of water. We all are going through a crisis. On one end of the spectrum, we are heavily shelling out money to buy those tankers. Right? You go outside any municipal STP, you will see 400 to 600 tankers being filled. It's STP treated water that's coming to your flats. And you are paying through your nose for it. It's just because you are unaware. Where is the groundwater? Where is the river water for someone to be buying, 50, 60, 70 tankers of water? You go outside any municipal STP, you will see 400 to 600 tankers of water being filled every day. And we are all buying that water and drinking it. When you have an STP, all you have to do is fix that STP come to me, come to anyone else, then go to Vikas, tertiary treatment, closed loop system, you are secure.
Next question.
This is just in response to the checking of STP by KSP, by Pollution Control Board. Now, when they come to check your STP water, they are supposed to ask one of the MC or the estate manager to be present. They have to take one sample of water. It has to be divided into two and sealed. One has to be given to you. They will take one. This is the procedure.
Thank you.
So if that procedure is not followed, you can always tell in court. Now, this was, I think, taken up by Bangalore Apartment Federation. And I mean, after when that Bellandur Lake fire thing, no? After that, a lot of apartments
This
were
was
fined.
Valianti, Aditya. 2018-19, when all of us got notices ranging from 5 lakhs to 7 crores, what we found was, and this is Aditya of BAF talking, what we found was that the Water Act was not followed. They didn't follow this process. They came back and said, we work Monday to Friday, whereas your apartment's MC is available only Saturday, Sunday. The matter is sub judice.
Thank you. For all those who don't know, we have BAF members here, Bangalore Apartment Federation, the Governing Council people, and you can also talk to them. Highly experienced and know a lot of stuff, not only subject matter experts like us, so they have experience over a wide area of topics. Now I'm going to the online question, which is the last one, Aditya. Mr. Ganesh Kumar asks, how STP capacity is fixed? Is there quantity per flat used? When the total capacity is calculated, is the per flat water quantity goes beyond the limit? What to do? I'm sorry, I've not corrected. Yeah, I'm just read as is.
As per the published guideline, which was published sometime in the early or mid-80s, the building code says that 135 liters of sewage per person per day is what we generate. Okay, I personally differ with that because at that time we didn't have health faucets and rain showers or pressure pumps or bathtubs, right? So as a general thumb of rule, if you take 150 to 170 liters of sewage per person per day, depending on, you know, where in the social spectrum your apartment is, you should be safe. Now, the other thing is where a lot of people miss out in this calculation is, in a 1-bedroom flat, you should take occupancy as 3 people. 2-bedroom, 5 people. 3-bedroom should be 7 to 8 people. And then 15% loading you should do to accommodate all your staff and visitors. Visitors 15%, and then depending on the number of flats, calculate 1.5 maid, driver, whatever, right, plus your common area staff, but calculate only 50 to 75 liters per day for them and you will arrive at the capacity. In fact, I was supposed to put that because that's one of the first things that we check when we go into any apartment. As a thumb rule, for a decent size apartment, we take 150, 160 liters per person per day, 3 people per single bedroom, 5 people per double bedroom, and 7 people or 8 people. And then some of these apartments have, you know, servant quarters inside and things like that. So you have to factor all that in, and that helps you derive the capacity. With few builders, we find that the STPs are over capacity, but with most builders, we find that it is under capacity. Cubic capacity of the tanks has to be calculated. You can go to anyone who does surveys. They will come and check it and give you the thing. All the tanks. Yeah.
Capacity of this one.
Yeah.
Is it that is the way?
Yeah.
Then disposal of STP water, many of people have discussed, that is a major problem, sir. How to dispose the STP water? Storm water or outside drains?
Sir, personally, I feel it should all go into the storm water. If it is high quality treated water, personally, I feel it should go to the storm water. But somewhere, I don't know where it got twisted, and they are saying now you can't put it into the storm water drain also. It's impractical. Let me be blunt here. It is impractical unless you have a tertiary and a closed loop system. It is impractical to achieve 𝗪𝗏 status.
Some of the facilities, they provided exhaust system for ventilation purpose. Supply, in my case, is a -2 basement. There is a air from the fresh air is not coming to the premises. Only they keep exhausting the air only. Sometimes if that is not working, the premises will be starving for the
Sir,
good air.
though,
Something
there are ways and means, sir, but I'm not a HVAC vendor, and for all my HVAC requirements also, we work with 7 or 8 HVAC consultants.
Sir, the flow meters, anything required, sir, in STP intake and discharge, any flow meters is recommended, sir?
Yes, sir.
What type of flow meters we can look into it?
Sir, the cheapest mechanical flow meters, right, are enough.
Enough, sir.
Unless you want something to come up on your mobile phone and all, it's not required. Right from 4,500 rupees to 15,000 rupees, you get those brass flow meters. They will work, and they work very well.
Thank you, sir.
My time's up? Okay. I'm here the whole day. I'm here the whole day. So that's been on my wish list. And so far I've recruited Mr. Vikas Brahmawar and Dr. Anant Kodavatsal into one WhatsApp group. And every Monday morning I say, shame on us, even the auto walas have their union, we don't have a union. That's work in progress, sir. So, as a parting shot, right? Whatever all of us consider as minimum wage for the STP operator is wrong. 14,500 is wrong. STP operator minimum wage recommended by Karnataka Labour Department is 26,500. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya sir. It was a wonderful presentation. I now ask Zohar to hand over the sapling to you. Thank you. A big round of applause to him. Thank you. Now we have a tea break. Exactly 15 minutes we'll reassemble here. Now it's time to move on to our next speaker. I would call upon Vasanta to introduce our speaker. Vasanta.
Now it's time to introduce our speaker, Mr. Vikas Brahmawar. Vikas Brahmawar, founder, director, Boson Whitewater, India's first company and decentralized circular economy in wastewater reuse. Har Ek Boond by Republic TV as Water Warrior. Water Warrior in Times of India article, published and recognized by various media houses. Vikas Brahmawar and his team at Boson Whitewater has saved 819 millions of liters of water over the past 3 years and saving about 8 lakh liters of water every day. For the past 15 years, Vikas has been working on creating water abundance infrastructure for the cities of India. Prior to water industry, Vikas was working in London as a software engineer for an investment banking industry before getting into the water industry. Vikas holds multiple patents and water and wastewater system design, Vikas believes the only way the city would sustain in terms of wastewater is the efficient reuse of wastewater. We welcome you, sir.
Hello, hi. Hi, good morning. This is Vikas Brahmawar. I run this company called 𝗺𝗶𝗂𝗺𝗏. My today's time here, I'm going to talk about the water which you're getting to your apartment and the excess water where people were talking about. What is the solution available? What can be done? So, now, how many of you buy tanker waters for your house? Tanker water? Right? Everyone buys tanker water. How many of you get municipal water? Wonderful, wonderful. So what we have seen is those who buy municipal water, it's like they get only 5% or 3% of municipal water. Rest all is substituted by either tanker or their own borewell. Now the Bangalore's average is out of 5 borewells if we have. Over last 2 years you had enough water. This year there is no water. Out of 5, average 3 dies. Only 2 borewell gives water. So eventually we'll all depend on water which we buy, right? Now I'll talk about 2 aspects. One, the tanker water which you buy, okay? I had my slide where I showed 2 colored water. I'll start again. So, how do you evaluate your water quality in your apartment? How do you evaluate your water quality? Does your tanker guy come and put it in the tank? And your security guard just opens the drum and you just put it, right? So that's the normal way every apartment has been working on incoming water, right? Now, if this was done in 2008, 2009, this was okay because we didn't have heavy metal contamination. We didn't have many other contamination which was not coming. So 6 months ago, I went to Basveshwar Nagar. There was a 82-year-old person. He said, "Nivella idella technology la now 20 varshadinda ide neer kudita idivi enu aagta illa. Nothing is happening to me. I am okay. Idella sumne technology ant heli sumne products sell martira." So now we took water sample in regions in Basveshwar Nagar where in 2008 the nitrate level was 37, 38 ppm. But in 2020, it is 340 ppm, okay? So now we have reached a stage where without testing the water, we don't know what is the quality of water. So out of these 2 water, which is good water, which is bad water? Which is little good, which is little bad? Because that's what we see in tanker, right? This is little good, this is clear. That's what we see in tankers. What is the answer? Left side one is good or left side one is bad? Exactly. So most of them would say this is clear, water is clear, because that's how we evaluate water so far, right? The left one, there is food color in it. The TDS is 350 ppm, hardness is 110 ppm, heavy metals is not there, nitrate is 35 ppm, chloride is 76 ppm. Now people who get this color water, they don't get it tested. They call a vendor, they put lots of chemicals to treat it. They put polyelectrolyte, polyalkramide, different kinds of chemical, make it clear. Now when they make it clear, they have no color, correct? But the TDS is 2850, hardness is 1340, chloride, iron, heavy metal traces, all these comes to the water. So now first thing in an apartment association, if you're buying tankers, you should first ask what is the source of the water. Get the water tested. There are many NABL certified laboratory. That's the first thing you should do. Testing doesn't cost a lot. You should budget it at least say monthly once, 2 months once. It costs 1,500 rupees to test it. Test it from a NABL certified laboratory. If a laboratory is giving you a testing for 700 rupees, the chemical cost to put inside itself is 1,000 rupees. So you won't be able to test water if you're paying 700 rupees to a laboratory, right? So get the water tested before you keep using it. You at least know what is there in the water and then decide what to do about it. Okay, without testing we won't know. Now these are the common source. Now I've heard people, municipal water is very good, so namgen problem illa, we always get municipal water. In most cases, municipal water is good when the pipeline is not damaged, right? Now, if there is some rework of pipeline, HSR layout over the past 6 months had 3 times sewage contamination. 3 times sewage getting into municipal water, right? So I stay at HSR, so I know we have been tracking. So 3 times there is sewage contamination. Now, if you have a treatment plant for your apartment, generally what people do is, my next building has 2 cylinders, I will also put 2 cylinders. It's calculated based on the number of cylinders, not calculated based on what is going into the cylinder, right? So if it is municipal water, the only treatment they do is add bleaching powder and cascade aeration. It is good water because it is coming from a river where the salt contamination is low. Only bacterial treatment is done and sent out, okay? There are cases where even municipal water in few areas had lead, and when we sent out letter to the government, they said it is one-off cases. We don't have any lead in the water, it is proven, okay? So test your water irrespective of what water you're getting to your apartment, okay? Now, tankers, as Aditya was saying, Jagdish Nagar last year, 3 cases of STP treated water being sent to individual houses. People who bargain heavily, they get 150 rupees tanker, 200 rupees tanker. If you're buying 150, 200 rupees tanker, it is a disposal water from some STP, right? The tanker transportation cost, you should be aware. The diesel cost to transport 12 KL tanker for 3.5 kilometers, the diesel cost will be around 540, 600 rupees. Right? You should be aware of all these costs, because if someone is giving cheaper, you can ask, where are you taking it from? All these questions can be asked, okay? Now, for when you give your water for testing, you will get a report, okay? The standard report is a 14 parameter report, okay? These are the values which you will get in a report. Now, these parameters you will have to see. What is the turbidity of the water? Turbidity is the clarity of water. If you see low to high turbidity, this one is, last one is say 20 to 30 NTU. The first one is say less than 5 NTU or 1 NTU. So turbidity of the water. pH, lots of people talk now, there are lots of alkaline water machines and things like that. People know little about pH but not fully. pH, so if you're living in an industrial belt, if you're in Pina, if you're living in an industrial belt, it is very necessary to validate the pH of the water from a good laboratory. There are acidic 4.5 ppm we have seen in borewell waters coming in Pina region. And 8.8, 9.5 ppm in Jigni region, we have seen the pH of the water coming in. So if you see that kind of variation in pH, there will be some contamination in the water. You should understand what that contamination is, okay? Total dissolved salts, we all know, we have water purifier at home. People dip a meter and see. That is total dissolved salts, is not to be compared with hardness of the water. Someone dips a meter and sees, that's not the hardness of the water. Hardness is the next parameter. Total dissolved salts is combining all the minerals in your water. When they dip that meter, they pass electricity and see what is the value. That is a very rough indication on the salt content in the water. It doesn't say anything about any other parameters like nitrate, heavy metals, all that it doesn't say. Generally, when the TDS is say 3000, 4000 ppm in the incoming water, there is high chances that there is metals in the water, but you should validate based on the other parameters which you get tested. Calcium, magnesium are the hardness component. Both in carbonate forms are the hardness. So if you see white spotting in your fixtures, then it is calcium carbonate. If you see greenish color spotting in your fixture, then there is sulfate, other salts coming into it. Your WTP will not handle sulfate. WTP which the builder sets up is 2 cylinders. You would have gone to the STP room and seen 2 cylinders. The 2 cylinders, one will be a sand filter. They put pebbles and multigrain of sand. Second one will be a softener, okay? Softener is to reduce the hardness. Now, you don't need softener in some cases. When your alkalinity value is too high, whatever softening you do, it doesn't practically work. Meaning, it is too much of maintenance. When you maintain a softener, they will ask you to add salt, right? Common salt. Sodium chloride gets added. When you add salt, calcium chloride goes out as waste. That cannot go to the STP. Aditya will have problem in the bacteria dies. If the entire brine solution goes to the STP, bacteria dies. So all these parameters you'll have to decide when you look at WTP, water treatment plant, okay? Now, next parameter, see, now we have reached a stage where if someone says, I don't need a purifier at my home, then it is wrong. Bangalore, most regions, most of the core prime areas, we have lost our water quality. Meaning we can't say my water is good. There can be contamination today, there can be contamination tomorrow. There is an NGT order saying that ban RO if the TDS of the water is less than 500. There is, from Water Quality Association, they have submitted a report. Again, Basveshwar Nagar, all these came into picture. TDS is 300 and nitrate is 140 ppm. How can you drink that water without RO? There is no technology easily accessible for people. So if you are deciding not to go with RO, there can be two reasons. You are living in some area where you are getting municipal water and it is good water, you get it tested often. You have at least a basic carbon filter to remove the chlorine which they dump, meaning bleaching powder which they put in the main treatment plant. And then have a UV for disinfection, meaning if you remove chlorine, you don't have E. coli or anything in that if they dump chlorine. In Malaysian, I've seen if you open the sump, you'll get chlorine smell. That's heavy amount of bleaching powder they put. They don't put the chlorine dioxide. Chloramine is again harmful. Mysore, the entire municipal supply has changed to chlorine dioxide. There is no carcinogen in it. Chlorine has universally, people don't use it for domestic application because the salts in the water can convert to carcinogen. Chloramines, other things can come into the water. So if you are using municipal water, you should have activated carbon filter for your purifier. If you decide not to go for RO, then you should have activated carbon filter and a UV filter for your domestic application. Okay. Now, other parameters, those who live in Tumkur Road, you should be worried about fluoride. Okay, your 2 cylinders will not remove fluoride, and if some of them in the apartment says I've gone away with the RO, next few 6-7 years they'll have fluoride deposits in their body, right? So they should be really careful in playing with RO, not going with general marketing thing saying that this product is good, NF is good, RO. You should validate your house water yourself, because you're drinking, your family is drinking. So it is very important to understand if your association is not giving the water report, then ask for the water report, what is the quality. You should know what you are using in your residence. Okay. Now, Whitefield and Hennur region, there is iron contamination. Okay. Iron, there are 2 kinds of iron. Hemi-iron, where bacteria eats off the iron, becomes an iron. That is one kind of iron. That is predominant in the Whitefield region. There is dissolved iron which is in Hennur Road. Okay. Now if you are in Hennur, the iron actually goes away with RO, but at the cost of RO membrane. Iron can be treated in the incoming water treatment plant. Okay. Your standard water treatment plant will not treat iron, will not treat nitrate. It will only reduce turbidity to a certain extent and only hardness. Okay. Okay. So nitrate. So all these, if you Google, what problem does iron cause? What problem does nitrate cause? So few people even ask, I have iron tablet now. If my iron is higher, will it solve? That is different iron. This is different iron. This will cause skin decoloring and things like that when you bathe with that water. So all that needs to be careful. Now nitrate, they say the capacity of blood to carry oxygen to each of the organ decreases when you have high nitrate in the water which you consume. So you should be careful when you drink that water without RO purifier. If you're taking that risk, then you should know what you're doing. Few of my friends are completely against RO because of the wastewater it generates. So they switch that, but they know what water they are getting. They know what treatment they are doing. They have centralized way of handling few precipitation. So they know what they are doing. When people say I'm not using RO, they should know what they are doing before discarding that. Okay. Now, do I recommend RO? RO has lots of wastewater problem. All that issue is there, but there is no other product which will remove all the contaminants equally. Say, there are products which will remove nitrate specifically. There are products which will remove fluoride specifically. But we are all laymen. We don't know what is coming. If there is one product which clears off majority, it takes good minerals also. It takes calcium carbonate also. It takes everything. But they say the mineral which is lost in the water, if you have 2 glasses of milk, the calcium carbonate from 2 glasses of milk compensate 1 month mineral from water. So we have reached the stage where we can't say we'll do away. But we are in the problem. We'll have to have proper solutions and work on what is coming to us in terms of water. Total coliforms and E. coli, these are last 2 parameters are the bacterial contamination. Now, the government, BWSSB and KSPCB says 65% of all borewell water is contaminated with E. coli and total coliforms. Now government says that people don't know what they are getting. Now, bacterial contamination, see, on a layman's perspective, it feels okay, bacteria, bacterial infection, all that. Bacteria problem is for 3 days. You have stomach problem, 3-4 days, 5 days is the bacteria problem. The other contaminants, nitrate, iron, which you don't know, it doesn't show up. Those are long-term larger problems. So get your water tested for all these parameters. Once you know these parameters, speak to your WTP vendor, whoever has set up the WTP plant. Ask them to address the specific concern. It is okay to not have softener rather than have nitrate. Let them replace one softener which is adding salt, all that. Put a fluoride removal filter if you have. Put a nitrate removal filter if you have. So validate the WTP. So these are, so they have done a test out of say 100 samples they have taken on government buildings in Bangalore and other states. Government buildings which gets municipal water. Some have borewell water also supplementing. Out of 100 sample, these are seasonal. So if you see lead, post-monsoon, after all the rains, if you see lead, 100 sample out of 100, all the 100 had lead traces in the water. Okay, I'm not saying these are taken from private people where they gave independent. This is done by government buildings which have, because that's where people can claim whether it is working or not. So you should be aware of this. Chromium 6, there are two chromiums, chromium 4 and chromium 6. Chromium 6 is becoming a big problem in Pune region. Okay, so now when you know that these contaminants are possible in the water, then you decide what to do on WTP, what to do for your home filtration. Chromium can't go inside, it's carcinogen. Lead can't go inside you, it is carcinogen again. So these are values, this presentation will be shared. You should be aware that your region, what is the contamination before you decide to buy water. Okay. Now, these are aesthetic problem which we see. Normally, people ask, my pipelines are choking, there is brownish color. See, these are easy things to solve, okay? But these are visible, meaning since you see it daily basis, these are visible. If your WTP is able to solve this as well, then that's a good WTP, okay? It should solve your aesthetic problem where the association bearers can tell to the residents that we are controlling hardness to a level of 200 ppm. We are removing say iron to less than 0.3 ppm, nitrate to less than 45 ppm. So if the association is able to claim this from their WTP, then that's a good WTP. Okay. Now, as Aditya is saying, any equipment you put, if there is no maintenance, if you leave the security guard who doesn't understand what he does for the WTP, if he's not trained, it will go wasted. We have had an apartment where the security guard was asked to put chlorine in the drum. You'll have a dosing pump in the tank to kill bacteria, right? He has been asked to put a drum alli chlorine salpa haakbidi anta. He has been putting 1 kg chlorine every day into the drum. 1 kg for the whole month is required. Now imagine the amount of chloramine which has gone for the whole month until someone found out what is the quantity. Now, if you are using WTP, the allowed percentage is 1 ppm, less than 1 ppm. Now you should go to your WTP tomorrow, because it's carcinogen which is coming to your house, and ask what is the quantity of chlorine they are adding. 1 ppm is 1 milligram per liter, which means that every liter of water which is taken out of the WTP, 1 liter should have 1 milligram per liter. So when you extrapolate it, say 10,000, you know what is the quantity of chlorine they are adding into the water. So this is first point. Don't dump chlorine onto the water. Okay. Generally, if you're getting smell in your taps with chlorine, then it is around 2.5 ppm. If you're getting chlorine smell in the tap which you open, whenever there is sewage contamination in the normal regular pipeline, the next 4 days you'll have heavy chlorine, because government decides let's dump 4 crore worth chlorine this month onto the thing so that people don't complain. Because chlorine smell, we are used to near swimming pool, we have always smelled chlorine, we felt it is okay, it is hygienic, all that. So you should be careful when you dump chlorine onto the water. Yeah. Okay, now as an apartment, what you should look in the incoming water, I've already told current source of water, quality of water, current stage of WTP, is it put because the builder has put? What is the reason for the current WTP? If you don't need, see sand filter people put and they don't change the media for years together, it will leach out silica, right? You should change the media. The cylinder not being sometimes is more better than having a cylinder there. You should understand. It is not about money, it's not about investment. If you are not changing the media in the sand filter, if it has organic compositions in it, it will leach out materials out to the water. It is rather better to bypass it than running the same system without replacing media. It is not like, let something work, something will not work. People have put something inside that will leach out onto the water. So you should be careful in what you treat. In most cases, sand filter, they don't change the media for 4 years, 3 years. It would have become clay. Water would have taken a stream. But if there is leaching starting, you will have silica in the water coming out. Okay, that you. Third thing is, what are the natural resources of water stored and treatment? Say, what is the natural resource available for us? Rainwater, right? Rainwater, that's the only source which we are getting, right? So rainwater falls in 2 places, one in your terrace, one on the floor. Okay. It is easy to collect the terrace water. You will all have a standard rainwater filter which is coming on the down pipe that has little carbon in it. It will work a little bit. Again, we don't know what is coming out. So if you store the rainwater, you have to pass it through a WTP and take it to your application. That would be the best quality of water which you would get. So any rooftop water needs to be treated and used. That is the best quality in terms of salt content, carcinogen. There will be E. coli, total coliforms little bit. Your chlorination will take care. Instead of chlorination, if there is chlorine dioxide and ozonation, that's even better. But rainwater, that is the first source you will have to see. And any other source, see, we have done one layout where all the surface water, see, that layout had 6 borewells. They could not sell any plot. All the 6 borewell dry. They wanted to convert that to a water positive layout. They took they made 2 sides to a surface pond, okay, and that had a luckily gradient. All the rainwater is coming to that pond now. They're collecting surface water. Iron oxide is removed after that. There is a treatment plant after that, and now the layout has become a water positive layout. They're marketing that. All the sites got sold. Yeah, so you should look at surface water treatment and the rainwater treatment. Okay, now coming to the wastewater, lots of questions on wastewater. We have a solution, but yeah, I'll get to that. Now coming to wastewater, now STP is mandatory. After STP treatment, you're not able to use it. Now, not everyone has green TVT STP or good STP. If your STP is not treated and you are saying that anyway, no one is coming, I'm paying the pollution control board, so no one comes for inspection, nothing. I don't treat that water. I have a nearby pit. See, we have seen out of 200 apartments we see in Bommasandra Electronic City region, 14, 15 of them dump the STP not treated water to the pit. Okay. Now, this was okay 25 years ago. You put a pit, the aquifer is very stretched, you don't have a building nearby. Aquifer is not divided. People did not drill too many borewells. Now, if you put your wastewater to a pit, it will come back to you in your borewell in some time, 1 year, 1.5. Silver Crown on apartment. Borewell water over 4 years of sending the wastewater out has become black. Now they are putting a treatment plant and treating that water and using it. So you can't dump untreated water to the drain. If it is treated, you should use as much as possible. There are different per capita things, 135 liters per person per day, 150. Flushing generally based on 200 units, what we say, 45 to 50 liters per person per day they take. If you have a 100 unit apartment, you will generate wastewater, say 50 KLD, on not a high-end ultra luxury apartment, but generally 100 unit apartment, you will generate 50,000 liters of wastewater, out of which 20,000 liters you will be able to effectively use for flushing and garden. Remaining 30,000 generally goes to the drain. There are solutions for it. Now, when STP is not working, you will end up using fresh water for your STP. Now, that problem gets solved once you have a good STP. So, your STP reuse also becomes better. So, you should see where you're sending the excess treated water. Water is going to become stricter and stricter day by day. Okay, there is national draft water use policy. We are happy we have been a part of designing this policy in 2015. Still policy is in draft, so it is still not there. It will come in 2025. Then people will have severe problem with this excess water. See what is happening to the Bangalore. 200 lakes, 198 lakes are contaminated. Few people living in an apartment, they work for Amazon sustainability head. Their own apartment, they send it to 𝗥𝗲𝗃𝗃 lake, right? They just talk, they don't act. Now when it comes to acting, What they say is, my association people don't agree. Okay, association has to be run like a company. Okay, if things has to go right, the association bearers have to take that responsibility to drive change in the apartment. Now, if there is a person saying that they don't agree, then they cannot be there in that seat. Okay, they should give it to people who can drive it and get things done. Okay, it is not for this. So if you're ready to sell the apartment next 3 months, then it's okay. So if you decide to stay in that apartment for long, if it is yours, if you mean well-being for the apartment, you should drive changes which are actually necessary for the apartment. Okay, so water is going to be stricter in terms of sending wastewater out. What NGT says, no apartment cannot send any water out, because apartment, when they send wastewater, it gets treated wastewater, it gets mixed with untreated sewage and ends up in one of the lake, because our infrastructure is not clear on what is stormwater drain, what is underground drain. Because of lots of construction, even in the city region, even in the outside region, there is no clear demarcation on what is UGD, what is. Only few apartments which were constructed, they are clear, they know what is UGD, they know what is stormwater drain. But NGT said you can't send any water out to the drain. Now NGT has said that to KSPCB, BWSSB. BWSSB and KSPCB called us, what is the solution for this? KSPCB said we can't promote one company doing some activity. See, we have been doing water treatment for the past 14 years. We have sold 1,000+ systems. That has been always our core area. We have been selling water treatment plant. Now, this action in 2019, we started working on recovery. This action is required for city of Bangalore. It is not just for one apartment. It is required for the city of Bangalore. What are we going to do when we don't have water? The tankers now, this month, is traveling from Marathalli to Electronic City to Marathalli to supply water. EcoWorld is buying, one tanker guy is supplying from Electronic City to Marathalli. He is burning more diesel than water. Okay, so we should look at how, in our apartment at least, how can we become sustainable. Okay, now the only way of becoming sustainable is store all the water which is coming to the terrace, try to treat it. If you have a pond, if you are a good villa community, if you have a pond, use that pond for surface water, treat it and use it. Excess STP treated water, we have a solution where we bring in investment for the apartment. There is no investment to the apartment. We will see, we are doing this not for profit, meaning we recover our investment after 5 years. But when we go approach apartment, since we are an entity company, they ask what is the profit, you share the money which you are making. We are bringing in 25-30 lakhs worth investment for an apartment which is 300 unit. We put the equipment, take your excess treated STP water, pass it through our equipment, produce potable quality water and supply it to industry within 3.5-4 kilometer radius. Now, this way, that whole region, that industry won't take borewell water, they won't exploit the borewell water. Apartments' excess water problem is solved. Now, this capital we know apartments can't put. We have spoken to 300+ apartments trying to sell this. We were asking them to use this water for drinking and things like that. We are very far away. People say my 𝗵𝗪𝗏 plant is there, I can't put STP treated water. So we're very far away in terms of reuse of water. So we have come up with this model where if an apartment is interested, if they have excess, 75 to 1 lakh liters excess, the economic works out, we set up equipment there at our cost. The apartment has to give us inlet, which you legally are supposed to transport the water. So KSPCB says, if you go approach KSPCB what to do with this excess water, they say, the nearest BDA park, apartment pays money to the tanker guys, transport the water to nearest BDA park. That is the solution which KSPCB currently has. But KSPCB themselves know the apartments won't pay. Each tanker, it will be costlier than buying tanker to dispose this water to the nearest BDA park. I'll close with this. This is the infrastructure which we currently are planning, meaning take the treated STP water, process it via tanker, give it to industries. Eventually, people will take it to sump. We have seen one apartment taking it to swimming pool. Different costs are there. I'll share this slide. So eventually, if we have to become sustainable, we have to recycle whatever we have. Imagine spending 5 lakh rupees a month, and tomorrow, if you are able to spend only 1 lakh rupees per month, commercially viable, technologically viable, sustainable. That's the way forward. Thank you very much. I'll take in questions here.
Thank you very much, Vikas. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
This is a very interesting concept. Worldwide, I've seen this reuse of water being used in Singapore, in even in London, in France, Germany, and even in certain parts of US. My question to you is, I know this is a very big cultural issue of reuse of treated water. In your expertise so far that you have implemented in apartments, how many apartments in Bangalore have actually used reuse water for drinking purposes other than this thing? Pertaining to that, what are the challenges that we can do to overcome this cultural issue? Because people cannot tolerate this idea, and I've been trying my level best in the apartment to push this idea forward, and nobody buys this. Over to you, Vikas.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this question. We have, through BAF, we have met 300 plus apartment. Not even one use it for drinking. So the water committee, we have seen how it changed over 2016 to now, how it has changed. One apartment which is 325 units. First year when we went and said, 17 people agreed. Okay. Next year it became 50. The recent is 317 people out of 325 agreed. But still it cannot go through because all have to agree, right? So if you are an apartment where you say, I am a water warrior and I want to push this, it won't push, it will get shot down in the AGM, okay? You can't push it for drinking at this moment. This is what, if your association, see, there is one apartment pan-India which is taking it to drinking, which is TZ Homes. We have been doing it from 2014 with multiple tanks and things like that. But with that infrastructure they're able to do, but no other apartment is taking it for drinking. But recently we have seen one apartment where all conservative people said, you set up your equipment where it has to be completely away from the drinking water supply, completely away. Some 7-8 people were in the association, we have no chance to mix this treated water to the fresh water line. So they have ensured that it is completely away, okay. The same apartment 6 months ago sent a photograph of their kid swimming in the swimming pool, which uses our treated water for the swimming pool. So it took 1 year, 6 months, every month water test report for the association to come to terms that their borewell water when they put to swimming pool is turning brownish in color because there is iron. So they have been having issues in the swimming pool. Now they are using our treated water to swimming pool, okay. Now when I say tertiary treatment plant, so the immediate thing comes to the mind is STP, sewage treatment plant. You have seen black color, bad water, right? That's not the case. It goes through 11 stages of treatment after STP. It's an elaborate 25-30 lakh equipment which has a series of stages which converts it to treated water. But saying all this, we are not yet there to psychologically adopt it, but we are there to psychologically adopt it when we take the tanker water from one gate and bring it to the other gate, right? So, sir, for your answer, it is better to tell people that we'll send this treated water to an industry nearby. That would be the best option to start off with. And if an apartment is not using the STP water for flushing, then first they'll have to look at Aditya or STP vendor to get it good to use it for flushing. Even after that it doesn't move, then set up our equipment, we'll supply the water on per liter basis for flushing also.
Thanks for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
A lot of insights on that. So one common thing what we see in every kitchen is the RO. And similarly in every toilet there is a water softener which is installed where we are all getting supplies from the tankers. Because the water hardness level is very high and then it creates a lot of problems to your hair and then equipments and all that. Now to generate 1 liter of RO water, right? So there are various companies which give various figures. So on an average, even if we take about 3 liters is what which is going into the drain. So imagine one household and then when you have the calculation of liters water per capita and do the math on that and then see how much amount of which is not actually part of sewage. So that is all getting, because it's all because of the flaw in the plumbing system. So it's all going again back to the STP and then getting mixed with the grey water. So my question is there, in such a situation, is there a solution where actually instead of putting that water, which is coming from the RO or the this thing, instead of putting that to the STP, is there a way that it can be put into good use?
Sir, when you talked about per capita, So we take an average, say 2 liters or 3 liters drinking per day. So to consume, to make 3 liters, you will end up spending 12 or 13 liters of water incoming, right? This reject, if it goes to the drain, when it goes to the STP, the salt content increases, but the volume is not significant. Now I'll take an example of 100 unit apartment, okay? 100 unit apartment, 100 into 4, 400 people stay, you will consume 800 to 1000 liters for drinking, or say 1500. But the same 100 unit apartment, the wastewater which is going out is 30,000 liters. We are talking about 2000 liters. So the dilution is heavy. So would you rather focus on 30,000 liters or focus on 2000 liters going out? What is visible to us is day in, day out, we are seeing RO reject is going out, but the quantity is less. If it is able to go to the STP and you are able to recover using that, that is the best option. Because if you do a plumbing line, everything to manage RO water, infrastructure wise, it becomes an enormous cost to save 2000 liters. Commercially, it might not be viable. But if you are able to recover the major 30,000 liters which is going out, that's a larger volume. So people who worry about wastewater, they should first go see STP, what is the volume of water wasted. All RO people who say 3 liters gets wasted, I talk in forums, all that, they should go see their STP, what is the volume getting wasted. RO removes all the minerals. Your hair fall again, there is a different statistics. 10% is from water, 45% is from pollution, rest all is hereditary. So if someone complains about water, then yeah, so there is arguments for everything, but it is up to you. So hardness is one point which people have to be worried about. It's other points. So yeah, he lifted his hand. He says it's hereditary. So yeah, sir, did I answer your question? There is no easy. STP.
So if there is a method where actually along with the RO, you catch that water and then you use it for mopping the floor or plants, or you use it for something.
Correct.
So there is a good amount of reduction from every household level, which actually is going to create less impact on the aquifer source, because aquifer is where we are extracting chlorine, but it is natural assets.
Correct. Sir, for this one number is there. If you have a 500 ppm inlet going to your RO, your wastewater will be 1500 ppm wastewater TDS. Okay. If you use it for 1500 is still okay. If you get inlet of 1000, your wastewater will be 3000. Then you can't use it for flow cleaning and other things. We have seen people fight about saying save water, I'll catch in a bucket. So they will do it for 1-2 days, sir. Finally it goes to the maid who is doing, they don't really worry about saving. It is only 1 day's activity where people do it. But if you ask me, is there a technology where there is no wastewater? There are technology, but you should know your water before you put those technology. Thank you, sir.
Sir, it is a question of educated mindset. The problem lies there. I have been personally using the RO water, as you said just now, we collected in bucket and use it for last 12 years.
Wow.
Religiously. We flush, we wash clothes, we wash utensils using that. We use RO water strictly for drinking and cooking.
Right.
It is an educated mindset. We want the more educated we are, we want somebody else to solve our problem, and we want to be in an iron pedestal. Thank you.
Yeah. So
yes, sir.
I am Subhash. I am the president of 𝗺𝗵𝗃𝗃 Association, which is in North Bangalore.
Yes, Mr. Subhash.
And definitely this is a solution which we have to use. Right? For the last 12 years, the one problem which we have not been able to solve is our STP problem. Right? So my question is that as per the proposal which you have given, you will be installing a separate unit to treat the STP water and then sell it to the industrial establishments. One important question will be, does your unit generate noise? If it does, what is the decibel level?
Right. So our system looks like a 20 feet container. Okay. It has one high pressure pump based on the volume. At the 10 meters radius level, it is around 45 decibel output in terms of noise. So wherever we have set up our equipment, there is no noise complaint. However, the equipment needs to be placed in a location where feed input is accessible. You don't burn on power, because that feed input power comes on the apartment, and the tanker access point. Okay. We generally have challenges saying tankers can't come in, but we don't want to spend on the pipeline which goes to the gate. Okay. When we going to invest, see, when we bring in 25-30 lakhs investment, there has to be some contribution at least to enable the infrastructure which is legally supposed to be done by the apartment. Okay, if that infrastructure is already there, then noise is not an issue, no smell issue. It is after STP. All smell, noise, everything goes away in the treated water. So we are lucky to get a clear water. Not every STP is good. We have a buffer. We take 30% buffer from the KSPCB value. Say BOD we take up to 50 ppm, 40 ppm we take. Even the KSPCB says 10 or 30. We take little buffer in the incoming water. But to answer your question, noise is very less, 45 to 55 decibel.
What time of the day or night do you come to pick this up?
Right. So to be clear, this is not an established model. There are too many parameters which come into picture based on the location. What is the first parameter comes into picture? Industry is nearby for us to sell the treated water, so that over 4 years we are able to recover the investment. Okay. Availability of industry. Now if the industry is very close by, they want say 50 KL water, then 12 KL tanker, 4 numbers will come, take the water and go out. The tankers don't wait. The economics doesn't work if the tankers wait for more than 15 minutes. If they wait for 20 minutes, 100 rupees gets charged. So economics goes for a toss then. So it needs a gravity feed system and it needs a buyer. Okay, it is an inline system. Per tanker is 12 KL. Average based on the volume. If there is buyer, then everything. Currently, as of today, we are happy to say that 8 lakh liters every day gets sold via tankers. So we'll be able to look at that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
just
sir.
one
Yes.
last question. See, when it comes to our association and the residents, usually it is the external things what they see. They don't know about this STP or the water or whatever the, implementation or the things we want to do. Hardly many people understand. To buy in from the people, we need to have a proper education or the system wherein we have to tell it to the, inform the people and take the buy-in. Because when it comes to any commercial this thing, it's hard. People do not understand, first of all. Now, even like in our apartments, what is happening is we don't have meters. So the water is used like, they have a river next to them, they feel. They use like anything. They don't have, when we tell that there is we are buying 100, 150 tankers per day, they do not understand. So now it becomes a very big task for the association members here to tell the people, like supposing we want to invest in this 25 lakhs or 30 lakhs. So it becomes very difficult for us to go further, convince them. So what I request is, I want a presentation from you to the association, our association, educate the people, we'll put the notice, and I want the people to understand what we are trying to do. So that is the first step. And the second step is we would like to have a kind of the history or how many successful projects you have completed here. We need to see some figures. And we would like to have a business model or business case presented to us, particularly for I'm very selfish here, for my Prestige Falcon City. So this we would like to have to go further on this.
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, I have 2 answers for this. First, this is not a commercial activity for the apartment. For apartment, it is a legal compliance activity, where if the NGT comes, now they are saying 10 lakh rupees fine per month. That is what NGT is saying. So it is not a commercial activity where business model, investment, there is no investment from the apartment. We get the investment. For apartment, it is just the compliance. You will be saving 10 lakh rupees per month on fine if it actually happens. If you give a letter saying you can push it for 6 months, 1 year until NGT becomes stronger or KSPC becomes stronger. So the answer is, it is not a commercial activity. There is no capital equipment spent from the apartment side. What is spent from the apartment side is the infrastructure. For us to set up the system, we need space. For that also we give rent for the space which we take. For the system there is power. For that also we pay 8 rupees per unit for the power. So there is no capital investment from the apartment. What is the investment which is required is for those apartment which does not have the infrastructure to give the plumbing line to the system and take the treated water via tankers. That's the only expense you're going to have. Second, how do you convince people to do this? See, commercially, all the problem is solved by companies like us. Okay. What I see lacking in the apartment association is the leadership of the top people to drive the change. If they are with the intention saying that I'm going to sit here for 6 months, 1 year and move away, then this doesn't get pushed. They will say water committee is not agreeing. So all these, so we should make them realize the need. So if Falcon City is buying 150 tankers per day, it is not sustainable. Next 3-4 years, it's going to increase. Tanker water people are buying, ready to buy at 6,000 rupees per tanker from Sarjapur Road. Whitefield Comer Industries is ready to buy at 6,000 rupees per tanker. We are not able to supply because we'll be burning diesel. We don't want to supply there. We are not selling. But the water cost is going to significantly hit the roof over time. And if Falcon City doesn't look at sustainability now, then it will be too late. Meaning you will end up paying huge amount of money. There will always be band-aids, fixed, temporary. So you should look at two things. One, setting your STP right. Second, drive this change as the leadership team in the whole community, because it's a wonderful community you have. If you're able to make this whole community sustainable in terms of water, it is benefit for everyone in the cycle. The whole road benefits. Metro doesn't get water. Tanker water, 6,000 liters tanker gets there. They struggle to find water because the tanker water are on a contract with apartments to supply large quantity of water. So the whole road gets benefit. So you should look at your apartment as one central place where you're able to contribute for the whole road, whole region. Apartments can do it. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So one last question.
Yes, sir. Sir, so ours is not a normal RO where you have 3 times reject. If you give us 1 lakh liters, we'll recover 70,000 liters from it. 30,000 liters does not go out as waste. There is something called salt balance. In industries, they can't do it. In apartments, we can do it. So we don't send a drop of water out as waste. All the salts gets accumulated, all the sludge gets accumulated is handled in the STP. We don't have anything going out. So if you're 1 lakh liter buyer, if you're able to use this efficiently inside the system, you'll buy only 20 or 30,000 liters. That's a fresh water. So to answer your question, RO reject is not sent out. It is not a normal RO. It is something called XFR RO, where the recovery is 75%, 25% reject is taken back to the cycle by balancing the salts. I've answered that.
So one question.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you touched upon the need for water meters. That's another very complex, very difficult thing to convince members. Could you include one slide around, I mean, what's the allowed consumption, whatever as per standards, because those things matter a lot. Definitely things around sustainability, apart from that, whatever is the allowed norms in your slide, because they are going to publish the slide to us. Sure. Also on a slide around what are the allowed levels on nitrate, chlorine and everything. And anyway, in the break time, I will show our water quality report to you. And
yes, sir. So to answer your question, now we can add that in the slide. But with water meters, I have seen apartment association put water meters for the sake of finding the thief inside the apartment. Okay. The intention of setting up a meter is not to save water. It is to find who is using more water. So if the intention is to find thief, then the purpose is lost. Your intention in the apartment to put a water meter is to see how much water gets saved. So where is the water leaking? If your per capita average is 130 or 150, if your apartment is using 300 liters, then there is wastage somewhere. So water meters are meant to reduce water and not to catch the thief inside the building. Okay. So yeah, so right. Right. Yeah, so people who take advantage of the facility, then they have to be penalized, I agree. But yeah, that is the first question. Now in terms of limits, what is the limits? In the water report which you get, there is a column which says what is the maximum permissible limit as per IS 10,500 standards. It says what is the limit as per IS standards. So you will get it in the report. I will see the report and I will update that. Thank you very much for patiently listening. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sir, please. Thank Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. I now call upon Dhanush to hand over the sapling to you. Moving on to our next speaker, I like to call upon Veena to introduce our next speaker.
Now it's time to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Siddharth Pandda. Siddharth is the co-founder and CEO at 𝗺𝗲𝗺𝗏. He is an electronics engineer and has an MBA in operations management. At 𝗺𝗲𝗺, Siddharth and team have been working on making each building water efficient through digitization and automation. 𝗺𝗲𝗺 has a suite of water tank and pump monitoring and control system products and have been operational in Bangalore since 2019. Before starting his entrepreneurial journey, he was a product manager with Tally Solutions involved in building new products. Thank you. We welcome Mr. Siddharth Pandda.
Hi, good afternoon everyone, and thank you for patiently waiting here. I know it's more than lunchtime now, and I'll make it short because most of what I was about to say has been already covered. Things like A, water is expensive, B, we should efficiently manage water. So what I would like to cover is what are the things that we can do and what are the indicators that we can get to know where we need to do that work. So yes, this was discussed that you should be able to understand what is the demand of water that you will require. If, let's say, you have X number of houses in your apartment complex, and you even can do an audit to find out like how many people per apartment are there, and take per person 135 liters per day, and understand broadly how much you need. Let's say here they need 162 kiloliters of water every day, or 48.6 lakhs liters per month. So simple math you do, and you always have the data of how much you are consuming or how much you are having to pump in every day. So you can correspond with that to understand whether there is a scope for improvement. I mean, obviously we want to reduce from 135 to, let's say, even 90-100. And the proven methodologies, as the previous speakers have discussed, like STP is there, your rainwater harvesting is there. All this is to reduce the amount of fresh water that is required per day, per person. So primary sources, I mean, all of us are aware of this. These will be some of the setups that you will have. You will have a treatment plant, and from the plant, you will pump in water to your overhead tanks. Or if you have a hydro-pneumatic system, you don't require any overhead tank. You can directly pump into the houses. And your harvested rainwater can also come in and be treated in your treatment plant. Similar setup will be for STPs also. They would be pumped overhead, and from there they will be used. So I'm not going into detail on this because those guys have covered all of them. Yeah. So what should we do? A is we have to ensure the basic thing is ensure water availability at all times. B is we have to eliminate overflows. We discussed that we saw there was a discussion regarding RO leakage and all. This is a bigger problem. I'll show you why. Identify and eliminate leakages. And understand your consumption. You should have a system where you are able to track the same thing. Okay. The video, please. normally what happens whenever we go and do the site survey at any site, we go and visit where their tanks are. So I'm going to show you photographs of some of, or video of some of the overhead tanks that we have observed. Please. So this is the situation that is there. And it's not just one person, one society, it's almost everywhere that happens. And it is not just water wastage that is happening. We are wasting electricity. We are damaging our own houses by doing this. And yeah, so the job is to automate overhead tank levels so that we do not have this problem. There are systems available which do that. However, if at any time an equipment fails, we don't have any feedback of understanding that it has failed. It will show that it is working, but actually it has not been working. So if there is such a way that you can get a monitoring and a controlling separately, that will help more to understand this. Checking water quality, already covered by Vikas that you should be regularly testing your water as much as possible. And however, there are certain parameters which, like he mentioned, iron, boron, arsenic. I mean, we don't expect them to change much in, let's say, a 2-month or a 3-month time frame. So maybe you can decide at what intervals you want to do a thorough comprehensive test. You can still do some small checks for E. coli presence, hardness, and TDS detection. If possible, if there is anything which can do it real time, great. Otherwise, at least some products that are available on Amazon, you can get those slides and you can do that by yourselves. And you can compare. Obviously, if you have doubt on whether it is accurately doing it or not, whenever you do your comprehensive report, you compare that result against what is there in that slide. So our pumps, the next thing that we have even heard from all our speakers, pumps fail, don't work as expected. But from the time of getting a brand new pump which is working its best to it stopping to work, there is a slope that is there. There is a change, gradual change that you will see. And this is one big factor which we have seen. So, typically somewhere around here, sorry for a apple kind of graph which does not have x-axis or y-axis values. So, at some point, we have to go for either a repair or understand and investigate why this thing is. Now, is there a way for us to understand like how many hours each of my pumps are running per day? How do I figure out that whether if I have the same building size in all the blocks and the same horsepower pump for each of them, and effectively I have same number of people in each of the buildings. This is the working of the same pump on 10th of August and 10th of December. So if you look at the graphs, the first one, the blue color shows the motor was on and the gray shows that it was off. And the same thing on 10th of December. If I come this side, you can see that one was running 10 hours, 12 minutes. One was running 2 hours. Same motor, same building, pumping almost the same amount of water. So how did this get, or why did this issue happen and how this got fixed? Is that there is a lot of debris and garbage that gets collected at the mouth of the motor, which was also shown in some of the presentations, that how all that garbage comes and sits there. And we don't get to know that actually this is running for this much amount of time. As a result, what we ended up losing out on is 8 additional hours if that pump runs. Daily we are losing out some 800 rupees, and in a year, if we don't fix it, some 3 lakh rupees. So if there is any way you can figure out for how long your pumps are running and identify which are the anomalies. So that would help you to save on all. You can quickly either investigate and figure out what is the problem, or if required, get it repaired, or if that is also not possible, replace it, because it is still better than running it for that much amount of time, that much electricity, right? Here we should also look at one more parameter, is actually how much amount of water it is pumping, not just, so for all of them to be same. Right? So pumps, monitor your motor runtime, monitor your yield or output, and benchmark. There will be similar buildings with similar sizes of pumps for similar floors. If we are able to benchmark against them, that will also tell us how good or bad our pumps are performing. Bore wells, obviously you have to keep recharging your groundwater, but easier said than done. Monitor your yield that you are getting from the borewell, and if possible, run the borewell in intervals, because whenever you run a borewell, it sucks up water from underground, and that area, the amount of water reduces. It takes some time for the water to again flow through the cracks and nooks and crannies, and from there, again you are able to do. So if possible, instead of running something like this, where the plumber probably comes in the morning and turns it on till midnight, you get into a setup where you are able to run it for 3 hours or 2 hours, and then give it a rest for an hour, and then run it, give it a rest. There are timers available in the market, which you can set it up along with the borewell so that it will run like this. Even better if you can get this type of a setting done in software, because the borewell's output changes depending on the season. In summers, the amount of water that you will be getting will be lesser, versus in maybe rainy season, the amount of water you will be getting will be more. So if you are allowed to set the timer by yourself, or at least get to see what is happening, that will be great. So this is basically what needs to be done, along with having all the right equipment and investing in all the processes, is us being able to monitor this. I know, I understand the part that this is something that what we do and why I am presenting this. But what we strongly believe is, if something we are not monitoring or measuring, there is very little scope for improvement for this. I am done. Thank you.
Hi, Walter. Siddharth, sorry.
Yeah.
Matthew here. I've been the first guy to always ask the question, so sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, this is a very interesting concept, and I suggest that all the flats should have this. However,
all the flats?
All the apartments should have,
Thanks.
this, because monitoring the pumps, it generates a lot of wear and tear because of continuous usage.
Yeah.
And repairing.
Yes.
Of course, we should monitor it, no doubt. My only question is, we do have a similar system. We have sensor-based systems like cut off, repump, and it does a similar job.
Okay.
However, my question is, does your application, which also relies on certain hardware, which would mean the sensors, what is the reliability of the sensors? How long do they last?
Okay.
How frequently do we have to replace them? Because we undergo this situation. Sometimes it's a matter of cleaning the sensor and all of that. Sometimes the multi-tech will say it has already gone out. So my question is asking about the reliability of the sensors and how accurately they will give the feedback. Because those things come into play. Yeah,
sure.
Thank you.
So, to answer the second part, we got our tested, got our sensors tested with 𝗵𝗃 Palghat in Kerala, and we got a 99% accuracy on that. Second thing is, as a business model, we do a subscription. So if I give a service for 1 month, hence I get the payment. So at any point in time, if you are depending on systems where you do not have that confidence, you can always see whether they are able to meet the expected service rate or not. On the, you have certain issues like deposits and condensation and all, if for that matter. We have built a design which takes care of it, and we are currently launching that also along with our products. If you, I'm not sure whether we have that part here or not, but I can definitely show you how we have achieved the same result of not having that problem.
Siddharth, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Is this an immersed meter inside the water, or is this something that is floating? Because a lot of the people are worried about the effect of water that will have on the system, and since it's a subscription model, does it take care of replacement or not? And an extension to that is, what is the general saving in terms of money when you have a 100-unit apartment? If you can explain on that, please.
Okay, I would need you to repeat the questions.
First is it a submersed meter?
It's an ultrasonic sensor which sits at the roof of the tank. From there, it will send sound waves. And those sound waves, once they get hit back from the surface of water, tell you, based on the distance, how much water is there in the tank.
The accuracy of this?
The accuracy of this is 99%. It runs on solar, has a battery inside, and you don't have to do any wiring for connecting this to the pump, because we understand that in a 10-floor, 15-floor, 20-floor building, running 20 floor of wire is inviting trouble.
Yes.
No, I mean, not just expensive. You can't deal with rats. I mean, yeah, they will become your biggest nightmare. So, yes. And second question.
And then apart from that, if there was a 100-unit apartment,
yes,
mota moti, because of the overflow water wastage, and second one is motors, right? You've also connected to motors.
Yeah.
What is the approximate cost saving per month?
100 flat apartment.
Maybe 100, or if you have any other numbers for any other baseline, we'd be happy to hear.
See, typically what we have observed is that our customers are able to save from 20% to up to 30% on their overall water-related costs. It may be direct water costs, which can be saved if you eliminate all these overflows. That video that I showed you, the guys might have bought it with tanker water, but still they ended up overflowing that. And similarly, the amount of time that the motor would have run to pump, still continue pumping that much amount of water to your overhead tanks. And just identifying whether the pump is working at full capacity or not. So these are the things where we help them. What our team does is, while the customer themselves can see on the app, we have a mobile-based app as well as a desktop version. And we also help with inputs from our side, whatever little we can understand of your water infrastructure. We can suggest you that these are some of the best practices or some of the things that you may consider looking at. Recent example of the largest apartment complex in Bangalore. So they have 50 pumps and 50 tanks overhead. It is impossible for somebody to manually check that there is some problem or not. So every week they have some issue with either the tank or the motor. And in a month, you almost cover the entire set, because all these pumps and all you don't change very frequently. I mean, we have seen people using the same thing for 15 years, 20 years also. So we need to understand whether using that thing is costing us more money than actually replacing it itself. So on an average, it would be around, if for that case where 100 tanks are there, would be around 5 lakh rupees in a month.
And it's a subscription-based model.
We do have a one-time sales model also. I didn't want it, but customers wanted it. Customer is king, so we gave that. But we like the subscription model because it keeps us honest, and it is at a 500 rupees per device per month. So which is something for you to try. If things don't work out, you can change it over. It's not a huge cost.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is regarding how to distribute the water expenses among all the residents.
Yes.
Because usually what happens is when the CAM budget is prepared, the water also gets included into that, and then it gets billed into per square feet on the whatever water expenses has been. But somebody staying in 1 BHK and then somebody staying in 3.5 BHK, based on their square feet area, they are going to be charged quite a large area. So I'm just presenting a case study in our apartment what happened when initially the CAM kicked up first time. So that time water was not at all included in the budget, because plenty of water was coming from bore wells, and then we kept zero. So we started Prestige Lake Ridge. So we started using bore well efficiently, and then soon after 3-4 months completely it dried off. And then we started buying water from tankers. Now when we started buying water from tankers, there was one CAM budget which was already there. Then the second was that there was a separate monthly bill which was generated. We got nearly about 60-70 tankers, and the cost of tankers was coming nearly about 6.5 to 7 lakh rupees every month. So now this 6.5 lakh rupees has to get distributed among all the owners, flat owners, and then we should collect that separately apart from the CAM. So there was a lot of objection from the owners that I'm staying in 3.5 BHK, only husband and wife, 2 people. And we are not at all using, because water is something which is consumed within your own carpet area, and it's apart from the common area, whatever small, because it's largely recycled water which is used. I'm talking about the fresh water.
Yeah.
So there is a lot of debate and dispute which arises when you charge it on square feet basis, right? So this meter what you have, one option is that like BWSSB or individual houses, you have a meter installed at every unit level, measure the amount of water, and whatever pro rata basis is which you are billed for only by usage. Now here you are suggesting on towers.
Yes.
So in case if I'm 3 BHK, all 3 BHKs are in one tower, 1 BHKs are in another tower, 2 BHKs are in another tower. So in such a situation where actually if the meter is installed on 3 BHK, then the same amount of units are there. How much amount of water is being consumed particularly by that tower? If that is known, then we can divide that, and then that can become one justification for charging.
Yeah, I agree with you, but this is for the billing purposes, right? By doing this, we are not saving anything or more efficiently managing.
Yeah.
So obviously a meter is a better option in case if you are going for a billing, individual house meter. The only problem is, let's say you have an electricity meter. Does government charge you for installing or using that electricity meter every month? Yes. Yeah? So you similarly for this water also, you would have to pay for that meter as well. If your charges are so high that justifies installing that meter, and it may not be 1 meter, it depends on your overall plumbing structure, it might be 2-3 meters also. However, whichever the case, if that cost justifies having those, please have it.
What would be the charges for that, for one tower if we install a meter?
I know that per one, so these meters will be installed on pipes.
Okay.
The pipeline they would install. 1 meter on a recurring basis would cost around somewhere 50 to 75 or 100 rupees. So how many inlets are coming to the house? Those many number of inlets you would be putting those meters.
That is because each 3 BHK unit has 3 toilets, means 3 shafts. So every shaft has an inlet there. So there will be 3 meters in one 3 BHK.
There would be one to kitchen, there would
one
be
to kitchen, one to master bedroom, one to common toilet.
Based on
but I'm talking at the upper level where you have the water tank and you have this meter installed. So what is the amount of water which is being consumed by that particular tower which has only 3 BHK units? So if I know that amount of water, then I can divide that cost particularly for that 3 BHK units only.
You can, but they can still say, last week I was on vacation, so I should be getting less water. Well,
look, common infra for all gardens and other things, we know fresh water is what which is coming to the kitchen and taps.
Yeah. So, yes. We do have, I mean, this presentation I thought was not to show my product, so I have not done much of that. So basically, even we can tell you that your motor, if you have a motor and it is running, I don't know whether it is visible, it is showing 8 minutes remaining. So we can even predict that when till this will run, and even we kind of can do like if that amount of water will take you how much time to consume completely. But those are seasonal factors, and this after a month or so only we will be able to show those information. But this calculation of how much time this motor should run for is calculated from the usage from the tank. How, if I, from here also we can calculate how much daily from a tank in and out that happens, and from there we have calculated how much the pump should be running for. So we don't depend on the sensor only to make sure that it is giving the right reading or not. We even have a setup where even if the sensor, let's say, breaks, some monkey comes and takes away the sensor, so still the motor will stop in time.
Yeah.
Water treatment also will have a sensor. Which are the places you are going to keep?
Any tank is there, sir, or any storage for water, you have a sensor.
Right. Then again, pumping, all the pumps will have a sensor.
Pumps will also have a sensor.
Overhead tank also will have a sensor.
Yes.
So this is how you are going to monitor. Suppose water level in the water tanker has come down. Then the pump at this phase, it will not pump into the treated water plant. Correct, na, sir?
Yeah.
See, the water comes into store in the...
That's a setting, yes. It can be enabled, it can be disabled.
Enabled. Because it's not, water is not from one source, na, sir. One is from tanker water, BWSSB water, and treated water, all the different places it is coming. So a different source of waters we are having.
Okay.
Because STP water is going to somewhere else, it will be run through a set of pumps. Discharge of the STP treated water, we are sending it to the gardening purpose or other flushing over a tank. There is set of pumps.
Yes, sir.
Then raw water storage tank and all, sir, for drinking purpose, it's some set of pumps are there. Some treated water like WTP, water treatment plant, some set of pumps are there. So all these areas you will be providing sensors.
Yes, to monitor the tank.
And monitoring that. Because everything is having its own overhead tanks.
Yes.
Drinking water overhead tank is different. And flushing that.
And this can be accessed by all the people that you want to share this with. It can be your plumbing team, it can be your facility team, it can be your management committee. If you want to appoint a block resident who is responsible for that particular tank also or pump also, you can share like that.
No, whether it is covering total water management system, that's what my interest.
total water management system.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about particular associations. It is common for all the builders, all the apartments. All the apartments will have underground tank. All the apartments will have overhead tanks. Correct, na, sir? All the apartments will do water distribution.
Not necessarily.
I have to tell my setup, I don't need any of this. I still regulate my water. Simple. You know, tank go empty. I don't pump again. Till I find the fault.
So any questions, you can come to the Walter stall. We will be happy to answer. Yeah. Yeah.
So my neighbor has got the best system of identifying. What he has done is he has put a tin sheet.
Tin sheet.
Below the overflow pipe.
Yeah.
So when the water falls on the tin sheet,
Yeah.
not just him, all the neighbors go there and make sure he stops it.
And that's exactly right. And if in an apartment, the way the water is now rejected from the terrace, even if it overflows today, it nicely will go and get into the STP setup, right? You will not come to know that it has been overflowing.
No, what I told him is...
Then we probably, all of us would have to put bigger tin sheets in all.
No, but if we can put it like, 𝗀𝗲𝗃, you make it into different cups of different size, you can play 𝗀𝗲𝗃 also.
Sure.
One thing is like for the bore wells, can we know the flow? Flow measurement.
You can get a flow meter to understand that part, but we currently do not have a flow meter plus this setup where based on the flow we decide how much hours to run or something. But there are flow meters who can calculate.
Okay, but this is not a part of this system.
This is not a part of that
And
system.
can we have a water balance of the complete? This was his question also.
Okay.
With your system existing in all the everywhere in our this thing, can we have a water balance from this?
Sir,
No.
what is the what do you mean?
Inflow and outflow.
Absolutely. I was going to show. So this can be given on a total apartment level, and wherever there are tanks, we can do that. We can even go to month and see last month what was
Historical data.
Historical data. We can compare against A block, B block, C block, how this is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful presentation. Now I call upon Dhanush to hand over the sapling. Now we break for lunch. It's about 45 minutes, and we assemble after having the lunch. Thank you. Moving on, we are having a short talk by Sheila Reddy and Rampriya Reddy from Plants Basket.
Nemadi and Bangalore Apartment Federation for giving us an opportunity to be the co-sponsors for this event. Well, I am Dr. Sheila Reddy, Managing Director, Plants Basket, and this is Mr. Ram, Director, Plants Basket, Director and Landscape Architect. Well, so Plants Basket is a #1 landscaping solutions company where we design, execute and maintain turnkey landscaping projects including apartment complexes, tech parks and any large organizations we maintain. To name a few of our clients, we are working with Taj Group, Ritz-Carlton. We are the ones who have designed ISRO headquarters, Indian Army, Air Force. All these are some of our clients. We are working with apartments like Shobha, Mantri, Prestige, several projects we are maintaining with the apartments. So we have seen how the apartments gardens look like and how we can add value to the project. So we have a in-house nursery where we produce all kind of ornamental, flowering and fruit plants. Even to this day, we are the largest producers of all these varieties of plants in Bangalore itself as a family group. We have more than 350 acres of production on Mysore Road, 𝗿𝗲𝗺𝗵𝗹 main road. And our farm is also located there, and our office is in Indranagar. And I'm a PhD into landscaping. So this is the qualification and background from which we are coming. Even to this day, we are supplying for Lal Bagh. So what is that value we can add for apartment associations? Number one, we can give you plants at wholesale rates when compared to your gardening companies. Because they also come directly to buy from us, and they will add the 20 to 30% of their margins and they'll pitch into you. If you come to us directly, you can save that 25 to 30%. Number two, our team are extremely skilled at maintaining all these plants. We know the infestation, disease, treatment and pest management and all this with reference to the garden and the landscaping, because day in, day out we do at our nurseries. Just with looking at the plant, we can say what kind of disease it is, how to give the nutrition, or if there is, every apartment, most of the times you will be having organic fertilizers and all this, which will be organic waste, which will be produced in your society itself, but that will not be utilized. Most of the times, we have visited multiple societies. What we see is everything will be there, but they will be unutilized and underutilized. So we will make sure that everything will be utilized properly with your own resources, and we can save lot of costing with regards to this. So our team, the team whom we will be engaging as full-time gardeners will be very well trained in our nurseries, because we produce all these ornamental plants day in, day out. We produce lakhs and lakhs of plants every year. So our team are extremely groomed in maintaining all this. If you go to facility management companies, they are not specialized into gardens. They just water something they have to maintain, they will maintain. In our case, we are specialized only into this, we don't do anything else. That is the biggest advantage and value addition for you. So we have a kiosk over here outside. If you are more interested, we can give you best prices. So today's offer, we can provide a free landscaping audit for your apartment complexes. So we are also associated with 𝗵𝗧𝗇 for providing this landscape audit that is chargeable. But for today, if you are engaging, we can provide a free landscaping audit. We can give you the solutions, what you can do, how you can maintain your gardens properly. So this is about the thing. If you have any doubts, you can come to our kiosk and we'll be helping you with this. So our contact number, my contact number, if somebody is interested, you can note down. It's 900-800-2568. I repeat, 900. 900-800-2568. I repeat, 900-800-2568, Dr. Sheela Reddy. You can also write to us at Dr. Sheela, DRSHEELA, @plantsbasket.com. I'll be available in the kiosk. My team also will be there. We will be very happy to support regarding the landscaping services for your apartment complexes. Feel free to contact us. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity, 𝗵𝗧𝗇 team.
Next on our list, we have a panel discussion. I would like to call upon Venkatesh to introduce 𝗵𝗶𝗰𝗆 sir.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. It's time to introduce Mr. 𝗵𝗶𝗆. Mr. 𝗵𝗶𝗆 is currently the Director of Administration in an international school in Bangalore. He has been in the field of education management through an entrepreneurial role as well as a contributor in the Education Institute. Working with BIF at cluster level and then at the governing council level, he finds the plenty of avenues to help apartment dwellers through knowledge dissemination. He believes that BIF's work will result in a sustainable and happier in Bangalore. Thank you.
The next panelist is Mr. Nagaraj. I would like to call upon Bharat to introduce him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dini is now heading partnerships and the habitats group at the new venture called 𝗵𝗶𝗶𝗃. This is a hyperlocal sustainability and livability accelerator based in Bengaluru. Dini is also a senior advisor with the ESG sustainability team at Wipro. He has worked closely in conceptualizing the environment programs related to greenhouse gas, accounting and mitigation, water efficiency and biodiversity. He has also led the Urban Ecology and Environment Education program. The Urban Ecology program works mainly in integrating a science-based understanding to manage local or underground water in cities and has recently added climate resilience projects. The group anchors two forums, a city-level multi-stakeholder forum called Bangalore Sustainability Forum and the Urban Waters Forum, a community water practitioner network. He is also an independent sustainability and ESG coach. Welcome, sir.
I would like to call upon Ms. Sneha Nagaraj to have a seat, please. Mr. Vikas Brahmawar. Mr. Aditya Rao. Mr. Siddharth Pandda. I would like to call upon Rafiq to introduce Mr. Venkat Krishna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Venkat Krishna is the sole proprietor of eSafe Promoters, founded in the year 2014. The organization was founded with a vision to protect and enhance the environment we live in. They deal with various wet waste management products, energy solutions, and organic products. They have been working closely with Pelican Biotech and Chemical Labs Private Limited to provide wet waste management solutions ranging from composting solutions and biogas solutions for various bulk waste generating complexes. They also offer unique concentrated solar thermal solutions using parabolic throw collector technology for various applications, ranging from high temperature hot water to hot air dryers and solar steam generators. They offer unique solutions for wet waste management for customers ranging from individual households to communities, corporates, residential educational institutes, hotels, and the industrial structures. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
I also welcome Mr. Suresha from Team 𝗵𝗵𝗇. Mr. Uday Prakash will be the moderator for the panel discussion.
Good afternoon. I'm trying to keep all of you awake after a hearty lunch. So please let me know if this is not going the way that you would like it to go. I'll try and ask a little more tougher questions. We've tried to get people on the panel so that we get an overall view of the association as a whole and what needs to be done so that management of the association becomes easier, simpler, and gives you a better idea and a better hold of things. It's a thankless job, I know. All of us are volunteering our time, but the amount of questions that get asked when you're a member of the management committee is innumerable because they feel that you are taking a decision. But this is something that needs to be done, and we have taken the decision to go ahead as management committee members. So what I'll be doing is I'll be starting with Mr. Pradeep Pai. You are part of BAF. Now, BAF has an understanding of an overarching view of various associations, and being part of a lot of different groups, you get an overview of the various problems that are there. So what I'd like to ask you is, from your experience with BAF, what are the critical governance issues or governance challenges that an RWA faces during takeover? It can be technical or it can be legal or anything else that may not have been spoken of.
Before we get into that, I would like to say, not necessarily a thankless job. There are significant people who tend to appreciate that work. They may not be very loud like the complainers, but then
that's true. That's true.
But that kind of keeps us sustained. But the truth is, yes, there are many people who keep coming back into the committee because somebody else may not take up. And yes, there are allegations. But yeah, back to your question. Yes, I still remember the society which I belong to is about a little over 20 years, and when we took over, we barely had any understanding. We just looked at some of the assets and said, okay, this is the list, okay. But since then, there are apartments which have so many things that one has to take care of, and the laws have also increased and it's become tightened and things like that. So but typically you will get interaction from, say, the BBMP, the BESCOM, the BWSSB, the 𝗀SPCB, because treated water and use of DG, and of course you have the KREC, which keeps checking are your electricals in place and things like that. So generally these are the key things which are related to compliance, and then comes the rest of it, like are the people working here are really working? Are we more than necessary? Is it okay to be fungible? Have agencies which will have both some gardening and or look at Mr. and Mrs. Reddy who have got a specific area of gardening. So some of the things that today when we look at is the fact that there are very, very important items one has to look at and keep that in mind. Now, the good part is, by virtue of being in BAF, and like a colleague shared, the intention is to let people know these are the things. You will know that I run a school. Many of my teachers are buying houses. So one of my questions to them is, do you know what goes behind it? In fact, there are organizations which take our children to places like Singapore or even Indore and Mysore, which are some of the best cities. What they look to do is show the backside of the city as to how do they manage that so that it remains a good and clean city. So on a similar line, BAF's effort has also been to create material so that when someone becomes part of it or someone goes into taking over the association work, they have some kind of a template with which they'll be in a position. Of course, there will be variation. Large ones will vary from smaller ones and things like that. But broadly, that is the key aspect of work. So I think somewhere there, 𝗵𝗲𝗇 and we kind of mesh. But of course, there you do it as a service.
Technical
Here,
audit.
they kind of help themselves. That's what I would like to say.
You made a point about how things are in the background, right?
Yeah.
So I would like to ask Dini. Dini, you're looking at livability, right, in terms of livability. And what are the key factors that an RWA should focus on? So it could be in 3 stages, right? Before, during, and after takeover, so that whatever is happening in the background and foreground contributes to the livability of that particular society as a whole. So that not only is the life of the person who is residing there, but future generations coming there also are able to enjoy it.
Sure. Thanks, 𝗵𝗲𝗇, for giving us an opportunity to come here and talk about our venture. So Livable is a new venture that started in Bangalore, and it is focused on improving livability in neighborhoods. What we mean by livability is that it's not just environmental sustainability. We've spoken a lot about energy, water, waste management, but also include other things that are important for neighborhoods, right? How do you consume your food from where it comes? What is about your health, preventive health care? Look at how you travel, commute to work, right? How do you look at learning for residents and for children who are part of your neighborhoods? What kind of avenues you can provide for senior citizens and for children, right? The entire thing constitutes livability and improves livability, right? And what's happening in this space is that there are a lot of interesting ventures companies out there, right? For example, in the case of water, we heard very pioneering companies here called Boson and Green TVT. But there are also many other companies out there who do a lot of interesting bunch of things in this whole space. The issue is that not many of these things get noticed and are not implemented at the neighborhood level, right? For example, let's take the case of water management, right? If you look at the full life cycle of water management for a community, you need to look at from the construction phase, when the builder is constructing a building, he needs to look at what is the kind of water he's using, right? And typically most builders use borewell water, and by the time you occupy the building, the borewell is gone, right?
But as a consumer, at that point, they don't have access to...
So what Livable is doing is working across the entire spectrum of stakeholders, right? From builders to people who will buy the property, and people who are going to stay there. So it's a full spectrum of service we are trying to provide. Right now we're working with few builders to look at management of water during construction phase. And then when you occupy the building, then you have issues about sources of water, right? The issue is that again you have people who give point solutions. That's the way it is. Somebody is looking at management of STP, somebody is looking at management of rainwater harvesting, somebody is looking at management of groundwater resources, but you do not have an integrated platform where you can actually bring all people together and provide a comprehensive solution. So we are trying to accelerate the choices by bringing some of these solution providers, partners at a neighborhood level, at a community level, and bring those adoption at a faster level. Same thing goes for health, same thing goes for travel and commute, learning. That's what we are doing. We are working with hospitals at neighborhood level. We are working with learning providers. How do you provide learning solutions, say for in terms of internships for children, looking at also structuring a full gap year for children, right? How do you provide a 12-month gap year for children who can do various things? If a high school student is interested to work on water management, want to work on, say, carpentry, want to work on something like health, we can provide the entire thing and at a neighborhood level through our partners. We are trying to build an ecosystem of problem solvers at a neighborhood level. That's what livability is, what we are trying to do.
So you're basically trying to improve the life and the lifestyle and the way that somebody lives at every point in their consumption of a property.
Right. The key differentiation is acceleration. A lot of things people know, but it is not happening at a faster space, and we don't have time. Whether it is case of management of water or use of energy or use of management of waste, we need to adopt solutions which are coming out in the frontier at a faster level, faster space, and that's what the primary driver of Livable is. It's an accelerator for such choices at a neighborhood level.
Thank you, Dini. I'd like to now look at Sneha, right? So you've talked a lot about the different nuances that an association needs to know. Legal intricacies that an RWA faces during the handover process. What is it that they need to be aware of? Because we are not only talking about they're becoming a de facto owner of the project, but we have things like livability. We also need to look at the life of the whole project. So what are the things that you've seen that people need to be aware of so that they don't fall in the same trap?
Before I come to legal intricacies, I think I'm just going to catch upon what Pradeep and Dini just said, right? The reason we land up in legal trouble is because we have not done the background work. When you buy your apartment, you have not conducted due diligence. You've relied on banks who are giving you loans to do your due diligence. And banks, they're not interested in your flat, but they're interested in the money that you're going to pay. So as much as, because banks anyway have the first charge, even if there's a legal trouble, banks will figure out how to maneuver that. But you as a flat owner, it's not easy for you to maneuver the legal problems that you'll face. So I think there should be a lot of background work that you need to do. And what we need to understand is we have moved from independent houses to community living. We can't think about my flat. The minute you try to buy a flat with a mindset that I'm only, worried about this flat, you are going to be in problems. And so when I've dealt with so many apartment associations, this is an issue that I have looked at. The people honestly have not bothered about a lot of things, but they've come to realize the issues much later.
So we've seen that a lot of people come to us and say, I have a 400 flat apartment complex. Is it okay if one of us gets a due diligence done and then everybody uses the same documents? So that is, you know, we've had people come to us and say that. So we say, please don't ask us and don't penny pinch on things. You need to get your own work done. And coming to the other point of where banks, so what is the recourse? If a bank has given you a loan, but at the end of the day you find out there is something amiss, then what should one do?
Bank has nothing to do with your problem. You're paying your EMI. What does the bank care about? Unless you decide not to pay your EMI and say, take my flat, go sell it to whoever you want. Right? So there is no correlation to bank and your house.
Okay, so that's, people should be aware of that. Whether a bank does their due diligence or not has got no consequence to your project and your property. Could we hang on till the end, if you don't mind? Thank you. Yeah. Anything else?
In terms of the handover process, I think when I did my, gave my talk in the beginning, I did take you through a couple of steps that you need to bear in mind when it comes to handover. You can't look in handover as, give me everything tomorrow, sign it off and go. No. There are various things. I'll quickly just brush upon what I said. Are you a valid association is the first thing you see. If you're a valid association, the second thing you do is you constitute your managing committee or your executive committee. The next thing you do is, please ask the builder to step out.
Sorry, the questions come to mind, so I'm going to just go. Management committee, we've had cases where people have come to us and said, the management committee was constituted by the builder for their own benefit, right? And then these guys have found a loophole or have tried to get a loophole. So what does one do in such a situation?
Very honestly, with so many legislations today and so many things that are happening in this segment, I'm not soliciting, but I really think everybody needs a lawyer. You need to go understand. Unless you have understood it yourself by reading, very well. But if there is lack of understanding due to time or any other reason, you should take legal help. Legal should not be perceived as a problem because lawyers don't just go to court. We also try to help you at a base level to try to prevent you from going to court. And that's why you need a lawyer.
Thank you. Thank you, Sneha. Yeah, Vikas, so we've understood, right? We've understood the basics, but we now need to go into inside the house or outside where we have water. In terms of water, you've spoken a lot about conservation. You've talked about various locations have different water qualities. I'll call it qualities, the different parameters that a water has. For somebody who's a lay person, or let's look at an apartment that is new and an apartment that's 10, 15 years old, would the treatment that they're looking at be the same? Or does it make sense for both of them to go through the whole exercise once again to make sure that the future of what they have is taken care of in a better way?
Right. So for those apartments which are new, right? So when the builder decides to put a water treatment plant, they're supposed to take the water quality and then decide on the water treatment plant.
Supposed is shoulda, coulda, woulda.
But they don't. Yeah. So for that reason, the person who's moving in, they should ask and get information on what is the current WTP or water treatment plant. Now, if that is not up to the mark, or meaning it is just a standard system, they'll have to find a way on what needs to be treated. They don't have to forcefully put a water treatment plant for the sake of the builder putting.
So do you think that builders are open to such a conversation?
So builders during handover, they are supposed to hand over WTP. They are supposed to hand over STP, all these. So they will be open only at that point of time. If you're not able to ask the right question and get the information, then that is gone until you find a problem, then you won't notice. So to answer your question, they should ask during handover, what is the WTP, what is the dimension, what is the system which is put, what is the problem it is trying to address. So that information, as a home buyer, they should get it from the builder.
But is the information when that comes to a lay person, is that something that they can understand, or do you think that it makes sense for them to engage with a professional? And
so for any activity, see, we, all of us are laymen for different products. I am a layman for legal. So each one is a layman for different. So it makes sense for anyone to engage professional for any technical activity which is outside their scope. So absolutely, any professional should be contacted and validated before they move in.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So Aditya, now again, inside, but then you go into sewage. So we've had a lot of things you spoke about, you briefly alluded to it, that people flush a lot of stuff. People clean, they use Harpic to clean. So what are some of the things that somebody needs to be aware of? Basic tips. So that, you know, a management committee can educate the residents so that it performs better at the end of the day.
One would have to understand, you know, as to what can the sewage treatment plant treat and what it is designed to treat.
No, again, I'm going to go back to what Vikas was saying, right? It's everybody is a lay person in some sense or the other. So if you were to tell them it is a biochemical reaction, people don't really care that it's a biochemical reaction, right? So how does one address this? What should one be aware of? Because we've talked about it. If somebody pours paint down the trap, then it has a consequence. So if you could just...
So the first and foremost thing that we do at Green TVT is that we publish 2 sets of advisories to every customer that we acquire. One is the do's and don'ts for the community at large with regards to your STP. 2 is what are the things that you need to do when using the treated water. Things as simple as if you're going out of your house on a vacation for more than 2 days, switch off that angle cock, flush your toilet so that the cistern is empty. Because when the cistern is there with idle water, it is going to rot, it is going to smell, and when you come back and flush it, you know, there'll be pandemonium that happens. 1. Anything that is not biodegradable, including cooked or uncooked raw food, should not be flushed down the toilets. We are all educated people, we are all living in 2023. There are a whole bunch of things that should never come into your STP. You know, during my presentation, I showed pictures where, you know, the foil from a tablet wrapper, you know, forget about condoms, sanitary pads, injection syringes, right? And then there are repercussions for everything. Like, you know, 150, 200 KL STP, if continuously for 20 minutes we get an inflow of paint, it takes me 7-8 days to recover from that shock. Or it takes my team 7-8 days to recover from that shock. That is for one such incident, right? Now, if every day someone is flushing it down, I'm constantly, you know, trying to recover, and over a period of time, you know, you go to a point of no return. And then the expenses, you know, are just not worth it. And it's all because of apathy and carelessness. I believe that everyone who lives in a flat is educated to some degree or extent. So is it carelessness or is it human psychology or
basically apathy? I think people just don't care. It's like, it's not my job, it's somebody else. There's a person who's maintaining the STP, it's their problem. Yeah, I know it is, but I think it's education at the end of the day.
It is education at the end of the day.
Needs to be talked about. Siddharth, you spoke of a lot of different technologies for measuring water inflow, outflow. There were questions on how one can reduce the water consumption, water waste. We briefly alluded to the fact of how technology can reduce water waste in terms of from the tank. Is there something that you guys are thinking of working on where even at an apartment level or even at the entry level into the apartment complex, something can be done so that people can look at what is the consumption today, what is the outflow, is there some wastage in other means of leakages, or people can even look at seeing why are we consuming so much? Can there be technologies be brought about to say, you know, 145 liters, can that be brought down to 100 liters? Can it be brought down to 90 liters? Yeah. Can it be brought down to 80 liters, right?
So overall, what I have in the last 4 years of doing this, what I've understood is we have to make it simple for the end user. We can't say it's your job to figure out 10 different technologies. So you will need all the collective experience of the group to be able to do the same, which is more than 100 years. So it's not going to happen. So it is kind of falls upon us to make it happen and to show that why you should trust us to help you with that. Second is, yes, we are working towards those entry-level products at the end gate where you are receiving the water, what can be done. But we don't have anything at an individual apartment level.
You may not, but do you know of any technology that exists?
There are a lot of technologies that are there. Even, let's say, the discussion was that aerators are there. The problem is half of the people don't believe in the system itself. Let's say,
what should one do if there is no belief? Is that because they don't, again, apathy, or is it because they don't believe in science?
I mean, what I feel is at the end of the day, we have to discuss with data. Otherwise, it's your word against mine kind of a situation that's happening. So unless we create a mechanism of showing them that maybe every day, all the sewage that is sent, you put it in that WhatsApp group of everybody. Maybe somebody at least will stop doing it. I don't know.
Leave a bucket outside everybody's door and then they'll be happy to do it.
So technology can help up to a certain level, but at the end of the day, it is the responsibility of the group to make it happen. Just putting a sensor will not make your apartment efficient.
It is human will. Thank you. Mr. Venkat, we've seen that we've come to waste now when we've had STP, WTP and waste. So what is the way, what are the rules, because it's very confusing. BBMP keeps coming out with this rule, that rule, wet waste, segregation, dry waste, no segregation. You can do it, you can compost, you cannot compost. It's absolutely mind-boggling. So what is it that one needs to do to be aware of what's happening? Obviously, BAF has got a lot of information that gets sent out, but for professionals like yourself, how can you help an association so that whatever is generated can not only be reused, but potentially also, like what Vikas does, can earn them some revenue?
Yeah, the rules and the basics is the segregation. Okay, wet and dry has to be separated. And also Vikas has made one point very clear that, this is not a commercial activity for any association. It's more or less meeting the compliances and again, looking forward the next generation which is going to come. Okay, all of us are blessed that, we got a beautiful world. But the future, we need to give it back to them in the same way. So there are only two ways of managing it, the waste for the bulk generators. One is with air, using that is aerobic composting or biogas. And of course, we are working on new technologies also. But if you look at, there is a difference between before COVID and post-COVID. Okay, so there are a lot of changes happening. What we were doing before and what we are doing now is a totally a difference.
What changes?
Like, any of this method, what we were converting was the pile of waste, we were trying to convert it into a pile of compost and with no way forward. For any community, that was a pain point which was, discouraging them into getting into that activity. Now we have a solution where it will be circular, We not only help them to manage it very effectively and also we'll take them forward to forward linkage also. There is no pain point in that. That's what it is. In our presentation, it will be made more clear.
Perfect. I guess then you'll be addressing more in your presentation.
Yeah.
So now, Mr. Suresha, I think what 𝗏𝗏𝗏 does is basically takes care of an audit of the overarching requirements. So from all the 35, 40 odd associations that we've audited, if you can just give us basic things of what association management committee members, residents, even other professionals, should be cognizant of so that livability and everything else improves on a whole. After him, I'll throw open questions to the floor. Yes, Mr. Suresh.
Yeah, when we were into construction quality management for a very long time, then we started getting queries like first how we started about 9 years back. One of my friend who had done one of a project, he asked, we are in an MC of a particular apartment association. and the builder says you sign and take over. We don't know what he has done or what he has not done. So can you just help us? That's how this process started. So we are we go into each and every point and then check and then let the MC know what they got, what they have not got. So we are like something like a general physicians. So once something is thrown up, all this was being passed down without being checked. See, like we even check when we buy a vegetable. But while you're taking up such a huge property, they were not being checked. Whatever the builder said was the truth. So when we started checking, so many things threw up. So there, whatever specialities that come out, we pass it on to the specialists. Like if there is anything in STP, then we pass it on to them, or in water treatment, or even many times we keep getting, when we say we check, they say due to the document checking. Then we have to tell them that, sorry, we are technical consultancy firm. There are ecosystem partners who do that. So like that, this has become an integral part, and we have evolved a very comprehensive scope after learning from every project we do, what is in the best interest of the association, what all to be checked, and then we give a detailed report which helps them to take over without much any problems when they start operating the facilities later.
Livability. That's a great initiative, what we are seeing in Bangalore and South India. Now, when we look at most of the apartment owners are here and then so many apartment projects. So rapid urbanization is one major concern. So where the land use has been changing drastically. And with that, if you have a vacant land of 10 acres, 15 acres, I want to do an apartment project there. What the developer has to do as compliance is first he has to approach Ministry of Environment. And then he has to submit a report there, basis which the NOC is going to be granted for that developer to go ahead. And along with that NOC, he'll go for plan sanction with BBMP. Now, that is a submission which is made to the ministry, which has something called as terms of reference, TORs, which has the entire declaration of what is your total number of units, what is the population, what is your primary source of water, what is the domestic source of water supply you are going to get from where. And if you open, every apartment will have a CR number, which is environment clearance number. If you just Google that, it will take you to the ministry and it will take you to the repository where actually you can see all these documents. So it shows that primary source of water is BWSSB. The water table is given. The total calculation is about 525 KLD per day, okay, for an apartment of 1,000 units. And you have to get all your source of water from BWSSB. The moment the developer says, no, it is not BWSSB, I'll get 10% from BWSSB, groundwater I'm going to extract, or I'm going to get from tankers, the ministry will not clear the project. Because the ministry has certain responsibilities which it cannot give like that. So the problem is at that level. And nobody looks at these documents which are open on the ministry website, where if you all go and see, you'll see BWSSB as the primary source of supply. And when the association gets formed, the association goes to BWSSB and asks water supply. So they'll give only 10%. So balance we have to rely on groundwater. Now how we can improve this livability? Because so much of social responsibility on also every community. Groundwater is a natural asset. It's a national asset also. So you cannot haphazardly extract groundwater. So there has to be some consciousness on that also, because CGWA, KGWA, these are two authorities on groundwater extraction limits. So we have to follow those compliances also, but still we'll have to live. And then the solution comes where you'll have to rely on tankers. So when we go for tankers, then as Vikas sir also mentioned, test the quality of water supply, STP water itself is coming. So I'm asking a question on livability, how we can actually do it from a very top level.
I think these problems are quite well known. In fact, many apartments, in fact, I stayed in an apartment earlier where we paid about 4-5 crores to get BWSSB connection plus STP connection, right? Which never happened till this date, right? So I think even corporates have the same issues. They promised BWSSB supply, but it never comes. Because the overall ecosystem is not built to for a city of this size, right? A lot of the city is developing along the peri-urban parts of the city. And they are not supplied by even Kaveri supply. There is no pipeline, first of all. And that's what development is happening. I think that's the reality. I think, in fact, the government doesn't have any solution, frankly speaking. And we have to do it from the market side. What we are saying is, as enlightened citizens, as communities, what can we do to manage our local water resources, right? But a lot of solutions can be done. Rainwater harvesting, shallow water recharge, reuse of treated water, tertiary treatment of water, shallow aquifer recharge and reuse it back. How do you remove mental barriers to use treated water? All these need to be piloted and used. There are communities doing it. I think the government problem is something that I think I am not able to answer it because they don't have a solution, and I don't think this is going to come from their side. As enlightened citizens, we have to show the direction and actually develop pilots and make it work. The other thing I want to just take a minute is to say that a lot of these things that we're talking about, solutions, whether it is rooftop solar, rainwater harvesting, the life cycle of implementing in communities is so slow. Any project you take, it will be at least 3-4 years of decision making within your groups to implement. So I think we need to move it faster. I mean, I have been part of RWAs and members. It's a very, very slow process with general body and AGM. How do you accelerate the whole process of implementing solutions out there, lying out there, right? That is one. And secondly, I think, other thing I want to connect is that if you actually have a suggestion, my suggestion is that if you form a 12-member team of students from your community, make them a subcommittee of your RWA, and give them projects. Each of them takes an energy water project. It will implement faster than what we are doing, in my view. Try this out. It will really work faster. So we are also trying to see how do we engage with students to actually implement such solutions at a neighborhood level. I think that's what will change the whole thing. The progress is quite slow. In fact, I look at the progress in such projects at an apartment level. It's extremely slow movement on many projects. How do you move the ball faster is a question. Yeah.
BWSSB charges water charges in terms of, it's a flat rate of 22 rupees per 1000 liters per KL. Now, apartment owners are charged 22 rupees for 1000 liters of water, while somebody staying in an independent house is charged 11 rupees, so which is almost double. So in case if I am consuming about 10,000 liters of water in an apartment, I have to pay 220 rupees. So while somebody in an independent house has to pay only 110 rupees. So this is a huge injustice which has happened from 2014, particularly for all apartment owners. Now, how, because apartment is not a bulk supply, though the supply happens from BWSSB in a large sum to this, but we are all individual entities and absolute owners of properties. We are now no different from any other. We pay our property taxes. We have a separate electricity bill. We have a separate electricity connection. But when it comes to water, there is a separate rate for individual owners and this one. Because 25% of that also is getting billed for this surcharge and the other one which is sanitary charges. So if you see, there is a huge differentiation in that. So how BAF can take it up from the apartment owners along with BWSSB?
That's exactly how BAF sounds when we talk to the government. Exactly the same argument is what has been going on and for quite some time. In fact, the genesis of BAF was that, as to why are you differentiating apartment dwellers. But the onslaught has only increased. Okay, and later on when the STP rule came, and that's when it got strengthened. But over a period of time, we realized that while there is a need for us to be firm and ask these questions, but to keep an antagonistic view is not necessarily going to help. So the way in which we have gone about it, yes, there are things that we would like to understand from the department, what is the way in which they want to go, but we still want us not to be treated as bulk waste creators, bulk water consumers, or whatever that bulk is. So it's a slow process, and there are many things that we need to do. And BAF's effort has been there. It's only been strengthening. So we are all people who are doing pro bono work. We have our own stuff and we kind of contribute to this. So therefore, there is a certain time it takes. But I'm very happy to say the people who have been the current, the governing council members and the past ones have really put in super effort. We believe that we have the government's ear at this point of time. But there is work to be done, and we are on the way. Thank you for bringing that up.
Ma'am, my question is to Sneha, ma'am. So you spoke about bank and loan, where the individual end up paying the EMI. Banks are more interested in just taking the money. So in case of irregularities from the legal point of view, so if bank has approved and a person has gone for a loan, after a year or two, due to some reasons, there's some demolition happening, or they're saying that legality is not proper and asking to vacate, or completely the building getting demolished for any reason, in improper acquisition or whatever. So at that time, bank will still ask us to pay the EMI. Buyer will lose both the asset as well as still he end up paying the loan. Is that understanding correct?
You are asking, is it okay that I don't pay the EMI? You have a choice.
No, that is not my question, ma'am. I'm not saying that.
No, you have an option to not pay the EMI if you don't want to. But if your question is, do I have to continue paying the EMI despite not having the land?
No. I'm believing a bank going with, bank has done the thorough check, bank has approval. I'm just taking an example of SBI has an approved project. It's an SBI approved project. Going with the blind belief that SBI has a approval, so it has done all the legal checks proper. Okay. So, but also saying that people are saying that in case of any improper, I'm just taking a random example. I'm not here to hurt any bank managers or anything. Possibility that that particular branch manager have taken a bribe or XYZ reason, that approval has come. In that case of any demolition or illegal acquisitions or something happens, as a buyer of that property, can I have a right to go to RERA or BAF to get that stopped of demolition or something, or I have to lose my property is my question.
Sir, demolition and bank have nothing to do with each other.
Okay.
Demolition happens either because there is an issue with the construction itself, that it's not adhering to the sanction plan, and therefore, if there is an illegal building that's put up, demolition happens for various reasons.
Okay.
Bank has nothing to do with demolition. Bank is only taking your property as collateral. That is, in case you default in paying the loan, bank will say, I will sell your property and take money out of it.
Okay.
So, either, let's say, in a case where the title is a problem,
right,
bank is willing to get into a fight. But as an owner, the question is, are you willing to get into a fight? Let's say tomorrow you default. You have a building, you have a flat, and you default in paying your EMI. And there is a title issue that's going on in the court. Bank will go implead itself in that title dispute and fight it out. My point was that bank does not lose anything. So the responsibility of title diligence is on you. You can't put the onus on the bank and say, bank has done the diligence, therefore I have faith in the bank.
Okay.
That means you're saying, I trust my neighbor. My neighbor's got it done, so I know it's clear.
Okay.
I'm saying, instead, take responsibility for your flat and for the entire land that you're going to have a share in.
Okay. Leaving bank aside, ma'am, on the same question, can we approach RERA or BAF for these kind of any issues happening in the later stage?
Yeah, depending on the legal issue, BAF is not a competent authority.
Sorry to interrupt. Let me come. I think I had some 𝗺𝗀𝗃𝗃 cases somewhere in the Belandur Lake. RERA approved and OCCC project got demolished. Somewhere in Kengeri, again same 𝗺𝗃𝗃𝗃 issue. Some very reputed building got demolished. So in these cases, I'm asking, ma'am.
You can go to court. Of course, there is legal recourse. But if your property is built on 𝗺𝗃𝗃𝗃, then that means there is not been diligence done by you, right? Because had you done the diligence, then you would have known about the 𝗺𝗃𝗃𝗃, and the opinion would have said, don't buy the land, or the land is not marketable or saleable or whatever it is. So that is exactly why diligence is important, so that you don't get into this problem. Because tomorrow if you do get into a problem where the land either is in a space where it can't be constructed or the construction itself is illegal, then it is going to hurt you.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. I think my question is for Mr. Suresha. As I already told you, Mr. Suresh, you from 𝗵𝗵𝗇, we had the complete due diligence done for our project for the Prestige Falcon City before before handing over and taking over. I would like to stress that you have done a fantastic job there. I mean, you have gone through each and every system, and you have gone through great lengths to check each and every, whether it's a small one or it's a big design deficiency or construction deficiencies, cracks, this, that, and other thing. Lot of, and you have generated one executive summary where the most critical or the important design points are explained or has been caught on. And you had given one more, sorry, I'm using.
Can you come to the point, please?
Yeah, the thing is like another punch list of almost 5,000 small things. So there was, this was done during the EC one, prior to my joining as a EC member. I have, now the question is, okay, fine, the report is there, lot of information is there, and the data has, we tried from as easy members to go through all this. We took up the executive summary and we started working on that, contacting the Prestige or the for the system wise. We went through and we tried to close, started closing, not try to close. We started closing the major issues and the major points. Now I'm facing a small issue in the sense, there is no closing room. I mean, I cannot come back to it because you have already given me the report. Your job is done. Now, whenever I have some issues or the doubts, because I was not involved during that period, and unfortunately, I cannot go back to the person who was along with you from EC to when they went through along with you during the due diligence.
Can you specify the problem, please?
Yeah, I'm coming to that. Just background is required. I'm a bit slow. Please bear with me for 2 more minutes. So now coming to this, we would like your help to close the loop. Whenever we have some issues on any of the major design issues which we don't understand, like as you said, everybody is expert in their own field. I'm not an expert in all the fields. So we would like your help in trying to close these points.
This is a specific request what you're telling. I think we can take it offline.
Yeah.
So, but one more advice I would like to give.
Yeah.
See, we pride ourselves being a part of a huge project which you call a city.
Okay.
And when such a big project is handled, so you appoint somebody to give a report. To digest that report, you have to have your own system. So 1 or 2 EC members cannot handle it. Like other day, they said, you have to form, I think Sneha suggested, but I have smaller groups, or I think Dini. Smaller groups who specifically focus on certain issues and then solve it. It is like taking the whole chunk by 1 or 2 members will not take you anywhere.
I understand.
That's where the whole thing is getting stuck.
Yeah, it's the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Now, what we have done, made the subcommittees, different verticals for MEP, civil, and
let them come back.
Yeah.
But the question I always get is, how do I go through the whole report?
No, sir.
Yes. How do I eat an elephant? You have to eat it bit by bit.
No, that's what. We have started that. We have converted all those PDF files into Excel sheets, giving a different tag numbers and each and everything. We've done a hell lot of work on that, so that we can, track it. Once close it. That's the way we are doing it. But still, there are some issues which we need your help.
We will definitely.
Please.
Yes.
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah. Cut it. Thank you. Yes.
I completely endorse his views, but then I think to close the loop, you'll have to find a way of doing it. Probably you can take it as another scope or whatever it is and still address it. Because as we all said that when we don't know what is happening, having given such a long list, we should also tell them how to do it. And if that isn't one thing that is asked for, I think we should do that.
Yes, yes. It's
I'm saying
given
we
in
because I'm also part of that.
Yeah. It's given in separate section. Would you like to answer that? Yeah.
I think what you're referring to is for us to come back and do a verification of the completion of work by whoever is responsible from the projects team. What we call that is called de-snagging or re-inspection. That could be, as Mr. Prakash mentioned, that could be a second engagement with us. We'd be happy to come back and perform the audit. I think we're going to have our presentation next, so we can address that then.
Okay.
Others can talk about it now. Thank you. We have a question.
Good evening, madam. Sneha, madam. Madam, I want to know what is handing over, taking over. What I understand is, suppose when we purchase a flat from a builder, after payment of everything, he will say, your flat is ready, please come and take over. Then we say, we'll go there. What are the documents he shows, we sign it, and we verify the particular flat. It's 3 BHK, means all the dimensions, whatever specified in the specification or scope in the catalog, we read. And flooring is okay, wall is okay, room size is okay, all these things. That is how, and we sign what are documents he gives, immediately we'll sign and get take over. That's what I understood. When it comes to society, all common facilities, like roads and drains, water storage tanks, sewage treatment plant, water treatment plant, clubhouse, swimming pool, etc. Landscaping, land, total land, how much it is, all these things will come to a common facilities. That can be taken over by the, after formation of the society. How they have to, what time, within what period builder has to be handed over to the society. Is there any guidelines? And how to take over?
There are different levels when you say takeover, because takeover, handover is not something that the acts straight up talk to. So in a sense, if I have to answer your question through a section in law, there is no straitjacket answer, because it involves different things. So very similar to how you said you've conducted an inspection for your house and you've done a takeover, similarly the elected committee ideally should do an inspection of all the common areas and say that, okay, we are okay with what you have done, or we have certain issues, just like how you would point out issues for your flat, right? Similarly, you can point out issues to the common area and tell the builder that this is not something that is acceptable to us. You got to make these changes because this is not in tandem to what you promised, right? So that is one issue that you're raising with the builder. Second issue, another thing is that handover or takeover also means that you start running your own association and you're not with the builder anymore. You can't, a lot of apartments, a lot of associations say that if I get everything, I will take over. Otherwise, let the builder continue running. That is not advisable because that day will never come when the builder will walk out. There are very few builders who say, now we are done, you take over. But there are a lot of builders who say they're okay to continue running maintenance. So, like I said, I've said this in my previous talks as well, that when you're taking over, it's important. If you have an association, please start running it. Because everything else saying, I want to look at my common areas, these are issues, all that can only be addressed when you are in charge. Yes. So very few builders officially sign a handover agreement. There are, I wouldn't deny, there are some builders who cleanly give out everything. They answer every query. They have signed handover agreements. Some builders don't. But just because they don't sign a handover agreement doesn't mean the takeover or the handover has not happened. It could happen in phases. It could happen in one shot. So it really depends on where you stand and where the builder stands with the property. So there is no straightforward answer, but one essential factor in a handover is please start running your own association.
Yeah, we are running the association, but builder is not responding our queries. In that situation, how to go about it?
Sir, if you ask a lawyer that question, I will tell you, take him to court. But, well, you have to try. And then when there is no response, like I said, my answer will be to.
Okay, thank you.
does this running the association mean? Number one, as I understand, running the association means I register it. Number two, I take stock of property. Number three, I take stock of maintenance and operational aspects, whether diesel is there or etc., etc. Now, the very first step only we are stumbling. I pointed out to you also that today no registration of an apartment association can be done under KAOA, which you have repeatedly said, so that is the only act, or the other act is the Karnataka Cooperative Societies Act, which has very different legal implications when it comes to common areas and common properties. Now, all house owners getting them together to agree to it is next to impossible. So now we are in a catch-20 situation that I don't take a step forward, you don't take a step backwards. So then what happens? How do I run the association? I cannot even open a bank account today because the association cannot be registered. Now how do I collect maintenance?
Sir, this notification that you're talking about is something that I've not seen, but I've heard that such a notification has been given to sub-registrars. Now, very honestly, if I was one of the MC members, I would decide to challenge this notification because government can't do that. On one hand, you can't frame a legislation. On the other hand, you can't give a notification saying don't register. You want to challenge the notification, we'll do it pro bono for you.
Advantage of attending this kind of a seminar.
Hi, ma'am. This is with link to the same point. So you talk about the takeover from the builders, okay? And we are not new guys. So we don't have that case at all, okay? So this takeover is for fresh apartments. So this point will not come to us at all, okay? So the point what I want is, in case of change of the committees, takeover, so no, is there a template? So because we find that most of the cases, we don't have the title deeds, we don't have the documents, okay? So, and we don't have a smooth transition. So you have to concentrate on this point rather than on a takeover for new apartments.
Sure, I think one of the very important aspects.
Because we are we are there as part of a BIF, as an existing entity. Yes, that is the thing, please.
So whether you're a new apartment or an existing old apartment, one thing to address your legal issues in terms of smooth transition would be to do a complete legal audit. Because like I explained, handover is not a one-step process. It's not that if I do this, my handover is sorted. There are many things that you have to look at. Just like when you're taking over your common areas and you're inspecting every area, and when you're buying your apartment, you're looking at every single room. When you are doing this handover process as an MC or doing a takeover from the builder, it's important to conduct a legal audit, because what happens is if you have done a complete legal audit, then you know what the issues are and they can be addressed. Because in a lot of associations, the very first step itself is not addressed. So then the question is, how do I move to the next? How do I conclude this, right? It's not a one simple answer or a one single step. To begin the process, my solution would be to conduct a legal audit to see where you stand, to understand your issues. A lot of times, associations don't have an understanding of what their legal issues are. And that only happens when you do a complete legal check of everything, right from formation to your common areas, to your title, so that we pull in all the loops and then you can close. Because even if there's one thread that is open, that can cause issues, and because of that, there could be multiple issues that may come up. So starting with a legal audit is a good way to.
Hello? Yeah. This is a very genuine question. I just wanted to ask this question on the behalf of the apartments, especially the BAF panels who are here. It's about the sustainability area, about where we give our wet waste and solid waste, dry waste and all of that stuff, because landfills are getting filled up. And is there any new ruling that is going to come where we cannot keep our wet waste outside? Is that coming up? Is there something that we can throw highlight on, and how do we manage it? It's a good thing to discuss about.
The rule is now is any community which is more than 100 units, you have to manage it in situ. Okay, you are not supposed to send it out. Even if I have, if I come and say that, I will take it the waste outside and do it somewhere else, we have all the compliances. But as far as the rule concerned, it is not allowed. You have to give it. There are cases where PCB and VBMP is also giving a notices that it has to be implemented in situ. Okay, and that's how, probably you may get the more answer also in our presentation. There are different innovations have come where it can be managed effectively in situ only. And that's the way forward, because as you rightly said, landfills are filled up and no places to throw all these things. And we just cannot keep it outside and ask someone else to manage it. It has to be managed in situ, and there are solutions coming up on that. Thanks for raising that question.
Just both to Dini and Vikas. Dini made a very valid point that it was music to my ears, which I was also been thinking about, is we use a lot of water in construction. This water is, of course, again, either a borewell water or what sort of water. The quality of water that is supposed to be used for construction in concrete is, as specified by the Indian BIS, has to be potable water. Therefore, if you say that you are having an excess water, can we monetize that? And you are also since on various boards. Can something of a sort brought in so that anybody uses for construction has to use this? And we make it sort of a mandate saying that, because you can see water being used for curing. Nobody knows what is curing. They think if we keep on pouring water for it, 99% of it flows out, they think they are curing the water. They don't know what is curing. So if you can connect that and also monetize on this, so you can tell the apartment people say that this sort of water is available, it can go in for construction. The second thing that I see is you have a lot of water-cooled chillers. The water-cooled chillers consume a hell of a lot of water. So particularly when you go to the commercial spaces, they also can be used. So this is something that can be used as a livability with
In fact, during the break, I was speaking to Vikas on the same topic, that why can't this STP water be used for construction? I think there are some use cases already in Bangalore, not at apartment scale, but apartments are sending water to the metro. BMRCL is using treated water for construction of the this Banagatta Road to Nagwara line. They're using it already. But I think it's possible, because as long as it meets the this BS, I think IS 456 standard, it should be able to meet. And I think STP water can meet. It's not that it cannot meet. If you run a good STP, it can meet the standard. And with some additional treatment, not the 11-stage purification, but at least maybe 2-3 stages if we add, it will meet the required parameters to be used for construction. We're working with a couple of builders already. We're talking to them. Concrete is not protesting. The people are protesting. It's a problem.
So, I have been from 2016 to get this as a policy, right? From Niti Aayog, they have been struggling to get the use of STP treated water for construction as a policy. Okay. Now, what has happened is in Bangalore, anything we do in terms of policy, either BWSSB or PCB has to do something on policy. They need institutional sanctions, meaning IISc or IIT Bombay or IIT Chennai has to give them a report saying that this water can be used. So this is what has happened from 2016. We had a discussion in the Ayog. They said all the states has to implement this, and it has come to Karnataka. 2018 onwards, they have been discussing in the KSPCB to use this for construction. So we did a survey in 𝗺𝗶𝗰𝗵𝗆𝗺, Hyderabad, where the 𝗺𝗶𝗃𝗃 STP treated water was used for construction, and it was inspected by IISc, IIT Chennai, all of them. The stagnant water was an issue. For the hygiene of the labor, the stagnant water was the issue. So that needs to be addressed by consuming this water immediately. Okay. Now, once this came to so it became to a stage where 6 hours, 8 hours, you should be able to consume this water. Now, IISc was given this challenge to produce a report. They produced a report saying that it cannot be used for construction for few reasons, because people, when they collect the STP treated water, they don't have avenues to store it. If it goes to a construction site, the tanker cannot go during the daytime. It has to go store in the night. So if they put it in the sump, next day it has smell coming out. People don't end up using it. So they will take it for the sake of taking and then use flushing water. So this storage problem is the issue in using it for construction water. Now coming to the cooling tower case. So now all the brigade malls runs of our water for their cooling tower. Brigade Orion Mall here in Yeshwanthpur uses 130,000 liters for their cooling tower. Now, to bring this again as a policy, again this is from 2012 we have been trying to bring it as policy. Now there are various reasons, like say Orion Mall, there is a cooling tower, Nalco, all these people, large cooling tower guys are supplying chemicals on a continuous basis. It is a routine revenue for them. So whole India, wherever you see cooling tower, it is this chemical market which is currently playing the cooling tower market. So now these implementation, until it is in scale, government can't put a policy. When we go speak to the government, you're the only company saying put a policy for cooling tower, put a policy. There is no other company. Nalco is saying don't put a policy. All the other players are asking not to put a policy. So I think, sir, in our country, policy takes 10 to 12 years to start working, because it is up to just the individuals or individual companies, individual apartment to act on anything like this for themselves, and eventually it will get replicated to others. So what Livable is trying to do is engage the community to act on things like this. So I think, yeah, that was my answer. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You had a question, Aditya,
Yeah,
and I think
my question is to the audience. Before purchasing your flat, how many of you consulted a Vastu consultant? Can you raise your hands? You won't admit it, but you have. Yeah, whether you had a choice or not. Right? Okay. Or how many of you consulted your astrologer to check if the flat was suitable for you or not? Then why didn't you all go to 𝗵𝗵𝗇 and get it checked before you bought it?
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, thanks a lot. I think we'll continue the next one.
So, Pradeep, one sec. I would like to call upon Dilip to hand over a sapling to Pradeep Pai. I would like to call Balaji to hand over a sapling to Dini Lingraj. I would like to call Rachna to hand over a sapling to Venkatakrishna. Yeah, I have told them. Moving on to our next speaker, I would like to call Ismail to introduce our speaker.
Good afternoon all. Mr. Jyotiranjan is currently the CEO and co-founder of 𝗺𝗶𝗶𝗆, an AI-integrated IoT platform designed to make EVs smart, safe, and connected. Packed as the Android for EVs, 𝗺𝗶𝗆 enables smart mobility solutions with a comprehensive ecosystem aimed to accelerating EV adoption across emerging markets. His vision is not just about technology, it's about reshaping the future of mobility to be smarter, safer, and more inclusive for all. Jyotiranjan's entrepreneurial journey began with Munch Bee Foods, a platform connecting corporate employees with a variety of food providers. His expertise in technology and business has driven Bolter's success in transforming the EV landscape. We will welcome you, sir.
Hi everyone. Thank you for giving me time on a Sunday afternoon. I'm sure Saturday afternoon, and I am sure you had a lot more important things to do. So before I start, I just wanted to kind of ask all of you with a show of hands, how many of you have basically bought a EV over the last few years? How many of you have had discussions with your friends, family, or RWA members, or in your committee to basically implement EV charging stations or something like that? Okay, I think we are reaching somewhere around 10-20% of people who are at least having conversations already, right? So we started this journey around 2017, where we started making software for electric vehicles and also building infrastructure. And at that point of time, unfortunately, India did not have any EV landscape. So we actually were one of the few startups who actually started our business in China. So went to China, we sold software there. We helped build the EV infrastructure for a few of the EV infrastructure companies. We did the WeChat, Alipay integrations till COVID hit us, and we had to come back and start all over again for Indian market, right? So after COVID, we realized that there are a lot of brands, government was pushing for EVs in India also. And we kind of we realized that to get EVs on the road, we had to install infrastructure and make it accessible for everybody. Whether it is a person who's buying a EV directly, or it's an apartment, or it's a builder, or it's an office. That is what we realized while we were working in China. The EV infrastructure has to be present everywhere. The most convenient place to charge your EV, which I'll show you over the basically slide and the presentation, is at your home or at your office, because that is where you spend 80 to 90% of your time, right? So what we envision in the next few years, at least as per the government, should happen is that every parking lot would have infrastructure which will be enabled by us or somebody else to park and charge your EV overnight, just like your smartphone, right? So let me take you through the slides. So first, let me introduce our company and what we have been doing all along. And also why this problem matters right now, and what is it that we have to do right now to fix this in the next coming 2 years to 5 years to 10 years. Because by 2030, what the government is saying is that they want about 80% EV adoption in 2 and 3 wheelers and 30% EV adoption in cars. So that means in all of your parking lots, there will be more cars and more bikes which will be electric vehicle, and they will be charging at the parking lots rather than they will be going and charging at the petrol bunk or something, which is good for the environment. But then we have other side of issues where now all of these people would have to find a charging spot at their own parking lot, because most of us are very lazy, whether we like to admit it or not. We want the most convenient solution, and we want Amazon and Flipkart to deliver goods and items at our home, and we want Swiggy and Zomato to deliver food at your home. And similarly, we also want something which can enable us to basically solve this problem at our home, rather than us going and charging at different public charging points, right? So what is happening across India also, just like everywhere else in the world, that various governments are passing regulations and legislations and also giving guidance on how EV charging is now mandated. Like if you look at Maharashtra or Delhi, which are a lot more forward thinking and also have to deal with the problem of pollution, they are now mandating basically EV charging points in their new office, new buildings, new apartments, without which there is no OC also given to some of these builders, right? So in Bangalore, it's still under debate, but I think this is something which is happening over the next few years. But what we are seeing now is that people are starting to adopt EVs. 2 years back, it were probably 1 or 2 people in each of the apartments we surveyed. Now it's more than 10, 12, 15. And over the next 2 to 3 years, we'll probably be seeing about 30, 40, 50 EV chargers, basically vehicles in a decently sized 1,000 apartment complex, right? So what we are doing is we are trying to solve it at various stages. So if you have a EV adoption where you have a single bike, we can solve that. Where you have tens of bikes, we can solve that. And we also basically help you figure out a way in which when there are 100% of your vehicles or bikes in electric, what infrastructure you have to create to basically support that framework. So these are some of the articles which basically says where most of the charging is happening and where most of the people are also charging. And these are not data by us. This is data by Tata Power. There are Ather, there is Ola. All of them have seconded our basically initial thought process and our own goal also, that most of the people will be charging at their homes and offices. And I'll show you through graphs over the course of the slide that how the pattern is and where people are charging their vehicles also. Right. So currently what we have done is we have basically installed about 30,000 odd charging points all across India. In Bangalore also we are one of the largest charging networks. And we enable anybody to set up their own infrastructure as well as infrastructure for community, whether it is an apartment, whether it is a newly constructed house or a tech park. We enable everybody to do it for themselves and for their communities. Right. So let me take you through the basics of EV charging, because most of us might not also understand how can we, where before we were going and filling up petrol, why is it required that we also need to have a charging infrastructure at home. So if you look at the types of vehicle, we have two-wheelers, we have three-wheelers, which might not be reflected in current basically in the audience we have, but we also have four-wheelers, right? So each of these have different types of infrastructure which needs to be created. And what we are doing is we are creating this infrastructure for the entirety of apartment and for the entirety of offices, right? So if you have about 10 vehicles, you'll probably need about 5 to 10 charging points to basically make sure that all of these vehicles are enabled to charge and park, right? Similarly, seeing all that infrastructure, what we have seen over the years is that there is an adoption of electric vehicles in the apartments and societies where we have deployed charging points, or where the apartment or society have deployed charging points, right? So these are some of the basically types of vehicles along with the type of chargers which are required to basically enable them to charge, right? So this is what I was talking about. This is our heat map currently. This is actual energy dispensed all over India. As you can see, most of the places we have covered, especially in the south, we have pretty good network. And if you look at the energy utilization rate on the right chart, you will find that the energy utilization is kind of growing exponentially. And thanks to the people and the committees like yourself participating in this network and building it out not only for yourself but your community, right? So this is a heat map of the Bangalore region, and this shows our presence in Bangalore in all of the apartments, offices, and other places like basically shops and hotels and restaurants, right? So if you look at it, this is a graph which shows how basically important it is to have a charging basically infrastructure at your residency, because we have deployed across all of the places. And if you look at the places which has the most utilization, it's the residency, it's the apartments, because that is where most of the people stay for most of the time, right? And it's the most convenient place. Just like your smartphone, which you plug it to the bedside lamp, or right next to your to the plug which is right next to your bed. I think most of us will be charging at our own parking lots, and we are just creating the infrastructure to reach there. And this graph also shows what it will take for when everybody is basically getting going electric, what it will take for the apartment in terms of the grid and the infrastructure upgrade. Because as you can see here, it shows the distribution of where when the charging is happening, how the energy flow is happening across the day across the day, right? So if you look at it, we are seeing peaks early in the morning, and we are seeing the second peak which is late into the night when most of us come back, right? So that means our system and our infrastructure, which we are building out today, has to be capable of handling the surge which is going to come when everybody comes back home from their offices and plug in their bikes or cars to charge, right? So this is what we basically help you achieve essentially when we build this infrastructure out in your apartment or in your office, right? So let me show you some case studies of how we started, how we enable apartments at various stages, right? And we also are now enabling builders and tech parks. So here we will show you two use cases. One is in Chennai, one is in Bangalore. And here we started about 3-4 years back by deploying a single or two charging points. And then we saw a lot of their customers over the last few years starting to buy electric vehicles, right? Because there was charging facility which was deployed there, and it was very convenient for them to come and use, right? So we started with 3, 4, 5 charging points initially over the last 2 years, and now we have and that is what we do when basically we onboard any apartment. This is what we have done in Old Madras Road in Bangalore, and this was done about 2 years back when we deployed 3 charging points in that particular apartment. But what is increasingly happening is that we are starting to work with builders so that this facility is built into the apartment before handover happens. And in case of this location with 𝗀𝗶𝗰𝗹 developers, we have installed out of the 1284 basically different flats they have sold, they have installed 321 charging points, which will scale up to include all of the parking lots in this apartment to have charging points, right? So what we are also enabling is for the builders and for societies to plan for long term. When you have 20, 30, 50, 100% EV adoption, you would need a charging point at every parking lot. And that is what we provide. Of course, for the existing apartment, it has to be retrofitment, it has to be civil work and electrical work. But for the newer buildings, we are making sure that this infrastructure already exists for anybody who wants to buy electric vehicles, right? And there are other basically opportunities where we go and we kind of deploy our infrastructure. This is tech parks in Bangalore. We have about, I think about 200 odd tech parks across Bangalore who we work with. We have deployed infrastructure. In case of apartments, we have, I think, reached about 1,000 apartments in Bangalore, and we have more than 2,100 apartments across India where we have deployed infrastructure and people are using them. And these are some of the corporate and basically residential deployments we have done over the last few years since we have been in operation in charging deployment space. And again, some pictures to kind of across cities about what our capabilities are and what is required actually to basically enable the communities where you have been basically working with to kind of enable them to have charging at their home or at their residences, right? So how it takes shape is currently an apartment comes and they say that we want to try out 1 or 2 or 5 charging points initially, and then when the EV adoption goes higher, they procure another 10, 20, 30 chargers and kind of start deploying, right? And with the builders, what we are doing is we are basically enabling them to have a charging point at every parking lot before the handover happens. And thanks to a few states, now there are mandates to basically do that. Otherwise, there is a lot of problem in getting the occupancy certificate. So these are some of the building bylaws and some basically notifications which we have gotten from central and the state government. I can basically share the link of these files and all so that you can have a look at it, for basically which are mandating or are giving a nudge in the direction as to what is going to come in the next few years, because the government and NITI Aayog is kind of bullish on making sure that India is adopting to EV standards and EV adoption is rising up, and we are also a good manufacturer and exporter of the same electric vehicles, right? So thank you for basically taking time out and hearing me out. Any questions you have, I will be loving. Yeah, sure.
In older apartments which are already constructed, how difficult is it to install an EV charging point in the basement at their parking?
So it's not that difficult actually. You have to get an electrician and do it. It typically costs you about, depends on the length of the wire you draw, between 10 to maybe 40,000. And if you're having a car, it might go up to 1 lakh also. The problem is basically the load sanctioned. Most of us in apartment have 3 kVA or 5 kVA. If you buy a Tata Nexon, the newer one, or a MG, a car, that draws 7 kilowatt power, you cannot charge at your home. So you need some shared facilities, as well as probably provide infrastructure which can basically enable anybody to have parking and charging in their own parking lot. So if you do it individually, it might cost you somewhere to the tune of 10,000 rupees to 1.5 lakh if you want to get the BESCOM connection and stuff. But what we are working with specifically in some builders right now, where we have deployed, is that we have taken a common parking connection, and that we have connected with the EV parking tariff, which gives you a unit rate of 5 rupees. Not 8 or 10 rupees, which you might be paying for your home also, which is cheaper, because the government is kind of promoting it. And the end customer gets a wire to his own parking lot. And everybody at any point of time can get a wire directly to their parking lot.
So today existing apartment associations can get wireless charging for all their car parks? That is doable. Is that doable?
That is doable, but it will require...
Provided you increase the power.
You have to, probably, if you ask me, I don't have the exact figure for the existing apartment, but every apartment would have to invest between 10 to 20,000 rupees per flat to basically get that facility into the apartment, into each and every parking lot.
You also spoke of the lower tariff EV charging. So could you talk a bit more about that?
Yeah, so in case it is done properly, again, with the builder or directly with the RWA for everybody, there is a way in which you can directly procure power at very cheaper rates, which the government is promoting at 5 rupees. And you can basically kind of share it with your basically community, right? Currently, unfortunately, most of the pre-built apartments do not have that. And this particular thing is called EV tariff meter. So if you want to get that, it takes some time, of course. All of you are more experienced than me on that. But we have done it successfully in a few plots, in a few apartments already, and also in highways and other places where we deploy charging points, we take those meters, right?
So for this EV tariff, I'm asking questions on behalf of the audience because we know that there's a lot of interest in this.
Yes.
So what would be your participation in that, or any other EV charging station provider? And what are the steps, or what should an MC member be aware of?
Okay, so first of all, we should have a plan essentially as a MC that, okay, this year we need like 1 or 10 charging points based on the size of society and your current EV adoption. Next year we'll have this much, and the graph essentially you can see. So you can plan it out for the next 4 or 5 years in a way that you have something to give today, and you don't have to invest so much upfront capex essentially on top of it. But of course, you have to plan it out for the next 5 years because the EV adoption is coming. It is there almost like you'd speak to any of yours, basically younger crowd who's possibly out in the market buying or looking for a car or a two-wheeler. Most of them will basically get a electric two-wheeler right now, right? So the thing is, we have to plan it out much better. We have to start with a small sample set right now, maybe 5-10 chargers, and that is what we have done, and gradually scale it up to 10, 20, 50% as the EV adoption picks up. And that is around, I think, 20-25% when you see the adoption in your community. That is the point of time you should go for EV meters, because it is a expense actually item, and we have to sit with the BESCOM and do it. Unless and until it is done already with the builders, in the case of the buildings where we are already providing the infrastructure.
I mean, no, you're thinking like a startup founder. I'm talking about what happens in total capex and growing the graph, right?
Yeah.
But for associations who are about to take over or who have taken over,
Yeah.
then what is the investment and what is your participation or anybody else's participation in helping getting this done?
Okay, so people who have already taken over, we can obviously we can get connected. We can basically help you with the solutions. We would encourage you to start small, maybe deploy 5 to 10 charging points, like the apartments which I showed you, and then we will take care of all the infrastructure, the installation, and we charge you for all of the services and stuff, and we basically make sure that the infrastructure is ready for your community at the current basically EV adoption rates. As and when the EV adoption goes higher, we monitor the data, of course, and we come back to you, or you yourself can reach out to us at any point of time, and we will start building more and more infrastructure in your apartment. Whether you start with a 5 or 10 charging point right now as we speak, and then you probably add another 10, 20, 30 charging points in the next few years.
Is this on a subscription basis or is this on a purchase?
So there is a purchase basis right now only. Initially we were doing the subscription and everything, and in fact we deployed a lot of chargers for free also. Yes.
Sorry, I just have one point to make for every association. So the point that he's trying to make, if you don't have common area car park retained by you as an association, then the implementation that he's saying becomes very difficult. Imagine one day if the builder has sold all your car parks, then how are you going to install EVs? So it's important, yeah, exactly. So it's important to take stock of your car parks.
My apologies right at the outset if I flip the card for you.
Sure.
I would like to ask a question. What is the biggest threat the EV today faces? And what are the threats, legal and otherwise, the apartments will face when we implement them? Case in point, I can give you 3-4 examples of high-profile cases which has happened across Bangalore. And what are the implications of that when we implement EV in our apartment complexes?
So off the top of my mind, thanks for that question actually. Off the top of my mind, let me, like I think the elephant in the room, coming back to that, is basically EVs catching fire, right? So that means that all of the, like what is happening even in my own society, my own parking, what has happened is that the apartment did not want to take this position of putting common charging points initially, right? We had to do a lot of stuff to move that. But then they allowed people to basically draw wires and put, and that's how I also get charging. But if it's not done in a proper way, whatever number of instances of fire and all those things you are seeing, it would basically double, triple, or go 10x from where we are right now. Because just imagine everybody drawing wire from their meter to basically their own parking lot, and everybody doing it with different basically person, and all of that is basically happening at a common area, which I think is owned by the RWAs. And if the planning and this thing is not done, we will see a lot of unfortunate incidents. It's just bound to happen with the current basically policy and whatever we have. But that is the exact pain point we want to address. We want you to think about it. We want you to kind of plan it out and basically deploy your resources and your policies also in apartment for charging or for parking or whatever around that. For places where we deploy in community parking or in enterprises, we take insurance and stuff. And of course, we do audits of our site and installations. But again, that is the exact point which I was trying to address, is that as and when people start adopting EVs, you will not have enough space in common parking lots to charge the EVs, because they typically take overnight to charge each of these EVs, right? And if you say even if there is fast charging available, would you go up 1 hour, 2 hours down the line, you'll come back down and remove your car because somebody else will be waiting to charge. So that is a real life problem we have seen. We have deployed fast chargers also, slow chargers also. We see the most convenient way is to basically put it in your own parking lot and charge, but the infrastructure to get that power, the last mile delivery of electrons is actually the term we use technically. That has to be basically planned really, really well. So the threshold for all of these conversations to move forward, because there will be some investment in infrastructure upgrade essentially, might be around the 20-30% adoption mark of EVs in your apartment. That's when you will have enough sizable people willing to pay for basically infrastructure upgrade, and rest of the people will be convinced to pay also because they can see that the EV is coming and they have to upgrade infrastructure. Just like, let's say, putting gas pipeline rather than taking gas cylinders. You can retrofit it in your apartments. It is going to be some kind of cost, but it is going to happen when 20-30% of the people are actually using those products. And there is an adoption curve which has happened. Does that answer your question, sir? Okay, I'll sit with you after this.
Okay, compliance questions. We talked about tariff rates being different. I also get input that certain residential, why certain? All residential properties cannot be used for commercial purposes. When we do EV charging either through you or not, is that a commercial activity? Can we do it in residential properties?
Yes, so this is actually semi-public property. There is a guideline on this issued by the government already, because this was the exact problem, and I am sure you might have seen some posts of people taking their bike with the lift into in the elevator to their flat. So the thing is, the government has basically now provided a notification on this. So this is actually semi-public charging, where you have common meters, common charging spaces where people can come and charge from your own apartment essentially. So it's categorized as a commercial activity, but it is allowed by law right now.
Okay. Second compliance question. Today the tariffs are 2, 3. Tomorrow it could be any. Would you suggest, looking forward, to have separate supply and metering for EVs, so that whichever way this goes, either it becomes residential or commercial or whichever way it goes, we are able to adapt to it?
Yes, so that is something we do for builders specifically. When we build this infrastructure into the building, we take a separate connection. So today it is EV tariff. Tomorrow it can be direct power purchasing agreement if the load goes beyond 100 kilowatt. I think that's something which the government has done legislation wise. We can directly feed you power from solar power plant or wind essentially, directly purchasing that. Of course, but that will come with some demand essentially. If the demand is there, then we will do that. But the infrastructure has to be built into the building for this.
Last compliance question. Those who set up their 𝗺𝗺𝗺 connection, it's illegal. Can, as an association, remove all those which are
It's not illegal, unfortunately. It's a gray area till now. It has a lot of safety and other concerns. Gray area, but not illegal.
Gray area, but also not legal.
Not illegal. Unfortunately, every department has been passing notifications since the government is moving towards EVs. And these are some of the queries we also get from all of the apartment members we work with, where we have deployed our charging points. They say, can we remove the private parking and charging facilities? The government has basically not said anything till now. It is that one notification says that you can draw actually wire from your meter, because I think the rule says that you can't take wire outside your home, right? But there is a notification which basically says that you can take it out for EV charging. So that is why there is some kind of gray area in this particular space.
Yeah, see, my question is, this will become the additional electrical load on the entire system.
Yes.
Okay? So it has to start from the developer. Okay,
Yes.
means the sanction has to be taken.
Yes.
Okay, maybe forecasting some maybe 20%,
Yes.
30% load will be
Yes.
will be increased.
Yes.
No builder will build that. Okay,
Yes.
and also there is a BESCOM, that is a maximum demand. So they will put maximum demand charges also.
Yeah.
So from the beginning itself, you have to take that sanction, and then maximum demand will be built also. So these are all the factors to be considered.
These are the factors to be considered, but there is a point to start also. Tomorrow we will wake up and we will not suddenly find EVs everywhere. We will still be where we are. But we will see that tens of thousands of users buying EV this month itself, right? Maybe 100,000, the current number. So this is going to be a transition period. That is when we will have all these corner cases. We have to initially start, that's what I was saying, and in our deployments, you have to start somewhere and you have to have a path to basically reach there over the next 5-10 years, right? So start small is our basically submission also, that you have to start with small scale deployment, maybe 5-10 charging points, and then scale it up based on how many users are coming and how the load is getting higher. We can also, if you start small but with a plan and a transition plan to have all of this, then we know at what point of time we have to take additional load, and at what point of time what kind of load. We cannot basically upgrade the road right from day zero, right? We have to have a plan in mind and basically do that. In fact, in one of the basically links, we have made a white paper as to with MyGate, which also deals with RWAs, to kind of basically give you a handbook to help you plan this transition over the next 5-10 years, actually. What should happen today vis-a-vis what is going to happen maybe 2 years, vis-a-vis what is going to happen in 5 years. Of course, when we work with the builders, all of this is addressed already, but those are the new built properties, right?
How is the engagement model different between what you do with builders and what you do with RWAs?
So with builders, okay, so they can say that EV charging is an amenity now in all of their flats.
And probably you're giving it free to them.
No, we are not giving it free to them. We charge them the money and they built it into the cost of the flat. But if you look at the cost of the flat, which is probably about a few crores, and you look at a 10-20,000 rupees investment, because for him it is very cheap to make this infrastructure.
No, see, I'm not talking as Aditya Rao of Green TVT, I'm talking about Aditya Rao, the apartment dweller.
Yes.
And as an apartment dweller, I'm very uncomfortable with anyone in the ecosystem who works with builders. So how are you going to overcome that mindset issue that most of my fellow apartment dwellers will have?
So think of us like basically, let's say the LPG provider, okay? So we work with the builder so that the infrastructure is ready when you move in. And how much of the energy you use, that is what we settle with you directly, right? So when I work with that builder, the infrastructure cost is already built into the apartment which you are buying, right? But the energy your car is going to charge or your bike is going to charge, that you have to settle with me. And I have basically made sure that the infrastructure is upgraded. There are certifications to it as per the government regulation.
So just like the airlines reserve parking slots, you've reserved the charging points with the builder. And when the user wants to use it, he has to come back to you. He's tied to you because you have occupied that slot.
No, there is
for you to activate it.
You have to activate it, but there is a new...
You have to activate it, yes.
You have to activate it, but then there is a new white paper again, which the government is in consultation with, which is UEI, which is just like UPI, but for energy transfers, which is again in white paper, but a policy framework which is coming, in which you can directly pay through PhonePe, WhatsApp, whatever.
So when you work with the builders, do you give the entire infrastructure, or only you put your bolt box there, and when the user comes, he has to pay for everything that is inside?
No. So the cost is something which we have already recovered. If you don't have to pay, if you are directly connected to the, let's say, to your own meter, then you don't have to pay anything. you run it in your private mode, you will not have benefit of green metering, or you want to get solar power, all of that will not be there. And if in case there is your own house has limit 3 kilowatt, 5 kilowatt, if you go beyond it, you have to pay the penalty. In case of us, when we are doing it, we are maintaining it at a community level later, when the handover happens, right? So we can basically directly go and get the EV meter, give you cheaper rates, even with our margins included, right, for running that infrastructure and operating it. And later, we can go to solar or other power forms to basically make sure that the energy you are drawing for your EVs are also green. But that is what basically is difference when we are directly working with builder. And so think of us as a B2C model of delivery, because we deployed all these charging points, and that is when most of the apartments also had these feedback that now we have people directly going and doing the jugaad and stuff, because they want the most convenient form. I don't want to go out in the night and take out my car or bike because my car and bike is parked and somebody else has to come and charge, right? So that is when we had to redevelop our model as to where should we target in terms of infrastructure deployment, because this is an infrastructure just like your gas, your electricity, your water, which you get in your apartment. And if it is not thought through and not planned out, then basically there will be some problem. Like what most of the apartments will face in the next few years when the EV adoption actually starts picking up.
Yeah, so continuing with that, what do you think would be the future? Would there be something similar to a gas point at every parking lot, or is there going to be built into the infrastructure? Is that going to be another component a person can choose? How do you think it's going to go ahead?
So we think like every parking lot will have a charging point. At some point of time, at least the infrastructure to get the electricity there would have to be there, built in. Now you can choose that, okay, I will get a Bolt or XYZ charging point at that point of time, but the settlement mechanism and everything is something which the government has still not thought through. It is just that we have been engaged in this industry for 4 years, so we have thought through a lot of the problems and working with the right stakeholder that you get the infrastructure built into your system. Like you were correctly pointing out, STP, if it's not there, some problem, what will you do when at the handover stage? So we basically go and certify that this is there and this is a EV charging point based on the government certified standards, and it's handed over to you. Now you can choose to draw power from your own park, this thing, and not give us anything. It's fine, but I am sure there will be people where they would need cheaper power or green power, right? So that is what that's the infrastructure we have built.
Yeah, I have one question. I think it's got to do with legal. We were talking about it earlier. Yeah. In a lot of cases, our parking is in the basement, first basement, second basement. So what is the kind of laws that exist for when you have basement, sorry, I was just concerned. Basement parking, and there is a sprinkler, because for every parking you need to have a sprinkler, but if there's a charging point, then there is electricity. Water and electricity don't really mix. So what is the...
So we work with the architectures, we work with IGBC, we work with 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and we have, I think, proud to say that we work with about 150 builders across India now. Of course, that number has to be very higher, but we work with the likes of Shobha, Brigade. So we influence them at the decision-making plan, at the design plan, what they have to do changes to make sure that this is accommodated for, essentially. And that is, I think, some of the learnings which we have had by dealing with real people, actually charging and trying to solve the problems which you are going to face.
Just to add on to his point, what Prakash has said, this is going only for the builders who are developing it. But yes, what about the existing people who have basements? There's a huge risk because you are parking your cars along with the petrol cars and other things. So once there's the risk is so high. So that is where people take a step back. The RWs take a step back. Because when you have 100 cars in the basement and you have sprinklers, but one catches fire, is a rapid catch fire in all of the places. How do we deal with that situation? But for a new builder, you have said your point is right. But where do we come here in that adjustment point?
So that is where I was coming back, that you start with a place where you can deploy 5-10 charging points. Today, I think that is available in any society which has more than 500 flats, right? You have some visitor parking, you start there. And then over time, you have to modify your infrastructure, essentially, just like you do with your, I saw the pitch of the gardening company. You keep on changing, you have new facilities, new infrastructure, you have to change those basically sprinklers, position it differently, use certified products for charging and do the installation and the basically certification by a trusted company, essentially, right? Because this is going to come, whether today, tomorrow, 2 years down the line, 5 years down the line, there will be people who would be buying EVs and using it, and they would force all of us to think that why can't I charge at my own parking lot? Because that's the most convenient place. I have been charging for my entire life in my parking lot. Why can't I do that? So that is the basically other way around, essentially. And when I am thinking about it, and when we basically design our solutions, we take into account all of this. And when we install also, we do a lot of site checks, certifications of the site also, essentially. How do we have to deploy? Like, which product should we deploy? Whether it is outside, whether it is inside, whether there is a water source nearby or not. So all of that basically we do. And we see that there are a lot of basically people who have done kind of jugaad, essentially, borrowing his word. But I think some of those, as in most of the solutions, are actually not very safe. And those are some of the incidents we see and read about currently, right? So that is where our basically company kind of comes in and helps you kind of chart that path out for 1 year, for 2 years, for 5 years, essentially.
I would like to call Rachna to hand over a sapling to Mr. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next presentation is by Team 𝗵𝗲𝗍.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Now I would like to invite Mr. R. Suresha. He is a Bachelor of Engineering with First Class Distinction from the BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore, and did his MBA later. He has a total of 36 years of experience, started his career with industrial projects and later executed all types of infrastructure projects like dams, canals, bridges, roads, aqueducts and tunnels. Later moved on to the execution of residential and commercial buildings, dealing with planning, contracts, execution and project management. Worked at Mr. A N Prakash Construction Management Consultant as a general manager handling both residential and commercial building projects. Presently he is the COO of 𝗵𝗲𝗍 handling construction project, free delivery inspection and also head of School of Construction Management Excellence, who train engineering students as well as working professionals. Welcome to you, sir.
I would like to call Sridhar to introduce Mr. Uday Prakash.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now it's time to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Uday Prakash. He is the CEO and co-founder of 𝗵𝗲𝗍.in and Executive Director of A N Prakash Construction Project Management Consultant Private Limited. He is an IT industry veteran and is currently making a splash in the quality in construction field. He has extensive insight gained on the job while growing a knowledge-based organization with extensive interest in process, quality and efficiency. Uday has helped spearhead the company's growth by introducing electric, innovative and strategic operations. 𝗵𝗲𝗍 offers the complete package for quality in construction across the whole chain, not only home buyers and resident welfare association, but also third-party quality audits for builders during any point in the construction life cycle of a building, a plethora of boutique services under one roof. He has a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering, a dual master's of science degree in mechanical engineering and computer science. He has completed the management program on entrepreneurs and family businesses from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. After which out of sheer interest, he also completed course in Advanced Corporate Finance from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He is a multi-domain professional with a varied educational background, buttressed with multicultural experiences in the USA, Europe, and India. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We're going to be talking about an encompassing idea. I think a lot of people know about it. We've had people talk about STP, WTP, livability, EVs, plants, rainwater harvesting, water harvesting, etc. So what we are talking about is the audit that will help you understand the status of your project. So it is an audit, a technical audit that we'll perform that will help you understand what your project status is. It is not only a visual audit, but it is a technical audit that is based on the National Building Code and the Bureau of Indian Standards. It is not subjective in nature, it is very objective. So a lot of people ask us, why do we need to conduct an audit? Even though we are purchasing a property from tier 1 builders. We always say it's good to trust, but better to verify. Verify what has been given to you. Understand what you've got. Have you got what you've been promised? Are you paying for what you've got? Right? That's what you need to understand. What does this whole audit entail? Depending on the size of your project, the audit can be anywhere between a couple of weeks to 6 months. Prestige Falcon City took us 6 months to audit. It's a huge project, 43 odd acres, right? So we did a lot of things. What was audited will be covered by Mr. Suresha to talk about the scope of work. So what it covers is basically divided into your civil and your MEP. In civil, we'll be looking at your workmanship quality audit, your dampness root cause analysis, and your cracks. So your cracks can be for various reasons. Your dampness can be for various reasons. So what we do is we go to the root cause of this and understand what the problem is and give you a technical report. This will then help you communicate with the builder or whoever else is responsible to get the works done. Then we also take care of your MEP audit. In MEP, it's split into MEP quality audit, MEP design audit, documentation audit, and your advisory. So what all of this is will be explained in detail, but I'm giving you an overall overarching view so that you can understand the scope of work. The documentation audit is basic and in-depth, right? So this is what is generally covered. If there is somebody who needs a more in-depth audit, for example, if somebody wants a legal verification, then we reach out to our ecosystem partners. If somebody wants a specialized service with STP or WTP, we reach out to them and get their service also. What we do is something like a general practitioner, where we come and understand what the problem is prima facie. Then, if there are more problems in depth, then we will suggest that you go to a specialist to get that problem sorted. I'll let Mr. Suresha now take over and talk to you about the various definitions of the scope.
Thank you. Thank you, Uday. I'll just take you through some of the interesting problems we come across whenever we do the audit. So that will give an idea of what exactly we do and to what depth we go. This is a photograph of a common site in one of the shafts. It looks neat and nice, but can you trace there is some basic flaw in this? So if I just, because this, why I displayed is, many times they ask, we also go around, we also see what is there, what is the big thing you can do. So if you look at this, on the top, the basic bolt which is fixed, the ladder, it is not only rusted, the bolt itself is not fixed properly. So anybody who is trying to use the ladder is going to risk his life. So when our engineers go and check in depth, they find out such things. Here also there is a neatly done playground area where there is a mast that is fixed. So we can't find out. Children are playing, everybody is happy about it. But when we go with a different perspective. So when you look at this, the bottom base plates that has been fixed, the bolts are already rusted and has not been covered with a proper grout. And one fine day, may not happen today, one fine day when children are playing, that is going to collapse or fall down. So these are the things we find out in audit. And this is a diesel generator chimney stack, which is a common sight. So it looks neat, well done. But when we go, for our eyes, we see certain different things. So this is a welding that has been done very, very shabbily. You can call it as a tack welding, you know. So very shabbily. Not only due to wind load, the whole stack will fall down, it will also injure people who are nearby. So that is the audit what we do for. And this is another scene from a basement or any roof. Usually only where technical people can understand this. It just looks like some painting defect or some plastering defect. But actually what has happened is a cold joint. During construction, one layer of concrete has been laid and then the second layer is done the next day. So that time there is what is known as a cold joint. And in many cases we have seen after a few period of time, the whole thing falls down like a layer in parota, you know. So it is not properly stuck, it will fall down. So that we see and we point out. And this is a scene from a basement, very common. People think that it's quite dark and nobody goes there. But when we check with a thermal camera, we can find the dampness. This is how it looks. So this is superimposed. This is the original place through a thermal camera. This is what is seen. And that exactly points out where the dampness is and which will help us to do the root cause analysis. How does the dampness come and what is the solution for it? We do give solution to that.
The bluer spots are where it's very wet, right? So what's blue and what's red is the dry spot. So you can see what's blue, it's completely wet. Can you go one slide back? So you can't really make out, but you can see on the right side, you have wet spots, but then with the thermographic camera, you can actually identify that it's much cooler than the other spots. Then in conjunction with a moisture meter, we confirm that it is moisture. Because you can have a cool spot because of an AC vent. Right? If something is blowing, it could be an AC vent. But then how do you make sure that it's water? So we have a moisture meter to confirm that it is actually water.
And what I would like to add is, not everybody can find out. You require a lot of experience. There is experience what matters, and the thermographic camera and the moisture meter, they are the supplemental tools for which we confirm and then they'll allow us to make further analysis. So it's the basic experience. This is a scene from a project. We can't identify the projects here. So this was housing a huge overhead tank. So for our wise, when we go, see, we find certain things here. If you look at the posts which are supporting the huge tank, there is more than about 10 or 12,000 liters of water. If you look at the post, what we see is its post is rusted. But exactly when you look at the base plate, the whole plate itself is eccentrically posted. Someday it will collapse. The whole 12,000 liters of water tank on the top will collapse one day. So these are the things we find out when we go. And I think no need to explain. Somebody has fabricated a ladder first, and the plumbing person has come later. I think it's a firefighting person because the red pipe, and he has done his job and gone. And God help the person who tries to climb this ladder. And this is the, what I talked to you so far was the civil engineering audit. And here are some of the examples of MEP, what we do. So this is a case of a misguiding, like there is a softener provided there, but when our engineers went and looked at there, they have provided any bypass line, the softener is totally bypassed. People feel that it is softened, but it is being directly going on. So only for our watchful eyes, such things come into notice. And this is a case of a flushing transfer pump. There are 3 beautifully looking pumps there, but when you checked in the panel board, 2 of them are disconnected. Only one is working. And this is another case of a jockey pump where this is the, for those who are not very well aware. So in case of any fire, there is a sprinkler opening up or a hydrant open. The first pump which kicks in to boost the pressure is the jockey pump. In this particular case, it was kept in manual mode. So God forbid if there is a fire, who will have patience or time or the presence of mind to rush to the basement and switch on the pump. And when we investigated, what we found was some systems were leaking. So because of the leak, on its own it was coming on. To avoid that getting to, instead of stopping the leakage, they have switched it off to manual mode and happily sitting there. And this is a classic case of gross negligence. When you opened and checked, it's a fire hydrant. The water wheel itself is missing. God forbid, the fire, you just open, nothing can be done. And this is a case of a very poor workmanship. So even this is a earthing strip which is coming from the top of the building and going down. Then there's done a joint here. If you look at that, in case of a lightning strike, the huge amount of current is going to be passed in this to the earth. And look at the joint that has been done. There is no joint at all in one place. Another is there's a small tack welding, which is going to melt away in case of a lightning strike. It will not serve any purpose. Whole building will be in danger of electrocution. And this is another case where the same thing, the earthing strip from, they have been lap welded, but all tack welded. Poor workmanship. People think that it's all safe, well done, and then unless somebody goes into all this in depth and checks, you'll not be able to find out.
These are not something that's visible. You have to go down to the basement. You have to open a lot of locked doors, go inside and check. So it is a part of the interest of the person to go in and check. And not many people want to go into places which is damp, dark, and full of cobwebs. But it is something that needs to be done. So that's when we find out all these things. And if it's not done, it is detrimental to the whole society as a whole.
So this is another very classic case of negligence. There are 3 generators working. One of the generators is not pumping out the power that is required. That what happens is that instead of pumping out the power, it is drawing the power and working like a prime mover. Needless to explain that if it's not attended to immediately, one of the generators, the coil is going to be burnt out. And this is a case where, in case of a fire door, there is a push bar that has to be provided. So in case of a fire and the whole room is full of smoke, when people try to rush out, they will not have time or vision to look at the handle. So the bar is provided. When the bar is missing, it's a very dangerous situation. And this is a clear-cut violation. I think from morning we have been talking. Our engineers could make out somebody was stealthily leaving out the untreated water to the public drain. I think, needless to say, it's a criminal offense.
IPC?
277 and 278. Indian Penal Code. Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita, I think they're going to change it now. Okay. This is a case of a common case where a basement water is leaking. People are more worried because only their cars are getting spoiled. But the actual problem is when the water enters into a concrete structure, it will corrode the reinforcement. The iron, which is there as a reinforcement, when it corrodes, the ferrous oxide which is formed is higher in volume. When that happens, it expands and it peels out the concrete. That's what is seen on the top. We call it as spalling. Once it happens, there is a further erosion, further spalling, and that leads to a vicious circle of corrosion, and finally the building life comes down. The durability of the building comes down drastically, doesn't happen immediately. Maybe about 10 or 15 years later, you'll have to go for a huge, expensive rehabilitation measure, which may not work properly. So that is the long-term effect of it. And apart from this, we also do MEP design audit, in which case we check whether the systems are okay or not, whether they're adequate for your requirement, for the total occupancy of the apartment complex, whether serving the purpose or not. So we have been doing capacity checks, that is a design audit for STP, transformer, UG sump, and DG set. So whether, for example, the STP, what Aditya was talking in the morning, whether for the given apartment size, as per the National Building Code, what is the guidelines we use, and then draw out a water chart and find out whether the provided STP is of sufficient capacity or not. In one particular case, I remember, when we did, they had provided 2 STPs, one for the grey water, one for the black water. Grey water is bath water, black water is the sewage. So they had given 2 separate STPs. The builder had defined in a particular manner, but when we checked up, for the grey water it was sufficient, for the black water it was insufficient. But he tried to portray that combining both of them, it is sufficient. But the lines are totally different. It will not serve the purpose. So this was a finding. And many cases we find the underground sump, it has to, as per National Building Code, it has to serve for 1.5 days storage. So many times it is insufficient. It will not. be of capacity of less than 1.5 days storage. And DG sets, I think all of you know, they promise something many times. One of the DG set itself is not installed, so whatever the power backup they have promised will not be there. Many cases we find out that. And all the time I've been showing you all the bad pictures. There are apartment complexes where the good work has also been done. We thought it was a righteous duty to bring it to your notice. See, this is a very well maintained fire pump room, spick and span. So well painted, everything is marked. And if you look at the top corner, that's a cable tray. You can't even make out that is a cable tray. So well maintained. And this is a view from the basement where all the pipelines are well supported, well laid, and everything is marked. Everything is done to the perfection. And this is a water treatment plant within an STP. If you look at the flooring, you can see the reflection. So well maintained water plant. And this is an STP, again, very well maintained. If you look at the left side, you can feel the reflection. So myself and Uday had an opportunity to shoot a video there. So for 1 hour we stayed, absolutely no problem with any stink and anything. It was as good as any normal room.
Who was the STP operator of this plant?
I can't reveal that, sorry.
When we go, we understand, and it's not done over one day, right? So we do it over a period of time. So it's very difficult for somebody to try to pull wool over our eyes for such a long period of time. And we have our team, you've seen our team, they're constantly there. So we're able to identify the problems. And at the end of the day, we also start talking to the people who are providing the service. So you're able to dig out information. So for example, illa sir, nanne pump 𝗺𝗶𝗶𝗃 ivattu hosada hakidare sir. You find out, and then that comes out in the report.
And this is a case of a very well maintained expansion joint in a podium. If you look at the fixed a metal plate, this is how it has to be done, so that the expansion joints usually are the problematic places where the water leaks in and it drips. So this is the right way of doing things. So we thought we should just show you all that. And we also do the documentation audit. As Uday was already explained, there is the 2 levels. One is the basic, another is the in-depth. In basic, we guide the association, what all the documents they should obtain and keep it for safekeeping. And in in-depth, we also check whether the documents given are the right documents, because the title says something, inside there will be so many other things. Whether it contains all the relevant information, that's the in-depth documentation audit. And this is how we guide them. We give a grid of what all documents are obtained, not obtained, provided, so that at every stage they are guided. And this, we also give a cost impact chart. So how things have been, when you execute, what is the impact of the monetary impact of that. And we also do the AMC advisory. AMC, normally people give things for annual maintenance contract, and they don't know what is happening. We jokingly call it as annual money collection. They simply come and collect money and go, you don't know what exactly they're doing. And we do verify whether the right things have been done or not. And over to Uday, you'll take it.
So the annual money collection it all happens because when there's a checkbox, thank you. When there's a checkbox, it signifies something, right? When somebody puts check across the checkbox. A lot of the management committee members either don't understand or don't have the time or just don't care. So once that happens, a person will come, we assume that the work is being done and you go away. But when we come and check, we need to ask questions. When we start asking questions, we get information. And that's when we understand whether the AMC is actually doing what it's supposed to do. That's when we started providing this. And we didn't start doing this from day zero. Over a period of time, 40-odd associations, we learn along the way. We see what has gone wrong. We see what people suffer from the most, and then we add that along. So this is some data points for you to understand the scope, the depth of work that we do. If we were to take an apartment association and bring it down to a common denominator of 300 units. 300 units, this is what it looks like. It's about 1,300 problems in MEP and about 3,300 problems in civil. Right? And as the gentleman was saying, for their project, they had 65 gigabytes of data that we gave them in terms of report. So it's a very detailed report that you get. It is not subjective. It is all very objective in nature. Yeah, I think we'll stop now for paucity of time. I just wanted to take you through a lot of the projects that we've done. But so Prestige Falcon City, Prestige Song of the South, Prestige Garden Bay, Prestige Woods, Brigade Buena Vista, 𝗵𝗶𝗰𝗵𝗆, Assets, Mahindra Wind Chimes, Peninsula Heights, Club Meadows, Lake Veranda, Purva. Yeah, so this can go on and on and on. Yeah, questions? I think Mr. Manoj has to catch a train and we have to leave this place in 15 minutes. So we don't want to cut into his time. 1 or 2 questions, please, and then we'll be happy to talk to you.
Quick question. Wonderful work. You have covered more than 40, 50 odd projects where you have
Thank you.
done across various developers.
That's correct.
So having understood all these developers and the quality they are going to develop, and you are analyzing them whether they are doing good job or bad job. So now do you feel that you are in a position to rank these developers in Bangalore?
You're going to get us into...
No, it will help the home buyers, fresh buyers. If I am looking for a new property.
We've been through this discussion. We've talked about it a lot. It's like a rating agency is what you're talking about, right? I'll tell you why this may be difficult, but we have enough data points. We have more than 14 million data points to be able to do this. We have over 700 gigabytes of photographs. So there's a huge amount of data that we have for us to do this. The problem is each builder has got not the same contractor for every project. You may have different subcontractors even within the project. Somebody may leave, somebody may not leave. You may have different project managers. So even if I was to rate, then they will always come back and say, this is why, that is why, and all that stuff. So we don't want to get into that. We are trying to see if we can come up with a more calculated way of doing it, which does not take into consideration subjectivity into the matter, but we are working on it. But thank you for bringing it out. Yes, sir.
This is very good when you're taking a handover. But however, my question is pertaining to existing flats. And there is MC changeover, handover. Now, they wouldn't, maybe they have not done a proper audit or something like that. How do we, can we utilize the services to understand what is the condition of our apartment now? What needs to be done to rectify and all of that? Because sometimes some MCs are lazy, they don't want to do anything. And they just hand it over, dump it. Now, can we use these kind of services to understand how better our building can be improved?
In short, most definitely. We also do what is called a health checkup. So this is not only for new apartment associations, but as anybody would need a body health checkup every 5 years, or if a project is 5 years or 10 years, or 15 or 20 years, depending on the age of your project, there's a different level of audit that we perform. So we'll be happy to do that. We're happy to talk to you and we can help you in that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Manoj.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. I would like to call Tahir and Rafiq to hand over the sapling to Mr. Uday Prakash and R. Suresha. It's time for the last speaker of the event. I would call Johar to introduce the speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now it's time to introduce our next speaker, Dr. C. N. Manoj. Dr. C. N. Manoj holds a PhD in Natural Products Chemistry from Gandhigram Rural University, Tamil Nadu, India. He is a co-author for 20 research papers and 11 patents, President Pelican Foundation and founder Pelican Biotech and Chemical Labs, Private Limited, and many reputed organizations. He worked as a research scientist and technical director in a couple of phytopharma industries, founded Pelican Biotech and Chemical Labs, So products and process with the intent to pretend the environment as an innovator with a Gandhian thoughts and business development capabilities, 360-degree sustainable business model in a waste management, organic agriculture and water conservation in its primary focus. They do this by continuous campaigns for creating awareness in the society, especially engaging with the younger generation towards these sustainable goals. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
You.
You are waiting for the end. I know that. So, no, I'm not doing the presentation because I need to leave another 10 minutes, and I am sure you want to leave much before than that. So, well, let us quickly get into this discussion. I stand here. I'm actually under pressure because I used to teach quantum chemistry because my guide used to ask me to do that purely as a punishment to the last period. Okay, that's why actually I'm sitting here. I know everybody want to get out, and it's so boring a subject is waste management. Just to get a perspective of what I'm going to say, let me start with this. So people have been talking about concrete. Every cubic meter of concrete takes at least 500 liters of water, I think, right? Imagine the quantities of concrete to the surface of the earth. Every 500 liters per cubic meter is irreversibly attached to that concrete till the end of this world, right? Because it's water of crystallization. It's a water of crystallization means you have lost that fresh water forever. If you want to recover, you have to calcine. You have to heat it around 900 degrees centigrade. This is what waste management is about. Because every gram of waste what you are creating is irrecoverably dumped into the dump site. So if you talk about dump site and landfills, the problem with that is you cannot recover it back. The resources cannot be recovered. Whatever we have used in so many years. So with that perspective, if I start, the entire discussion, what I am going to do, the entire presentation is, the responsibility is going to get fixed back to you. So there is no switch on. So let me just give a few examples. If you think that still you can drink from these PET bottles, okay, these 500 ml PET bottles, just because you want to gulp and keep it, you don't want to carry a water bottle. I'm carrying a water bottle all the way. I didn't even sip it from me. I'm going to make you miserable. Okay? So sorry for that. But then if you think this can happen throughout, it's not going to survive. It's not going to sustain. If you think that you can keep buying Swiggy and Zomato in plastic covers, just don't wash it and dump it, it's not going to sustain. So what we are thinking is that all this come with a solution like, the technologies, you can switch on, one compressor will take care of the STP, you can switch on, one electric vehicle will get charged. Sorry, waste management don't have such solution. It starts with you in your house. If you don't segregate, if your community is thinking that you cannot segregate, there is no scope. Don't even have children. Please have a protection right, at the age of 18 so that you don't create the next generation. This is what I told. I went to Delhi. There was a very senior advisor to the government. I was sitting across him. No, Delhiites won't segregate. I told him, you better, please bring back, sorry for saying that, Mr. Gandhi, who actually did vasectomy to all males. That's what is actually the solution in Delhi. So the entire smog they are complaining about Haryana and Punjab. I was in Karol Bagh staying in a hotel. I got it because I get up at 4:30. The hotel is having 15 packets for making a tea. 2 packets for milk, 1 packet for chai, right? I will not take it. I was running around with my teacup for a cup of chai. The entire Karol Bagh area, they are having Deepavali at 4:30, burning plastics. And they are burning Punjab's haystack. Same thing is happening in Bangalore. I don't know how many of you get out and see what is happening in the roadside. So waste management is basically, it's your problem. Now, couple of problems. I don't know whether there's any residence associations here, not apartment complex. I'm talking about RWAs. Anybody here? Yeah. So, no, I'm talking about the horizontal fellows, not the vertical. Okay. Residence welfare associations. Nobody, right? I will skip this page. Forget. Go to the next one. Yeah. Go to the next one. There is no meaning in talking because these are the problems which you are trying to address in a residence welfare. It's me. It's me. Couple of things to discuss. If you are into aerobic composting in a city, you need to have an inoculum. If people think that you can just put waste into a bin and it can compost, it will not. Be it aerobic or anaerobic, even if it is a biogas plant, or even if it's an aerobic composting system, what is the problem? Along with the biodegradable waste, however much you segregate, there will be small bits of antibiotics. The antibiotics comes from everywhere. The antimicrobial agents come in your vegetables, it comes in your food waste, it comes in your sweat, because we are actually piled up with antibiotics. So the microbes don't grow. I think the STP people also will agree. The entire STP problem is because of the harpic. I don't know if they were talked about that, the toilet cleaners and the antibiotics coming out of the urine and the stools. There is no microbial growth. An STP should have 2 lakh CFU of microbes. It will not have. That is why the anaerobic digester is not working. Same thing with waste management. The aerobic composting systems will not work if you are not putting inoculums. So basically an inoculum has basically what does it do? It breaks down the complex biochemicals into small particles. And for that, so some checkpoints, if you are working in an apartment complex, somebody is telling I'm going to give an inoculum. The first question you should ask is, what is the colony forming units of microbes in your inoculum? People do just give raw carpet. It's not going to work. It's just going to mask your waste smell. That's all. But if it is an inoculum, it have a specific number of microbial quantity. Next is non-biodegradable waste. Everybody is struggling with non-biodegradable waste. It's not going forward. Why? Because there is no recycling. You need to understand these PET bottles. They're getting recycled and coming back as polyester cloths. Okay? And we have tons and tons of polyester cloths in our godowns. So if you think that some recycling is happening, the recycling is a lie. There is no recycling is happening. Still, if you can say little bit of PET, high density plastic, low density, a little bit high microns, polypropylene, etc. has couple of cycles of recycling. But there is no recycling for paper cups and paper plates. How many of you use paper cups and paper plates in your house? In your apartment complex? For a party? Not even a single paper cup is recycled. Nothing is recycled. It is just going to the dump site or it is burnt. So what to do? So I think this is probably, I'm pretty proud that, things are happening in Kerala. Most of the apartment complexes are purchasing stainless steel plates and glasses. And every party is happening in those plates and glasses. So this is another change which you can do in apartment complex where you think about reduction. So that, you don't have to worry about after creating that waste. And then, sorry for saying that every new year, every birthday, every marriage, if you want to buy a new chapel, if you want to buy a new handbag, it's not going to work out because there is no recycling for leather, resin, rubber, nothing, zero recycling. And if as educated people using common sense we cannot understand that, who else we are actually expecting to do that? I don't know, Dineji is not here. Government is not doing anything, zero. They don't have any clue what is happening. And one of you can become an MLA and minister, possibly one of you. Are you going to make any difference? This is okay, right? Even I can become an MLA. I'm telling you that. There is no technology in the surface of the earth which can do all these things. There is only one way, reduced consumerism. So this is actually has to have a constant change process. Unfortunately, again I would like to quote Dineji who was here. The only hope is students. I interact with students. They don't trust us at all. They are seeing a hypocritic bunch of oldies who has screwed up this world. I'm sorry for saying that using this word. They don't trust this. Dineji, you're here. I'm just borrowing your words, okay, because you have used a couple of very strong statements. The only solution is involving your youngsters. Please get out of that space, at least in waste management. Don't take decisions on that. If you hand it over to the students and children, they will take it, because my mother and my daughter has a huge fight. She's in Bangalore, I'm in Kerala. Every time she comes to Kerala, she's having a big fight with my mother. However, whatever I do, they will not segregate. Even in Bangalore, I'm married to a Kannadiga. She comes here, sees unsegregated waste. She actually has even gone back to her hostel once. And we are not allowing them to do that. Because we are using our parental power to control their instincts, subduing them and not allowing them to form. Thanks, Dineji, for that. And apartment complexes, I will come to the problems. I think the major problem apartment complexes has in waste management. So first of all, let us start with this basic idea. As Venkatji was talking in his panel discussion, as per the Solid Waste Management Rule 2016, every bulk generator, again there is a 𝗫𝗁, he's here, Mr. 𝗫𝗁. So he was actually, he has left? Yeah. So he was actually making a statement that, this bulk waste generator or bulk, there's a denomination is actually, it's tricky. I also thought so, why this differentiation? But then when I discussed with town planners, actually I was also part of town planning in Kerala. So the amount of infrastructure development, for example, there are 100 houses horizontally. The amount of infrastructure development required for maintaining these 100 houses horizontally versus 100 houses vertically it's almost, I don't know, in terms of, in terms of cost, energy, civil, it's multiple times higher. So when this such a structure is coming up, Madam Sneha may be able to say, I think the first commitment the builder or the organization is telling that we will comply with so and so rules of, am I right? So and so rules, including I will be responsible for my water, I will be responsible for my waste, I will be responsible. There is actually there is a norms which you are putting it forward. You may not be doing that, but you are part of the that entire exercises based on which your apartment complex came forward. It came up based on that presumption that the waste, water, everything will be taken care. That is why this challenge. So this question, it hold good. Why 22 rupees versus 11 rupees? Why the municipality is not picking my waste, just getting picked up in the next door? Because this is a presumption under which the building has come up. There is a occupancy certificate which says that I have installed so many waste management systems. I have installed so much of STP and water recycling systems. So I don't think we will be able to fight it any time because the local self-government doesn't have any infrastructure for that. Assuming that now it's a choice between you want to find out a mafia contractor, give it to him. I'm going to use this word, right? You know very well that it's going to get dumped. Now it is your choice. Whether you want to burn these diapers and napkins on the top of it in an incinerator, it's your choice. So the entire dioxin and furan will come down and give you cancer and the rest of the family. It's your choice. So now all these choices put together, the major challenge is now the capex cost. So one solution probably which has to come around and which we are trying across is actually can we get into a subscription model where the capex etc. can be distributed, which we are working it out in Kerala. The second is multiple vendors. So now you are having a team of people who are doing door-to-door collection. They may not do it properly. Then it is coming to a place and it is given to another agency which is picking up and going. They will it is not segregated, so I want more cost. These are the things which probably you are facing, or I will not take. That means you need manpower management, equipment, consumables, transportation. So the entire responsibility of waste management is actually split across multiple vendors who very smartly, including me, I have done that. We will put in somebody's head. Oh, they didn't segregate, I don't have a problem. Or they didn't pick it up. So such type of problems, multiple vendors. So there is better to have a single platform. I think that's what I was actually, sorry Prakash, actually I was gossiping with Diniji on that only. There is a huge possibility of integrating such people in that platform livable so that the apartment complex get a single point contact. I think that is a key. My waste management like STP, probably after the installation, you are having a single point contact. You are not having one person for switching on the compressor and one person for recycling the, doing the backwash of the sand and carbon filter. So you don't have two people, right? Similarly, there should be a single point contact for the entire waste management supply chain. That is the second point. Third is, as Venkatji was mentioning, a pile of waste is becoming a pile of compost. We had this problem. We started this waste management in Bangalore around 10 years back. We stopped it because we don't know what to do with the compost. We have a solution. If time permits, I will show a video of that. Fourth is, whenever you are getting into a waste management system, please account the management cost. There is a cost for that management. For example, starting with the caretaker's cost, his time, and the management committee's headache. If you account it, I know you will be surprised. We had a costing in Kerala. It went up to 500 to 600 rupees. If you had that time for something else, especially in waste management. Then, of course, irregular, the arm twisting of the local authorities, the mafia who will actually make you pile up the waste, and you are actually at their mercy. You can escape this. Second, restricted area availability. There are a few apartment complexes where actually it's pretty close proximity to the waste management, the place, and the residents who are pretty close to that will create problem. So these are the problems which we can address, which various solutions. We have solutions for that. Then smell, leachate, and flies. These are three major problems apartment complex struggle with. So why I'm telling these problems? Because the solutions are there. And as probably in the entire panel discussion was there, the solution starts with you. When you, see if there is a due diligence requirement for your document, there is a due diligence requirement for all this process also. Couple of alert which I want to give. For example, this is a model which failed because it had holes in the side. The entire leachate used to come from the side, and there was insect infestation, maggots, etc. So that is why we created this model, where probably the side doesn't have any hole. The aerating pipes is inside. There is a air suction possibility from bottom, stuff like that. And Please put a shredding machine. For example, any apartment complex is more than more. Can I just play the video? How do I do that? Will you click it? So this is a small shredding unit like this. Why this is required? Because you will be having cucumbers, watermelons, this one, yeah, pineapple stuffs. So they will not compost because the amount of time required for the microbes to penetrate its outer lignin and go inside and compost, it's not working. Yeah, just a shredder. Okay, shredder is very important in composting. Anything more than 100 houses, please put up a shredder. So look into the types of waste what we are getting. It's all big one fellows. This will not compost in 30 days if you are actually looking for a cycle. Yeah, so that is fine. Can you just close this? I will go to the next one. Yeah, this is a dewatering unit. So apartment complex with more than 200 houses, you cannot have this entire stretch of composting bin sitting in your locality. So we have developed this dewatering unit. Can you just play that video? This dewatering unit will reduce your waste volume by almost 50%. That means we are putting 200 kgs, it will reduce to 100 kg. 100 liters of little high BOD water will come. We will put into the head of the STP unit and he will struggle with that. There is no other way, sorry for saying that. Yeah, it's a dewatering unit. It's a screw, yeah, it's a screw expeller. You just expel it and then it will remove water. Yeah, so we'll go to the next slide. Can I go to the next slide? Can I? Yeah. Oh, this is a solution for, I need to play this 1 minute. There was, yeah. So for that video, can you play? Please put up a garden waste shredder. It's hardly a lakh of rupee. It will easily solve your problem because the powder which is coming can be used in composting system as well as a mulching agent. So if you account for the cost of transporting garden waste versus the machine, the ROI is hardly 6 to 7 months. Yeah, next. Can I play this video? So this is a solution for compost which we are coming with every city. I am actually going to Hyderabad now. I was in Coimbatore yesterday. So this is one solution not only for the compost in your place, but also the dump site clearance which we are doing now. Thanks to again Diniji, because he was in Venice Wipro, we got our first project funded in Bangalore. There is no volume, right? So this project will also stop soil mining. We are actually going to use compost in road median gardening, which we have put forward to VMRCL. They have accepted it. We have started in Kochi. This is what is actually created by us. In every BBMP dump sites, we have huge piles of this, mountains of this, with small plastic bits. It will not go anywhere. It's going to stay there. It will not compost also because the amount of antibiotics with that. Yeah, so that's actually the technology where we are using an aggressive fungus which can compose through. Acclimatizing it with such type of material. It's actually creating an acclimatization. This is the inoculum which we are spreading. That is what we are manufacturing. Sorry? Yeah. That's exactly the solution which you are putting forward. Yeah, we can go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is what we are going to start. So any apartment complexes having excess compost, please let us know. We can help you with that. I will get back to the questions in the end, sir. Sorry, if you don't mind. Yeah, sorry. So we also have transcended one more problem. What we have found is the entire problem of biodegradable waste management is compost don't have value, especially in the southern India. Go to North India, it has a little bit value because thankfully we are surplus of biodegradables. So we have looked into the problem. What we found is the entire food waste of human being was consumed by animals, our pet animals, like probably the animal husbandry, cows, cats, dogs, birds. The urban-rural divide actually killed this. So we developed a microwave dehydration system which can rehydrate your food waste into animal feed. And the advantage is the ROI is around 16 to 18 months. And this is how it works. Can you play the top video? So what you're seeing is a machine which we have developed. It's a modular microwave heating system. Probably it's also a patented technology by which we are using multiple magnetrons in a single chamber. And we can dehydrate currently we have machines which can dehydrate around 300 to 400 kilos of biodegradable waste in 6 to 8 hours. Here is one caution for you. There is another heating system which is in the market. It is called as very fondly named of 24-hour composter. It is not a 24-hour composter. It is basically a 24-hour charring machine. The problem with that is, one is energy problem. Today or tomorrow in another 5 years, it's going to get banned. Because the material what it is generating is a toxic pool of polyphenols. It's actually you're creating another problem now in terms of managing one problem just because of the convenience. Just because of the convenience of putting a machine and running it, you don't have to have composting systems, etc. Please have some common sense thought process in that. So we actually developed this product for those clients who doesn't want to have a composting system. If you feel that that is a problem, it is slightly costlier, but then it is very compatible. You're not able to play that? Huh? Yeah, so okay, that's a composting machine, probably we can share it next time. So what do we know? So in an apartment complex, if you look into the entire supply chain management, you need to have a proper training in segregation. So what we do the entire process ourselves. We do a comprehensive waste management services starting from door-to-door collection. Just want to give a glimpse of it. So we create a management committee group in the apartment complex. We take the photograph of a person who is not segregating, send it to that management committee. We have incidents when people used to come from office and segregate. Because the shaming is the only way. If people have to change, we have to shame. Hardly 10% people don't comply with all these things. We can change them. We need to change them. There is no other option. So starting from door-to-door collection, we have a comprehensive model where you don't have to invest for our capital equipments. We bring our equipments and put it to your place. We work on a subscription model. It's menu-based. If you want door-to-door collection, do you want a composting? Do you want us to remove the compost? Do you want us to remove the non-biodegradable waste? Do you want us to remove the sanitary waste? Do you want us to remove the garden waste? So there is a menu. Equipment is ours. So it works on a capex-free model, which we can discuss. If somebody is interested, please get in touch with us. And we also take care of the entire consumables, manpower, transportation, etc. I don't want to talk about this now. You will be very bored about it. Only just watch out this photograph. So please understand that the entire non-biodegradable waste, what you're giving to us, somebody is going to sit and do secondary segregation. So we are having around 20 to 25 items in your non-biodegradable waste, starting from different types of plastics, different types of glasses. So the entire responsibility come back to you to ensure that it is clean. Otherwise, somebody can sit and do this work. Thankfully, we are all sitting in this AC room. Somebody is there, struggling it out because of their life. And please understand recycling. This is the last bit of my presentation, which I'll quickly go through. There is no recycling. I have told all the stories that a few of things are recyclable, but there is no recycling for plastic. Plastic can be recycled only for 3 levels. The virgin plastic can be recycled into a thing like virgin plastic is blow molded. It can go for a film. Once it is used, it cannot be recycled into a film. It has to be recycled into a bucket or mug. Once that is also done, it can be recycled into bush. That's it. In 3 recycling, the entire life cycle of plastic is over. That means we are manufacturing 1 million tons of plastic every day. 100 billion tons of plastic has been manufactured already. Not a single gram is recycled. It is there in our surface of the earth or in the water or in the soil. So if somebody is telling that plastic can be recycled, it's a big lie. So don't take into that. That means the onus of responsibility of plastic waste management come back to us in terms of consumption. So what do we do? So the same thing with paper. Paper has 2 levels of recyclability. Every time you recycle paper, 50% of the cellulose strands become shorter, gets suspended in water and get lost. So paper is not recyclable. I have already told that, there is no recyclability for leather, resin, cloth, etc. That means the entire non-biodegradable waste is not recyclable. So if you look into the waste profile, out of your 1 kg per waste per day, 350 grams, it's junk. It's going to the landfill forever. So the solution is, this is what actually we are working out in multiple locations. Can we have a package-free grocery supply chain in your location, in your place? Can we have a disposable-free dwelling in your place? We can help you with that. Thank you for that. And this is another big thing. Diapers and napkins. I will not talk about diapers because that is only 2 years of our life and 2 years of death, pretty close to that. But napkin is something which probably as a man I cannot talk so much about it, but then it is time for the women to think about it, because every napkin generates 5 to 10 milligrams of dioxin and furan. If you actually put a gas mask and put it to somebody's nose, they will die in 6 months. That is the amount of toxicity one napkin generates. One napkin can kill one person. And the entire thing is burnt. So it's time to change to menstrual cups. It's very easy to say that as a man, but if this product had come now, it wouldn't have got permission to be in the market, because the awareness has come in the market. And there is only one solution when people think about themselves. So this is what we did in Kerala. Just to give a glimpse of it, the entire Kerala, we have considerably reduced the use of disposables, paper cups, paper plates, PET water bottles, aluminum foil, thermocols. Most of the businesses ran out of business. I am so happy about that. Okay, because they didn't have people to buy. So this is one change which can happen. So eventually these are the changes which is going to make the waste management successful. We are also starting another model. Now it has started in Bangalore also. A couple of friends are doing that. The same soilless planting media is filled in grow bags and we are growing. Don't ask me what to do with the plastic cover. I don't have a solution. I'm telling in advance so that I'm excusing you of a question. So, but there is no other way, because people don't want to spend money on other pots. So at least there is a carbon footprint sequestration is happening. So we are filling this soilless planting media in grow bags, putting a sapling and then giving it to terrace gardens. These are our partners. Thank you so much. Sorry for this late evening. Thank you, 𝗵𝗧𝗇. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
We have a biogas plant in our this thing, and the organic slurry, which is the output of that thing, can anything be? I mean, we are turning it into a compost at a later stage, putting it in a pit and doing not many things, but it is not happening the way we want. Is there? 2,500 apartment. Oh, okay, right. Thanks. Thank you.
Otherwise, you could attach to the STP, but then STP will, yeah. Because STP, that's what I told. So biogas plant, the slurry has to go to the STP, but then with 2,500, I'm sure it is gone already. So I'm sorry, you have to put a separate ETP plant for that. Nothing else can be done.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. It is not, first of all, paper. It's a plastic coated stuff. There is a plastic coating. The cost of separating the plastic coating and the paper is, actually we had a DST project. And the cost of just separating the plastic and paper is cost of that cost, the paper. We should start with booze and cigarette. I'm telling this to the government. First, let us stop banning. Most of you may not agree. I am a fitness freak, so I don't drink and smoke. So let us start with cigarette and drinks. Probably we'll get into the plastic. See, I'll tell you, I am working with the government. Government is people. Government will just do people what you want. If you are entire people are telling ban paper cup, they will ban it. But the demand is not coming from people. That is a problem. Not habituating, we are influenced. We are thinking that this is lifestyle, having a PET bottle in. See, this has been sold to us, right? This PET bottle concept has been sold. If this PET bottle is not there, some people catch hold of 𝗵𝗧𝗇, hey, you didn't put water bottles for us. I have paid you so much. See, this has been influence. This is influence which actually the business people are doing to us, and we have lost our common sense. Thank you. So you are asking one slide, something like that? You caught me there. Where is that? I'm bored talking about this. I am bored. Nobody know about this? Everybody know. There is no meaning in talking about it. It's something like, talking about, have gender, have equality, have no religious thoughts, no casteism. It's something like this. It's a jargon now for me. Sorry for using this tough language because you are the problem, you are the solution. I'm merciless in telling this because you may think I'm a vendor, I should behave like that. I'm not going to behave like that. If there is no scope for change from your side, there is no scope for this world. Sorry for saying that. Sir, let's just look at, no, I don't want to discuss that because it will go to a long discussion. I have to catch a train. Yeah, thank you.
That was a wonderful presentation, sir. Yeah, I would like her to hand over the sapling to you. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. I would like to call upon Shivraj to do the vote of thanks.
Bye. Good evening. On behalf of Team 𝗵𝗵𝗇, I would like to thank Mr. A N Prakash, Chairman of the 𝗵𝗵𝗇, and I would also thank Sneha Nagaraj from Legal, Aditya Rao from STP, Vikas Brahmawar from WTP, Siddharth Pandda from Walter, Dini Lingaraj from LVBT, and Venkata Krishna and Pradeep Jyoti Nagarajan and 𝗿𝗲𝗺𝗏, Dr. C N Manoj, Suresha, Uday from 𝗵𝗵𝗇, and Ligesh from IT support, and Rohit, and our photographer, the video and the audio team. I would also thank the audience for making this event a grand successful. Last but not the least, I would like to thank Team 𝗵𝗵𝗇 for the hard work of efforts put to for this successful event.